Chapter 2351, Simple and Rough Elimination Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The corners of Zhao Jinglong's mouth curled up into a smile. When the first round of the qualifiers started, he took the lead to walk towards the Black Tower. Han Fei looked at the distance, wondering how to pass the test. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Zhao Jinglong walked out after only 2 seconds, and a green light appeared on the huge door of the tower. At this time, the referee said, "In the first round of the qualifiers, the green light represents a successful advancement, and the red light represents elimination. Now please enter the arena one by one." For a moment, many people were surprised, but then relieved. It was only the first round of the qualifiers. There were so many people waiting for the test. The speed of the test must be very fast. After that, Feng Yu walked in, and, as everyone expected, she came out in less than 2 seconds. Then 1, 2, 3/8. About half an hour passed when it was Han Fei's turn. Before Han Fei, no one would fail the challenge. This was because most of the people in Han Fei's ranking range had some reputation and were real strong masters. Their basic combat power was mostly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, how could anyone fail the first round? When it was Han Fei's turn, he didn't waste any time and stepped into the door. As soon as he entered this place, Han Fei discovered that the space here was abnormal. There was a great Tao of time here, extending the time here to a certain extent. Because there was no comparison, Han Fei didn't know how much time was extended here. Apart from the great Tao of time, the gravity here was 10,000 times that of the outside world. One couldn't borrow the power of the heavenly Tao here. This place seemed to suppress the power of the soul, and there was no power to borrow in the void. One couldn't connect to their origin stars here, but they seemed to be able to summon their spiritual beasts. This was a sea area. Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea, and what came at him was a huge wave as high as 100,000 feet. This huge wave was about to hit him. Furthermore, as the wave got closer and closer, the pressure his soul felt became greater and greater. It seemed that this tide contained some kind of great Tao suppressing pressure. But Han Fei had seen all kinds of storms. He immediately saw a light bead wrapped in the huge wave. When he saw that, Han Fei knew the elimination rules in the first round of the qualifiers. In this space, there was the suppression of the Great Tao, requiring the participants to penetrate the wave with their own strength and grab the light bead as quickly as possible under tens of thousands of times the gravity. Although it was just a simple test, firstly, it tested your speed. Because of the influence of gravity and the lack of power in various aspects here, the normal speed of outburst couldn't be so fast. In addition to speed, it also tested one's observation ability, strength, soul, resistance, and physical strength. Therefore, although it was simple and crude, it was also the most direct. It was meant to test one's basic strength. If one couldn't even reach the basic standard, then don't participate in the 10,000-year competition. However, Han Fei's physique, soul, and speed exceeded the strength of ordinary people, so even if he didn't use anything, he arrived in front of the wave in an instant. Bang! After punching through the tsunami, Han Fei grabbed back and held the light bead in his hand. The light bead appeared in Han Fei's hand, then turned into a ray of light and melted into the qualification token. A faint pattern appeared on the qualification token, indicating that the first round of qualifiers had been passed. When the light bead was grabbed, everything returned to calm, and Han Fei was directly teleported to their door and stepped out of the Black Tower. At this moment, a green light appeared above his head, and Feng Xingliu's voice reached Han Fei's ears. "You came out less than 2 seconds after you entered. Do you want to wait for me?" Han Fei looked at the ranking and smiled. "I'll wait for you at my residence." Feng Xingliu won. The first round of the qualifiers was meaningless. The purpose was too simple. During these 3 days, Han Fei lay in his yard and cultivated in seclusion. In fact, he just lay there and waited for his origin star to stop shaking. However, Han Fei underestimated the power impact after the origin returning last time. Even now, his origin star was still shaking. Obviously, he conducted the origin returning before molding the ground veins back then, which caused a lot of energy to be unable to be released. It had been 40 years on his origin star. Although the magnitude of the earthquake had decreased, Han Fei estimated that it might still take decades, so it shouldn't be possible to hurriedly mold the ground veins. Fortunately, this 100,000-year competition would last for a long time. Just such a simple first round of qualifiers would take 3 days. Then the difficulty of the second round would definitely increase a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective at all. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the increase in the difficulty of the second round would inevitably lead to the prolongation of the competition. Of course, if hundreds of thousands of people could participate at the same time, it would be a different story. 3 days later, the final screening results of the first round of qualifiers were out. The elimination rate was only 8%, not even 10%. This also meant that those who could survive all the dangers to reach the Divine Capital Dynasty were more or less capable. This was because God knew how many of the 8% of the eliminated people bought the qualification tokens. These people just bought the qualification tokens as tickets. They didn't care if they participated or not. They mainly wanted to watch the battles. Therefore, it didn't matter even if they were eliminated in the first round. Besides, Han Fei estimated that it might not be able to eliminate all these people in the first round. After all, those born in the Divine Capital Dynasty were not weaklings. In comparison, the elimination rate of Sea Establishment and Venerables was much higher. About 14% of Sea Establishers and 18% of Venerables were eliminated, but there were too many Venerables in this world. It was said that the 18% was as many as millions of Venerables. The fourth day. All the participants continued to gather on the 101 First Island. It was still the Black Tower, but this time was different from last time. The referee of the 10,000-year competition said, "The participants of the second round of qualifiers will challenge the tower. After this round, only the top 50% of the contestants can stay. The second round of qualifiers will start in an hour. This round of qualifiers will last for 3 months." Hiss. The elimination rate has reached half? 3 months? So long? 1 out of 2? The real competition of 10,000 years has begun. Many people were shocked. What did an elimination rate of 50% mean? As long as they successfully advanced, it meant that they had eliminated the mid- or high-level participants of this round. In the wilderness, the mid-level and upper level of the competition was equivalent to the upper level. Whether it was to compete for a place or to prove their strength, most people would try their best in this round. Han Fei frowned slightly. 3 months was not a short time. Besides, the referee didn't mention anything about hunting. It could be seen that this round didn't involve conflicts between the participants. Therefore, this was probably a large-scale, comprehensive test for everyone. An hour later, the 8 doors of the Black High Tower opened at the same time, and a huge teleportation array burst out from the doors. The referee shouted, "All participants enter the arena quickly. The second round of qualifiers has officially begun." Because Han Fei was ranked very high, he didn't need to wait. He was the first to be teleported in. After coming in, he found himself in a wave again. As far as he could see, it was a crab crawling on the surface of the sea. As he spread out his perception, there was only one crab within a radius of about 80,000 kilometers. Heh, fight a crab? In Han Fei's heart, the qualifiers were meaningless. The 4 rounds of the qualifiers were just to constantly screen really qualified participants. When this hill-like sky-opening realm crab appeared, Han Fei knew that this was a simulated battlefield. He even suspected that this was an illusion, but so far he hadn't found any traces of illusions. Han Fei could feel the power of the crab. It was just a beginner in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the crab's claws were like phantoms as it rushed towards Han Fei. Wherever it passed, faint black marks appeared on the sea. When it was still more than 3,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, 2 huge pincers were raised, and it smashed them down like hammers. Boom! Han Fei just raised his hand casually, and the seawater under his feet sank dozens of kilometers. But Han Fei didn't move at all. Instead, cracks appeared on the crab's pincers. Bang! Han Fei punched back. With just an ordinary punch, the 2 giant pincers were shattered. The crab was punched through by Han Fei, but Han Fei was not happy at all. 3 months? With such a long screening time, the test couldn't be that simple. After piercing through the crab, a teleportation array appeared where the crab dissipated. When Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array and was sent to a sea area, he saw a jellyfish. The jellyfish on the second floor were obviously stronger than the crabs on the first floor. It was about 10% stronger. And its attack method was to release poisonous mist and strange tentacles, like vines all over the sea, like the means of manipulators. Similarly, Han Fei minced the jellyfish with the million knife art. On the third floor, Han Fei encountered a sea urchin, which was about 1 level stronger than the second floor. At this moment, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Wasn't the strength of the creatures on each floor growing a little too much? According to this speed of strength growth, Han Fei estimated that he probably wouldn't be able to defeat them if he went dozens of floors higher. Chapter 2035-2, The True Purpose of the Second. It only took Han Fei less than 10 seconds to pass the 10th floor. His opponent on the 10th floor was a black whale, which was already very powerful although it hadn't entered the star transformation realm. Han Fei thought that when he reached the next floor, he would have to face the star transformation level. However, after he stepped onto the 11th floor, he found that he was surrounded by more than 10 sea creatures at once. These sea creatures still hadn't entered the star transformation realm, so they weren't difficult to deal with for Han Fei. But soon, Han Fei discovered a problem. There were more than just these creatures on this floor. Every time he killed a creature, the killed creature would turn into 2 identical creatures of equal strength. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but be a little puzzled. How should he fight? There were originally only 10, but now there were 20. Wasn't this asking for trouble? According to the human wave tactic, Han Fei estimated that he could withstand no more than 300 sky-opening realm cultivators of this level at the same time. It wasn't that Han Fei wasn't confident, but that those who attacked him were all in the sky-opening realm and the range was limited. It was already good enough that he could resist so many of them. After all, a group of unconscious evil spirits could exhaust Chu Shokong and Taiping to death. There was no reason for him to be an exception. No! If this is the combat mode, then half of the people on this floor alone might be eliminated, and it will be very fast. It won't have to take 3 months. Therefore, Han Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. Since such a screening method had been set, it couldn't be too difficult. Otherwise, there was no need to compete in this 10,000-year competition. The test could just be finished in one go. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the dragon snake that had been pierced through by him and attacked again. His fist mark exploded as he punched twice in a row. Bang, bang, bang. One of the dragon snakes was shattered into nothingness, but it didn't continue to split apart but simply disappeared. Huffei, it can only be split once. In this way, the difficulty of this level was much lower. Golden fist marks shot out one after another, and Han Fei penetrated this floor in only dozens of seconds. Starting from the 12th floor, Han Fei met Star Transformation Realm creatures. Although most people said that the gap between the Star Transformation and the pre-Star Transformation was not big, it was actually not true. At least, Han Fei encountered a humanoid this time, which was about 30% stronger than the strongest creature that hadn't entered the Star Transformation realm he had just fought. Only then did Han Fei feel that this was the real second round of qualifiers. The first dozen floors should be the same as the first round of qualifiers, just a basic screening. Only the 11th floor was a little bit difficult. After Han Fei pierced through this Star Transformation Realm cultivator, he found that the strength of the next level of the humanoids was only a little bit higher than the last floor, less than 10%. The only difference between them was that they had different Great Daos. And this time, Han Fei fought more than 300 floors in a row. Even so, the strength of the late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator on the highest floor he had passed was only about 30% stronger than the first late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. However, in these more than 300 floors, Han Fei discovered that the Great Daos of these testers were all different. In other words, in this short period of time, he had actually fought more than 300 Great Daos. Furthermore, Han Fei felt that the Great Daos he had encountered were gradually becoming stronger. Clearly, there were strong and weak Great Daos. The stronger, the higher the floor. At this time, Han Fei realized that according to this pre-selection method, many people should have been eliminated because the difficulty level was slowly increasing. In fact, in the outside world. Only an hour or so had passed since the first person appeared outside the high tower. Another hour later, about 7,000 or 8,000 people were eliminated. Judging from the time, these people were all defeated on the 11th floor. When they found that there were only less than 8,000 people here, they couldn't help but blush. They didn't expect that they were actually the weakest in this large group. Apart from the less than 10,000 people who were eliminated on the first day, hundreds of people would be eliminated every day until half a month later. About 30,000 people had been eliminated in total. Except for the elimination barrier on the 11th floor, there was only one enemy each of the other floors. Even if the opponent was very strong, they might be able to slowly grind their way through. Besides, fighting with cultivators who took different Great Daos was actually a trial for all the trial takers. This would help them grow. After defeating the opponent on that floor, the teleportation array would always exist. As long as one didn't take the initiative to go to the next floor, they wouldn't be voluntarily teleported to the next floor. As a result, the elimination rate in this period of time was actually not high. However, they were not stupid. This was a large-scale elimination. If they didn't hurry up, they would still be eliminated in 3 months. Therefore, invisible pressure forced them to fight up. While many people were fighting up hard, Han Fei had reached the 999th floor. Even on the 999th floor, this opponent was still in the late-stage Star Transformation realm. Its strength was only twice as strong as the first Star Transformation realm cultivator. So far, Han Fei had never encountered anyone who took the same Great Dao as him. This raised a lot of doubts in Han Fei's heart, because this was not like a simple qualifier. Although the purpose of the second round of qualifiers was to sieve people out, how was it possible that he had fought almost 1,000 floors but ended up with only one slightly strong enemy? In the face of absolute strength, no matter how the enemy's Great Dao changed, if its strength didn't change much, it was still no match for him. Therefore, Han Fei estimated that in the second round of qualifiers, on one hand, some participants would be eliminated. On the other hand, it might be a benefit for all the participants, allowing them to polish themselves in multiple aspects. In fact, Han Fei wasn't the only one who had such a feeling. The people ranked at the top basically had the same feeling. On the 1,000th floor, Han Fei's opponent finally had a change. His opponent suddenly became 10. That move again? Han Fei thought that just like on the 11th floor, after defeating an enemy, that enemy would become 2 with identical strength. It was a one-on-one battle before. Even if he had fought to the 999th floor, it could only be said that the opponent's strength had been getting stronger. 80,000 kilometers was not big, but it was not small either. If one party just defended and refused to fight head-on, as long as the gap in strength between the two parties was not big, it wouldn't be easy for the participant to lose. However, if the opponent became 10, this place would obviously become narrower. Bang, bang, bang. After more than 80 seconds, Han Fei stretched his limbs quite easily, and a new teleportation array appeared around him. Han Fei had thought that these opponents would be split into 2, but in fact it was not the case. They were just 10 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. On the 1001's floor, the number of opponents suddenly shocked Han Fei. The number of late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators suddenly increased from 10 to 100. The number suddenly increased by 10 times. This made Han Fei realize that this round was very likely to be the final round. These were not 100 evil spirits, but simulated cultivators in the late star transformation realm. They were much more terrifying than evil spirits. Han Fei looked solemn. In terms of realm, he might not be as good as these simulated figures, because they had already given birth to a star core and were in the late stage of the star transformation realm. However, he hadn't finished molding the ground veins. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat 100 such opponents. Bang! This time, Han Fei really used all his strength, but he didn't use the god-slaying boxing gloves, the god's prayer bead, or the power of the heavenly Tao that couldn't be borrowed here. Therefore, he was only fighting with his basic strength. Bang! 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 When Han Fei's fist mark pierced through a person, his body was also hit horizontally. Hundreds of techniques descended at once. If it weren't for his super strong physique and soul, he would have been knocked out in a single blow. An hour later, Han Fei had penetrated 16 people, but he had been hammered thousands of times. The reason why he was fighting so slowly this time was that he couldn't find a chance to attack for a while, because there were too many techniques attacking him at the same time, and other Grey Douse affected him. 2 hours later, Han Fei was sore all over and felt very tired. At this time, he had penetrated a total of 39 people. As the number of people decreased, he had more and more opportunities. Compared to the previous hour, he had penetrated 9 more people in the second half of the hour. In this crazy and fierce environment, Han Fei couldn't remember how many times he had been beaten, but he was sure that the birth of the power of the great Tao in his origin star accelerated, and his flesh and blood were crazily absorbing the power and resource supply of his origin sea. After such a crazy battle, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that this combat method was actually beneficial for him to give birth to the Golden Jade Marrow. Unfortunately, the birth speed was too slow. After fighting fiercely for 2 hours, he had only condensed about 1% of a drop of Golden Jade Marrow, less than a drop. It was still too difficult to temper his body in this way. 3 hours later, there were only 33 people left here. Han Fei felt that he was about to collapse. But fortunately, the pressure was getting smaller and smaller now. Besides, what were left were mainly the opponents who were more oriented on melee with Great Douse of Thunder, Electric Arc, Gravity and Fist, etc. Different from the battles on the Fighting Dragon Street. Although he was also fighting 1 on 100 on the Fighting Dragon Street, the other party didn't have 100 people attacking him at the same time. Besides, at that time he could operate the Great Douse at will and borrow power, but not here. Therefore, it was actually extremely terrifying that Han Fei defeated 100 people here. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei no longer hesitated and finally activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. At that moment, Han Fei felt that every cell in his body was in pain and every inch of his skin was soothed. It was not that he couldn't defeat the remaining people, but that he wanted to use these people to temper his body. Although Senior God of War said that he should only temper his body after molding the ground veins and giving birth to a star core, this round of qualifiers would last for 3 months anyway. He could use their power to trigger the energy in his origin star and stabilize his origin star faster. Chapter 2000 round of qualifiers, 2 months later. Nearly 720,000 people had gathered outside the Black Tower. Most of these people had been eliminated below the 1,000th floor, but some had been eliminated from several hundredth or even the 1,000th floor. Most of these people who had been eliminated were sitting cross-legged outside the Black Tower. The moment they came out, they didn't even have the time to return to their residences. This was because there were too many things in their minds that needed to be digested. In the second round of qualifiers, there were too many things worth absorbing. Those who came out of the Black Tower later felt that as long as they absorbed this part of the experience, their strength might increase by at least 10%. Of course, some people came out early or comprehended it fast enough so they had finished their consolidation and review. However, most of these people didn't look quite good. This was because the number on their qualification tokens let them know clearly that they had been eliminated. There were a total of 800,000 sky-opening realm cultivators, but they were ranked below 500,000th, so they must have been eliminated. Someone sighed. It said that someone was beaten out after reaching the 1,000th floor. Isn't this round of qualifiers too difficult? It's more than 10 times harder than the first round of qualifiers. Someone said, many of the top 100,000 cultivators have been eliminated. It said that many of them have reached the 1,001's floor. Do you know what kind of abnormal opponent it is? What is it? It said that the opponents are 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with different grade Dows. 100? Are you kidding me? I can accept 10, but how can anyone fight 100? And are they ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Above the 500th floor, those late-stage star transformation realm cultivators are basically good opponents. Above the 900th floor, they have probably embarked on the star path. 100, I can be sure that I can't last more than 10 seconds. Someone said, 10 seconds? I can't even last 5 seconds. Someone sneered. Just imagine what it will be like if 100 different great Dows are crushed on you. To be honest, you are lucky if you can last for 3 seconds. It has nothing to do with strength. But someone added, currently, most of the people who were in the top 100,000 are reviewing their battles in the tower. They must have a lot of gains. But I found out that fewer than 10 people in the top 30,000 have come out. Do you know what this means? Just 10 people? Many people were shocked. They were not stupid. They didn't come out, which meant that these people might have reached the 1,000th floor or even past it. At this moment, Han Fei, who was surrounded by a group of people, put on a smile. 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were too many for him, but 33 were just right. These people couldn't hurt him, and he wouldn't feel tired. With their power to temper his body and release energy, Han Fei's origin star finally began to calm down and stop shaking. During this period, his golden jade marrow increased by 4 drops. It was definitely not a lot, but it could at least bring some growth to his strength. His origin star had finally regained peace, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief. This meant that he could start to mold the ground veins. Last time, he impulsively carried out the origin returning technique, causing him to delay molding the ground veins. If it weren't for that, he would have finished molding the ground veins. After the golden fist mark swept across the 33 people. On the next floor, Han Fei encountered a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Han Fei was not surprised. In the previous floor, it could be said that 90% of the people would be eliminated there. And now, with the appearance of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, this meant that the difficulty level had increased again. Even the weakest peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was not something ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could resist. Reaching the late-stage star transformation realm could only be said to have completed the transformation and embarked on the star path. However, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had even completed the star path. After taking this step, their origin stars were indestructible and could connect the power of multiple stars. On the surface, their physiques sword, their soul power sword, their combat ability sword, and the great Tao runes born from their origin star's sword. No matter in which aspect, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could fundamentally crush late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. For example, if a sky opener transformed his origin sea into a star and gave birth to a star core, his basic strength would be 10 points. Then the basic strength of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator might be 20 points or even more. However, even a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with a combat power of only 20 couldn't be compared to a few late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with a basic strength of 10 points. Han Fei was strong enough, right? But when he saved Fengxing Liu and Fengqing Cheng in the Sea of Chant, his strength could only barely contend with Black Shark. And how many abilities had Han Fei used? With the God's Prayer Bead, the God-Slaying Boxing Gloves, and the enhancement of the power of the Heavenly Tao, plus the enhancement of his Dharma Idol, he managed to narrowly defeat Black Shark. But in fact, at that time, he mainly scared Black Shark away. After leaving Tomorrow Camp, he killed a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. At that time, his basic combat power had been greatly strengthened. With his full strength and the void-stealing technique, he only killed the original body of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who only had 1/3 of his strength left. If that person were him in his complete state, Han Fei was sure that it was impossible for him to kill him. Now, Han Fei's comprehensive strength had made a qualitative leap again. Only then was he sure that he could fight a normal peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, since this was a trial, Han Fei didn't intend to use the void-stealing technique right away. With the help of the void-stealing technique, Han Fei felt that he might be able to reach first place. However, this was only the second round of qualifiers. Ranking wasn't very important. Therefore, Han Fei was beaten for a full day before he had a chance to defeat this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who walked the great Tao of speed. However, Han Fei still felt a sense of accomplishment after defeating the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator because he only used the power of the God's Prayer Beads. Han Fei didn't know if it was because the first peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator he encountered was too weak. When he encountered the second peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the God's Prayer Beads were completely useless. He was beaten up for 3 hours. Feeling that he was about to be defeated by the other party, Han Fei stole the other party's combat consciousness, buying himself some buffer time. On the third day, Han Fei was sure that he couldn't defeat this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with his pure strength and the 10% boost of the God's Prayer Bead, so he used the God-Slaying Boxing Gloves. Finally, after piercing through this late-stage star transformation realm with difficulty, Han Fei estimated that he should have no problem reaching the third round. Han Fei naturally walked to the next floor. He didn't stop to carry out the battle review. This was because this was a training of his basic strength. There was no need to review. On the next floor, after a fierce battle, Han Fei found that this person was so strong that he was no match for him even with the God-Slaying Boxing Gloves. Han Fei, who was not going to fight for the ranking, naturally gave up the battle. For him, it was fine as long as he could enter the third round. After all, there were no rewards in the qualifiers. Besides, although he could use the power of the Great Tao, the power of time, the Dharma Idol World, the void-stealing technique, and many other techniques, he didn't have to use them here. Instead, he felt that he had to go out quickly because he still had to mold the ground veins. Outside, there were still nearly 80,000 people who hadn't come out yet. Feng Yu, Feng Xingliu, Zhao Qinglong, Wang Baichen, Wu Shuang, and the others all hadn't come out yet. However, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Huh! Why is he here? This is a big shot who killed Yi Qingxing. Why is he out so early? Shoot, did he pass all the floors? After all, he once killed a peak-level star transformation realm cultivator. Even Zhao Qinglong hasn't passed all the floors, and neither has Feng Yu, who ranks first on the heaven roll. Even if he killed Yi Qingxing, it doesn't make sense for him to pass all the floors so early. Immediately, many people looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei, on the other hand, came to the referee immediately. Hello, can I go back now? The referee seemed slightly surprised too. He looked at Han Fei's wrist, and Han Fei looked down, only to find that the number 306 on his wrist had changed, replaced by 1986. This meant that 1,986 people had gone further than him. However, in any case, he had made it into the third round. The referee nodded slightly. Yes, after this round of qualifiers is over, there will also be a 3-day buffer time for the third round of qualifiers. We will inform you later. In addition, you don't have to change your residence. That's based on your initial ranking. Han Fei nodded. Okay, thank you. Chapter 235-4, Earth Vein Modeling. There were still 24 days before the end of the second round of qualifiers. If he immediately began to mold the ground veins, it would take about 17 years. Origin star. Han Fei lay on the surface of his star. Although this place was a little messy, this was caused by the internal energy riot. Once the star was completely molded, this place could become a paradise at any time. Han Fei didn't rush to create the ground veins. He first communicated with the god of war for a while and discussed with him for half a day before returning to his origin star. At this moment, in front of Han Fei's eyes, an ordinary ball appeared. Outside the ball, there was a layer of ordinary water which formed a humanoid shape. Han Fei used different materials to mold the bones of this randomly created human model with the ball as the heart. At this moment, Han Fei regarded the ball as a star core, which was equivalent to the heart of a human body. The god of war said that one can observe his own body to mold the veins. Different races have different body structures, so do the methods of molding the veins. Han Fei thought to himself, this is completely copying the circulation of my meridians. However, there was a problem. Although he had a set of meridians, they were divided into the origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness, spiritual heritage. These two spiritual heritages shared one set of meridians. If he molded ground veins for his origin star according to this method, would the circulation of the ground veins cause conflict? After all, there was no such thing as a spiritual heritage in the origin star. It was not difficult to understand how to mold the ground veins. Han Fei's first step was definitely to mold the main veins and then the branch veins. The so-called branch veins were the veins derived from the main veins and all their paths. These branch veins just needed to carry the operation of the ground veins. Their main function was to direct the energy in the star core and nurture the runes of the Great Tao. After only one day, Han Fei had made the plan and began to take action. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, a large crack appeared on his origin star. Han Fei casually raised his hand, and the surrounding land bulged up, creating mountains. And under this big crack, there were water currents and mountain waterfalls. In this way, mountains and rivers appeared on it and large veins were hidden under it. The layout of every ground vein was a test. Some were made into steep mountains by Han Fei and hidden among the mountains. Some were arranged by Han Fei at places where water sources gathered, spreading out and opening up rivers on the surface and hidden under the ground. Some were hidden by Han Fei in the deep sea, covered by the turbid fog of the deep sea. It took Han Fei 8 months to walk to every corner of his origin star and finally set up the main veins, ranch veins, and some other important veins. However, that wasn't all. If he wanted to create complete ground veins, he had to slowly connect these large veins through the small veins and arrange them as one. There must be thousands of small veins around a large vein that needed to be sorted out slowly. Han Fei made some places erupt with rich vitality, forming a large forest here. All the flowers, plants, and trees that Han Fei had seen could grow here by category. Although this place would be destroyed during the next origin returning, the layout was already there. If it was destroyed, it could be rebuilt easily. Some places had been turned into vast plains by Han Fei, and some were moistened by water currents. On the origin star, 7 years passed. Originally, the origin stars here could grow freely. As long as Han Fei wanted, this place could turn into a paradise. However, under Han Fei's various arrangements, this place only became a habitable star. In the past few years, Han Fei didn't consume much resources. He found that every time he established an earth vein, the energy from the star core would rush into it. Once the energy from the star core entered the ground veins, it would slowly accumulate into earth vein spring water. After Han Fei finished molding all the energy on the origin star, the energy from Yi Qianjing's star core was consumed by Han Fei by less than 30%. The reason why it was consumed so little was that this energy hadn't been completely transformed into earth vein spring water and hadn't completely activated the ground veins. When the ground veins settled and were completely transformed, the energy of the star core would probably consume a few more layers. However, Han Fei didn't intend to wait for the energy to slowly settle and transform. Now, there were as many as 1 million veins on Han Fei's origin star, including the branch veins that surrounded some major veins. And there were also as many as hundreds of millions of minor veins under the branch veins. Otherwise, why would it take Han Fei 7 years to plan them? Not only that, Han Fei had prepared volcanic craters for every place where the ground veins converged. When the energy gathered abnormally, it could vent through the volcano, so his origin star wouldn't be like before when earthquakes happened easily and lasted for nearly 100 years. As for the volcanoes that Han Fei created, there were as many as 6,516, which wasn't many, or even a little few. This was because he hadn't sensed any energy explosions yet. Therefore, he planned to perform origin returning again. After this, he could continue to set up more volcanoes in the places where energy gathered abnormally. In this way, the ground veins molding work would basically be completed. Buzz, when Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to conduct origin returning, all his resources floated outside the sea of stars. The step of ground veins molding didn't require any resources. The small amount of resources consumed was to fill the lack of resources in certain special places. At that moment, Han Fei felt that infinite energy was about to explode inside his origin star. The countless ground veins he had created were almost completely filled with energy in just half an hour. Some of the more than 6,500 volcanoes that Han Fei set up had already begun to tremble. More than 2,500 of the 6,516 volcanoes erupted one after another. The origin returning state ended half a month later, but at this moment, Han Fei's origin star was covered in volcanic ash. 3 years later, the ash hadn't settled yet. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had almost doubled the number of volcanic craters in his origin stars. Although Han Fei didn't want to interfere manually, if he just let this star develop and evolve freely by itself, who knew how long it would take? Therefore, during Han Fei's 12th year of seclusion, he carried out the origin star origin returning again. After this time, Yiqianxing's star core only had about 20% of the energy left. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Even if Han Fei hurried up, the star core's energy still had about 20% left. At this moment, Han Fei's origin star was filled with energy everywhere, and the entire star was covered in volcanic ash. During this period of time, this star was completely uninhabitable. Basically, anyone below the sea establishment realm would be torn to pieces by this crazy energy here. Hefei Han Fei came out during the 15th year of seclusion. He estimated that his origin star needed to settle for a while. In just a month, it was not bad to be able to mold the ground veins. Han Fei looked at his information and found that the data after shaping the ground veins was basically the same as before. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Although he had gotten Yiqianxing's star core back, he might not have fully absorbed its power. Perhaps he hadn't completed the step of star transformation. According to the god of war, when a star core was about to be born, the energy would nourish it and then give birth to a star core. Therefore, no matter how violent the energy was now, it might not be enough when a star core was born. At that time, if it wasn't enough, he would have to find new energy sources or spend all his resources. In the yard, Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared. A smile slowly appeared on his lips. At this time, after the third round of qualifiers ended, he could take the time to perform the last round of origin returning. At that time, he would be able to completely digest Yixing Chen's star core. At that time, he should be able to preliminarily create a star core. Hey, Han Fei, are you cultivating in seclusion again? Huh? Han Fei had just come out and hadn't noticed when Feng Xingliu arrived. Han Fei asked, when did you come? Isn't the second round of qualifiers not over yet? According to Han Fei's calculations, there should be 1 day before the end of the second round of qualifiers and 4 days before the third round of qualifiers. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, looked at the qualification token on Han Fei's wrist, which read 3698. Huh? Han Fei didn't even notice that the last time it was 1986, but now he had dropped to the level of Feng Xingliu. However, when Han Fei turned his head to look at Feng Xingliu's wrist, this guy hurriedly covered his wrist, but Han Fei still saw that this guy fell to 8,097th place. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Well, it's just the second round of qualifiers. Don't take it seriously. However, Feng Xingliu said, I passed the 1001's checkpoint, which is the checkpoint with 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. But I only got 8,007th place, although I passed that checkpoint, Han Fei asked. Didn't you already fight late-stage star transformation realm cultivators on the Dragon Fighting Street? Feng Xingliu looked puzzled. So, I fought some again, Han Fei asked. I guess you can't last long in the hands of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Feng Xingliu curled his lips. Half an hour. I can't hold on any longer. Han Fei nodded slightly. Not bad. If you hadn't endured for half an hour, you wouldn't have reached the 8,007th place. Hey, by the way, why are you here instead of reviewing your battles in the tower? Feng Xingliu said mysteriously. Those silk pants sent me a message. The third round is a team competition. They want to team up with us. Team competition? Han Fei thought that Li Shenhao was right. There were indeed team competitions. However, Han Fei also asked in confusion, can we form teams freely? Feng Xingliu said, the strong can't join forces with each other, but they say that they are all wastes. Joining forces with us will not be considered a strong alliance. Besides, as long as they use their connections, they can be assigned to our team. Well, since we've taken their resources, it's appropriate to reject them directly, right? Han Fei thought for a moment. Okay, it doesn't matter who I team up with, but you have to tell them not to challenge the top 10,000 cultivators all the time, or they will have to pay more. Chapter 2355, Team Competition, Trash Alliance. In Han Fei's eyes, the team competition in the qualifiers didn't make much sense. As Li Shenhao had analyzed, the real purpose of the team competition was to find the elites and test their comprehensive ability, adaptability, and so on. However, even after the second round of qualifiers, the number of strong masters who continued to participate could still reach more than 370,000. Han Fei calculated in his heart that no matter how many people were eliminated, and even if each of the remaining 2 rounds eliminated half the people, there were still nearly 100,000 people left. Therefore, in this stage, no matter who he teamed up with in the 3rd round or the 4th round, there was no reason for him to lose. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care who he teamed up with. The second round of qualifiers for the Sea Establishment realm was over. Compared to the eliminated people in the Sky Opening realm, the number of the eliminated sea establishers was particularly intimidating. Good lord, 4.5 million people had been eliminated. Countless participants had discovered the gap between themselves and the real cultivators in this qualifier. This kind of understanding was very hard to obtain in the vast wilderness of the Sea Realm. Only in the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty could it be intuitively felt when facing countless strong masters. In any case, the second round of qualifiers had dealt a heavy blow to the confidence of many people. When the information from Neza and Zhang Daqian was synchronized, Han Fei discovered that the contents of the 3-level qualifiers were basically the same. Han Fei didn't care about that. Today, Han Fei continued to lie down and watch the changes in his origin star. He suddenly found that Feng Yu had come with Feng Xingliu that had just left, and that Feng Qingcheng was also here. Were they here to eat hot pot? Little junior brother, you look so leisurely lying down. Han Fei rose and said in confusion, Senior sister, didn't I tell you that the guys from the Time Temple might be paying attention to me? Feng Yu replied unconcernedly. I asked Feng Xingliu and Qingcheng to come together. Han Fei was thinking about whether to set up an array to talk to Feng Fei alone. He felt that Feng Fei probably had something to tell him. But immediately, Feng Yu said, Han Fei, let me introduce you to a rich woman. Puffed! Han Fei rolled his eyes. What? They all came here just for this? Feng Qingcheng looked at Han Fei and Feng Yu in surprise, wondering why her sister was so casual with Han Fei. Feng Xingliu said directly, Well, is the rich woman you want to introduce you yourself? Feng Yu slapped him. Where are your manners? Although Feng Xingliu's bloodline had been awakened again, it couldn't resist the strength suppression of Feng Yu, who was already a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Being slapped to the ground, the aggrieved Feng Xingliu roared, Sneak attack! You're launching a sneak attack. Feng Yu couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, she looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, It's Princess Lan Xin who went to the dragon fighting spree with me last time. She is from the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Her bloodline is astonishingly noble. Are you interested? If you marry her, Han Fei, you can work 10,000 years less. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 10,000 years less? I still have a lot of things to do. Besides, I'm already married. Feng Yu is such a mess. Han Fei said, No, you'd better introduce Princess Lan Xin to Feng Xingliu. I think Feng Xingliu is a perfect match for her. Feng Xingliu, son? Then Feng Xingliu licked the corner of his mouth. Well, actually, I don't mind. I also noticed her at the time. She should be narrowly worthy of me. The few of them bickered as they set up the hot pot and barbecue grill. Then Feng Yu said without hesitation, I heard that the 2 of you are together with a group of playboys from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Do we have to team up in the 3rd round of qualifiers? Han Fei thought to himself, Didn't Feng Xingliu tell you? Feng Xingliu, do you need me to tell you about such a trivial matter? Feng Yu smiled faintly. No, but the 2 of you definitely won't be in the same team. Huh? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu couldn't help but look at each other. What did it mean? Didn't those soap pants say that they could use their connections to join their team? Then why wouldn't they make Feng Xingliu join them too? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, why can't we be in the same team? Feng Yu, because the 2 of you are too strong together. The rule of the 3rd round of the qualifiers is that the strong pair with the weak. People like me can only pair with the last few places among all the participants. As for you, it's about the same. You will only pair with the last few, but both of you are in the top 10,000, so your combination is impossible. Han Fei was puzzled. Not randomly distributed? Feng Yu, if you and I are randomly assigned together, what's the point of the 3rd round of qualifiers? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, so I'll have to lead a group of weaklings alone? Feng Xingliu also said, Isn't this a little bit strenuous? Feng Yu looked at the 2 of them teasingly. Yes, it's quite strenuous. If I've guessed right, because you united some of the hedonistic children, some of the big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty have turned their attention to you. Therefore, you might be targeted in the 3rd round of qualifiers. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. While Feng Xingliu was stunned, Han Fei took a deep breath and said, You have to inform them that they have to pay more. Quote, 2 days later, Han Fei's origin star was developing well. The energy was slowly precipitating. The ground veins had basically interconnected, and the earth vein spring water was also converting, and the efficiency was very high. Han Fei put on a smile. He estimated that he would be able to conduct origin returning again in another half a month. When the energy in his origin star completely settled and his origin star was subject to certain energy baptizing, a star core would be born. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Once a star core was born, he would be able to completely transform his origin sea into a star, and his strength should take a small leap. Of course, if the God of War really had a way for him to quickly condense the golden jade marrow, this small leap might become a huge leap. Han Fei was looking forward to the birth of his star core. At the same time, he also hoped that this qualifier could drag as long as possible. The longer the qualifier was, the greater the probability of his breakthrough before the official start of the 10,000-year competition. Master Han Fei, it's almost time for the third round of qualifiers. There were servants in Han Fei's residence, although the people living here didn't need anyone to serve them most of the time. Chapter 2030-56, Trash Alliance. Han Fei thought that he was leading a bunch of rich kids, but an unrelated person suddenly popped up. He thought that maybe Cao Mengde and the other guys pulled too many strings and stuffed all of them into his team, so in order to save himself some face, the people who were responsible for dividing up the teams forcibly kept an unrelated member. Han Fei felt that this was the only answer. Otherwise, according to Cao Mengde and the others' personalities, his team would definitely be full of playboys. Han Fei didn't mind it if he could collect more resources from these rich kids, but since this girl was assigned here normally, he would take her for free. Before Han Fei said anything, Wu Bufan had shouted, "Hey, what's your name?" The girl said, "Ye Lingling." Among them, the one who didn't look like a good person the most, was the young man who wasn't holding walnuts or a big pipe in his hands. This was because he was clearly the leader of these people. Lua Defei asked, "What's your ranking, girl? How can you be on our team?" Ye Lingling frowned slightly. "I'm in the 80,001's place." Hiss. Lua Defei and the others couldn't help taking a breath. "So high?" Not giving these idiots a chance to make a fool of themselves, Han Fei looked back. "Put away the big pipe. And you, put down the fan. You, put away the walnuts too." Yes, Brother Fei, they were in a good mood, and it didn't matter if they didn't smoke the big pipe for a while. Han Fei looked at Ye Lingling and said, "You can join the team." Ye Lingling hesitated, mainly because she felt that there was something wrong with these people. Cao Mengde said, "Girl, why are you hesitating? Brother Fei asked you to join the team. Why? Do you want to compete with Brother Fei for the captain position?" The guy playing with the walnuts was named Li Chen. He said proudly, "Then you will have no chance. Brother Fei can be ranked in the top 100. It's your honor to join our team." Top 100? Ye Lingling's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If this was the case, wasn't this person a super cultivator in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Han Fei's face suddenly darkened. "Okay, stop bragging. The third round is about to begin. Ye Lingling, no matter what, you will belong to my team in the third round of qualifiers." Ye Lingling took a slight breath and thought to herself, "What kind of storm have I not seen? Aren't they just a few playboys who look a little strange? Damn it, why are there such playboys even in the sky-opening realm?" Ye Lingling didn't understand, but in fact, Han Fei didn't understand either. When Ye Lingling came to Han Fei, she was silent for a moment and then asked, "Are you really among the top 100? Han Fei sneered. "They're just bragging, not that high." After that, Han Fei showed his qualification token. When Ye Lingling saw Han Fei's number 3686, she was slightly relieved at first, but then she took a deep breath. Although he wasn't in the top 100, he was still in the top 3600. Even this position wasn't something she could underestimate. No one ranked in the top 10,000 was weak. Most of the people ranked in the top 5,000 were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Unfortunately, Ye Lingling couldn't tell Han Fei's real strength, because there were too many people here, and Han Fei's origin star couldn't be found in the sea of stars at all. At this moment, the referee of the qualifiers came out. As soon as he entered the arena, he shouted, "Attention, all participants! Attention, all participants! Now I will read out the rules of the third round of qualifiers. After the rules are read out, the third round of qualifiers will begin in half an hour." Instantly, the noisy square fell silent. At this moment, under the high black tower, it was full of groups of teams. Everyone seemed to be temporarily forming teams and introducing themselves to each other. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the participants were basically 7-person teams or 8-person teams. There were a total of 50,000 teams. When the voice fell silent, the referee said, "The rules of this third round of qualifiers are different from the previous 10,000-year competitions. This round of qualifiers is not for your original bodies, so no one will die. You will enter the most precious treasure of the divine capital dynasty, the heaven and earth plate. In the world on the plate, no one will die even if you are killed or your opponent is killed." Many people sighed. A treasure that could be called as the most precious treasure of the divine capital dynasty couldn't be ordinary. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Killed without dying? That meant that it wasn't the original body that participated in the battle in the heaven and earth plate. Otherwise, how could the person not die if his original body died? Since it wasn't the original body, what level was a treasure that could completely simulate the strength of so many people? Han Fei felt that it couldn't be an ultra-quality godly weapon. It should be a higher-level weapon than a godly weapon or a sacred weapon. The referee continued, "The third round of qualifiers will last for 12 days, and your score will be your final result. In the world on the plate, 50,000 teams will randomly appear in 50,000 different locations. Every day, a red flag will appear where you appear. This flag can't be stored in any space, and each flag is worth 100 points. If you guard a flag for more than a day, or at the end of the day, you still have a flag in your hand, your team will permanently gain 100 points. Secondly, if you kill an enemy of any team, your team will gain 1 point. If you are killed by anyone in any team, your team will lose 1 point. If you are killed, you will return to the Heaven and Earth plate within an hour and automatically appear in the team. By the way, 2 teams will be considered allies if they stay together for more than 2 hours without anyone dying. Those who are allies will have a certain amount of points randomly deducted." Chapter 2035-7, Wiped Out So Soon? Yi Lingling didn't speak the whole time. Obviously, Han Fei knew these playboys, and they even had a deal? It seemed that these hedonistic children paid a certain protection fee to Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei could help them pass the third round of qualifiers. In that case, she should have accidentally benefited from it. The only thing she didn't understand was why so many hedonistic children were assigned to the same team as Han Fei. Was there something behind this? Ye Lingling secretly shook her head, thinking, even if you pass the third round of qualifiers in this way, so what? After the third round, there will be the fourth round, and after the fourth round, there will be the official 10,000-year great competition. Even if someone helps you, how many rounds can you last? Could anyone fight in your place in the arena? Anyway, Han Fei had already said that he guaranteed that they could win, and this third round was a team competition. To be eliminated, an entire team would be eliminated. Han Fei was a super cultivator who had killed Yi Qianjing. How could he be eliminated? Wu Bufan and the others would never believe it. Anyone would be eliminated, but not their team, after half an hour. Under the referee's command, the first floor of the Black Tower was covered in darkness, turning into a strange entrance. Swish, 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 swish! All the teams quickly entered the arena. Buzz! When the eyes of Han Fei and the others lit up, they found that they were standing on a very high mountain. Snow was still falling here, dyeing the mountain and the distance white. Next to them was a bright red flag that was more than 10 meters high. The flag was full of spiritual energy and was very eye-catching. Han Fei immediately released his perception, and soon he got feedback. His perception would not be compromised at all. His perception range had reached more than 7 million kilometers, so it was more than 7 million kilometers. Han Fei felt that his current body was his original body. He couldn't understand why the referee said that the participants would be revived an hour after being killed. Han Fei thought that he better not die just in case. After all, Cao Mengde and the others were here. Han Fei estimated that at this moment many people had already begun to move. However, he suspected that at the first moment many people were not competing but forming alliances. Although the referee said that no alliances were allowed, smart people would notice that only when 2 teams were together for an hour without anyone dead would they be considered an alliance. Then why did they have to be together? Couldn't 2 teams be separated by a certain distance? Once a battle broke out, one of the teams would come to help and leave after the battle. Wouldn't it be equivalent to an alliance? Or one person could be sacrificed every hour, which was equivalent to forming an alliance too. Therefore, there were certain loopholes in any rule. Besides, in theory, because each team had at least one strong master, when multiple teams formed an alliance, their strength would be abnormally strong. For example, if 3 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators came at the same time, even he wouldn't be a match for them under normal circumstances. However, the alliance that Han Fei thought of had certain drawbacks. First of all, the teams that wanted to form an alliance had to trust each other and not have any conflicts. Secondly, there couldn't be too many alliance teams, or it would be difficult to distribute the benefits. For example, if there were 5 teams forming an alliance, they couldn't get too close. One of the teams discovered an opponent and called their allies to help. As a result, the resources had all been taken by you, and the other 4 teams got nothing. Besides, once there were more alliances, they would have to move in unison and no longer be free. If one team walked in one direction, the other 2 teams would have to walk in that direction too. But there were strong masters in all 3 teams. How could they just walk wherever you wanted? To put it bluntly, after forming an alliance, an absolute leader was needed. And the more teams there were in an alliance, the less likely there would be an absolute leader. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that such alliances generally wouldn't exceed 3 teams. Otherwise, they would start to fight each other first. However, in the early stages of the game, this was a good opportunity for them to form an alliance and suppress their opponents. At this time, everyone was still very unfamiliar with their surroundings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to form an alliance, kill a few teams, and get a few flags. Han Fei grabbed the big flag with one hand, feeling that it was made of an unknown material. Thinking about their current state, maybe this flag was just a rule. Han Fei threw it to Cao Mengde and said, "Take it." Carrying the flag, Cao Mengde thought to himself, whoever carries the flag will be the target. But I don't think anyone can touch me with Han Fei here. Then, Han Fei said, "Mengde, later you, Bufan, and the other 5 run around carrying the flag and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Okay, Brother Fei, the 7 of us? Wu Bufan and the others also looked at Han Fei. Why 7? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, it's okay, this is called pretending to be weak to the enemy. Let's create an image of us being weak first. Then, maybe we can attract many people to attack us. Then we can harvest them. Ah, okay. Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were dumbfounded. Do you really think no one noticed you when you were outside? Many people must have noticed you. Han Fei paused and looked at Ye Lingling, who was silent and seemed to be looking at Han Fei up and down, saying, you go with them. When there are 7 of you, people will think that the composition of this team is more reasonable. Ye Lingling couldn't help but ask, what about you? Me? I want to do a test. Test? For some reason, when they heard Han Fei say that he was going to do a test, Ye Lingling and Cao Mengde felt a chill down their spines. Was he serious about the test? So they were just test subjects. However, Cao Mengde and the others were obviously much more receptive than Ye Lingling. Wu Bufan laughed. Brother Fei, don't worry. We will definitely help you complete this test. How can you go to danger in person? We're most suitable for this mission. Luo Defei said, that's right, it's just a stroll. If I can help Brother Fei complete his test by wandering around, I, Luo Defei, am honored to do so. Li Chen smiled and said, we won't die anyway. Brother Fei, just wait and see. No matter what happens, don't mind us. Han Fei responded with a smile. In the end, Ye Lingling was speechless. Are you all fucking crazy? Why are you so happy to be experimental subjects? However, when he thought of Han Fei's ranking of about 3600th place and her ranking of 180,000th place, Ye Lingling decided to go. She couldn't afford to offend this big shot for the time being. Besides, these hedonistic children weren't afraid at all. Clearly, they were confident. Although they didn't know what treasure this heaven and earth plate was, since everyone believed it, they could only believe it. Ye Lingling said, I'm with them. Although Ye Lingling didn't like So Mengde and the others, for now, she always felt more comfortable with them than with Han Fei. Another moment later, So Mengde carried the flag. Wu Bufan was holding a big pipe, flying and smoking at the same time. Li Chen held 2 walnuts in his hand, spinning them quickly. The 7 of them were not fast. They were more like they were here to tour their backyard. Bo-oh, half an hour later. Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke and said to Ye Lingling, Sister, don't panic. It's just the 3rd round of trials. With Brother Fei here, we can win it in minutes. Luo Defei flapped his fan and said, that's right. We've been wandering for so long and haven't met other teams, which shows that there is a lot of space in this plate. It seems that it shouldn't be difficult to guard the flag. Maybe we can defend it ourselves without Brother Fei. Buzz. Suddenly, just as Luo Defei finished speaking, the surrounding void was locked. In an instant, a large array surrounded them and a void barrier appeared. Cao Mengde was horrified. He wanted to run, but a huge hand had already slapped towards them. At this moment, if they diverted their attention to attack the void barrier, they would be taken advantage of by the other party. Although Cao Mengde and the others were all rich playboys, they had made it through the 2nd round of qualifiers. They were not that weak. However, the opponent's attack was too powerful. Han Fei had observed the instantaneous speed. It was 8 times the speed of light. Whoever had this speed was undoubtedly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. The first group of enemies he encountered actually had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator guarding them. Bang! Luo Defei was slapped away. At that moment, 1 point appeared on Han Fei's qualification token. Seeing that, even Han Fei was a little embarrassed. Li Chen roared, Bastard, come at me if you dare. The 2 walnuts in Li Chen's hand began to revolve around his body. It turned out that the walnuts in his hand were not only toys, but also a godly weapon protecting him. Yes, this thing was a damn godly weapon. However, the power of a godly weapon depended on the person who controlled it. When the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator slapped down again, the void collapsed, and the void around Li Chen twisted. Under 3 consecutive layers of void gravity, Li Chen exploded with a bang. On Han Fei's wrist, the number jumped again, 2 points. As for the enemy's team, it was obvious that they had already started attacking. Only Ye Lingling unleashed a shocking sword chi, but someone had already ambushed Ye Lingling. A void blade suddenly turned the space where Ye Lingling was into darkness. In the next moment, Han Fei lost another point, 3 points. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 7 people were gone. It hadn't even been a second. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, 7 points showed on Han Fei's wrist. Cao Mengde roared before he died, I'll be back soon. Wait for me here if you dare. This is the end of part 1, and download free web novel app to continue via email, via EPP Store, via Google Play. Scan the QR code to download free web novel. Ye Lingling didn't speak the whole time. Obviously, Han Fei knew these playboys, and they even had a deal. It seemed that these hedonistic children paid a certain protection fee to Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei could help them pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. In that case, she should have accidentally benefited from it. The only thing she didn't understand was why so many hedonistic children were assigned to the same team as Han Fei. Was there something behind this? Ye Lingling secretly shook her head, thinking, even if you pass the 3rd round of qualifiers in this way, so what? After the third round, there will be the fourth round, and after the fourth round, there will be the official 10,000-year great competition. Even if someone helps you, how many rounds can you last? Could anyone fight in your place in the arena? Anyway, Han Fei had already said that he guaranteed that they could win, and this third round was a team competition. To be eliminated, an entire team would be eliminated. Han Fei was a super cultivator who had killed Yi Qianjing. How could he be eliminated? Wu Bufan and the others would never believe it. Anyone would be eliminated, but not their team. After half an hour, under the referee's command, the first floor of the Black Tower was covered in darkness, turning into a strange entrance. Swish, 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 swish. All the teams quickly entered the arena. Buzz. When the eyes of Han Fei and the others lit up, they found that they were standing on a very high mountain. Snow was still falling here, dyeing the mountain and the distance white. Next to them was a bright red flag that was more than 10 meters high. The flag was full of spiritual energy and was very eye-catching. Han Fei immediately released his perception, and soon he got feedback. His perception would not be compromised at all. His perception range had reached more than 7 million kilometers, so it was more than 7 million kilometers. Han Fei felt that his current body was his original body. He couldn't understand why the referee said that the participants would be revived an hour after being killed. Han Fei thought that he'd better not die just in case. After all, Cao Mingde and the others were here. Han Fei estimated that at this moment many people had already begun to move. However, he suspected that at the first moment, many people were not competing but forming alliances. Although the referee said that no alliances were allowed, smart people would notice that only when two teams were together for an hour without anyone dead would they be considered an alliance. Then, why did they have to be together? Couldn't two teams be separated by a certain distance? Once a battle broke out, one of the teams would come to help and leave after the battle. Wouldn't it be equivalent to an alliance? Or one person could be sacrificed every hour, which was equivalent to forming an alliance too. Therefore, there were certain loopholes in any rule. Besides, in theory, because each team had at least one strong master, when multiple teams formed an alliance, their strength would be abnormally strong. For example, if 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators came at the same time, even he wouldn't be a match for them under normal circumstances. However, the alliance that Han Fei thought of had certain drawbacks. First of all, the teams that wanted to form an alliance had to trust each other and not have any conflicts. Secondly, there couldn't be too many alliance teams, or it would be difficult to distribute the benefits. For example, if there were 5 teams forming an alliance, they couldn't get too close. One of the teams discovered an opponent and called their allies to help. Bu to S a result, the resources had all been taken by you, and the other 4 teams got nothing. Besides, once there were more alliances, they would have to move in unison and no longer be free. If one team walked in one direction, the other 2 teams would have to walk in that direction too. But there were strong masters in all 3 teams. How could they just walk wherever you wanted? To put it bluntly, after forming an alliance, an absolute leader was needed. And the more teams there were in an alliance, the less likely there would be an absolute leader. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that such alliances generally wouldn't exceed 3 teams, otherwise they would start to fight each other first. However, in the early stages of the game, this was a good opportunity for them to form an alliance and suppress their opponents. At this time, everyone was still very unfamiliar with their surroundings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to form an alliance, kill a few teams, and get a few flags. Han Fei grabbed the big flag with one hand, feeling that it was made of an unknown material. Thinking about their current state, maybe this flag was just a rule. Han Fei threw it to Cao Mingde and said, "Take it." Ah well, carrying the flag, Cao Mingde thought to himself, whoever carries the flag will be the target. But I don't think anyone can touch me with Han Fei here. Then Han Fei said, "Mengde, later you, Bufan, and the other 5 run around carrying the flag and familiarize yourselves with the environment." Okay, Brother Fei, the 7 of us. Wu Bufan and the others also looked at Han Fei. Why 7? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. This is called pretending to be weak to the enemy. Let's create an image of us being weak first. Then maybe we can attract many people to attack us. Then we can harvest them." Ah, okay. Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were dumbfounded. Do you really think no one noticed you when you were outside? Many people must have noticed you. Han Fei paused and looked at Ye Lingling, who was silent and seemed to be looking at Han Fei up and down, saying, "You go with them. When there are 7 of you, people will think that the composition of this team is more reasonable." Ye Lingling couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Me? I want to do a test." "Test?" For some reason, when they heard Han Fei say that he was going to do a test, Ye Lingling and Cao Mingde felt a chill down their spines. Was he serious about the test? So they were just test subjects. However, Cao Mingde and the others were obviously much more receptive than Ye Lingling. Wu Bufan laughed. "Brother Fei, don't worry. We will definitely help you complete this test. How can you go to danger in person? We're most suitable for this mission." Luo Dafei said, "That's right. It's just a stroll. If I can help Brother Fei complete his test by wandering around, I, Luo Dafei, am honored to do so." Li Chen smiled and said, "We won't die anyway. Brother Fei, just wait and see. No matter what happens, don't mind us." Chapter 23058, Loophole in the Rules. Han Fei secretly peeped from a distance, thinking that this team was not easy to lead. He had thought that no matter how weak Salmungda and the others were, they should be able to hold out for 10 seconds or so. However, they were wiped out in only 3 seconds. On the other side, the attacking squad looked at Salmungda and his teammates who were instantly killed. Someone said, "Aren't they too weak?" The others couldn't help but be a little puzzled. They didn't feel anything about the fact that they had just destroyed a team, and the other party was already gone. However, the peak-level Star Transformation Realm Cultivator frowned and said, "Something is wrong. This team is too weak. According to the principle of balanced matching of the strong and the weak, even the weakest team should have a strong master. It's impossible for all the members to be so weak." Someone came back to himself and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "There are 7 people on the other side. There doesn't seem to be any problem. If there are still people on the other side, why aren't they together? What if they're together?" Swish twin. Immediately, these people felt a chill down their spines. If there was really a strong master ambushing them, wouldn't he be somewhere they couldn't see? But the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator shook his head slightly. "I've already checked, but there's nothing. But in any case, let's see how they will be reborn." Someone was surprised. "Will they be reborn here?" "I'm not sure, so we have to wait and see. If they're reborn here, we can kill them again and increase our scores. If not, it doesn't matter. At least we can understand the rules." Han Fei thought to himself, "They must have been reborn here because I'm not dead yet. But the point is, what I want to know is whether they had any special protection at the moment of their rebirth. Otherwise, every time they were reborn, they would be killed, which would be easy for the other party to earn points." It wasn't Han Fei's style to be bullied like this. Because Salmungde and the others died too quickly, it seemed that he had to do something. Han Fei took action with his black mist body. Still, among the 7-person team, the 3 people with the strongest combat power, including the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator, suddenly felt their consciousness sink, and in the next second, they lost consciousness. Before the other 4 noticed it, someone suddenly felt that he was crushed by a terrifying force and his body exploded. The moment Han Fei took action, he had already fused his twin bodies. At that moment, the first reaction of the other 3 who were sober was to resist. But at that moment, what puzzled them was why their captain didn't react. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time. All great douse in one sword burst one of them in an instant. Han Fei punched out tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye, and the guy who had just launched an attack was crushed into pieces after taking about 600 punches. The last person finally realized that something seemed to be wrong with their captain and the others. His first reaction was to run away. Even if the captain and the others were killed, they would revive next to him. However, how could Han Fei let him go? He burst out at full speed, nearly 8 times the speed of light, and the person was caught up by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Bang! Half of this person's body exploded under Han Fei's punch. Then, Han Fei held the God-sealing spear and nailed him to the ground, flattening a hill on the ground. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person. Just now, he deliberately let him run for a while. At this moment, he was about 5 million kilometers away from the place where Cao Mengde and the others died. This range happened to be in Han Fei's perception. After sealing this person, Han Fei slowly returned to the other 3. The 3 of them fell into a deep slumber. Even the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator would have to sleep for at least 300 seconds before waking up. He was no longer the person he used to be and could make them sleep longer. After 100 seconds, Han Fei casually killed one of them. After another 100 seconds, Han Fei killed another one of them. Then, Han Fei nailed the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator to the ground with the God-sealing spear. They wanted to earn points, so did Han Fei. He asked Cao Mengde and the others to carry the flag alone because he wanted to see if there would be any loopholes in the rules about rebirth. For example, if they were reborn one by one without any protection, the other party could kill them again and again to earn points. For example, if they were protected when reborn, how long the protection period was, and whether he could earn points as allowed by the rules. For example, if the 2 enemy members were nearly 5 million kilometers away, where would their reborn teammates appear? These were things that the referee didn't tell him, so he could only test it himself. The test was completed in an hour. If other teams came in this hour, they would be unlucky. Han Fei guessed that if the Divine Capital Dynasty wanted 50,000 squads to fight chaotically, theoretically speaking, the space in this heaven and earth plate couldn't be too big. Otherwise, if the squads couldn't find any opponent within an hour or 2, how could a chaotic situation be formed? In the next hour, Han Fei was waiting and making God-sealing spears, preparing to turn this place into a place for him to earn points. Finally, he encountered another squad. Then, theoretically speaking, his squad encountered 2 squads in 2 hours. Judging from this encountering frequency, if the other squads were the same, the heaven and earth plate should have been full of fighting now. If he met more than 3 or even 4 squads in 2 hours, he wouldn't need to rest but could just fight the whole time. Then, whoever got the flag would be courting death. In the second team that Han Fei encountered, someone discovered that a late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator was sealed by the God-sealing spear on Han Fei's side. Is he sealed? When they realized that someone had been sealed, they were all horrified. They were all sky-opening cultivators. Why didn't this guy kill the other party but seal him here? The first thought of ordinary people was that someone was farming here, sealing one of them, and then repeatedly earning points. Gulpa. These people were dumbfounded. It had only been less than an hour since the game started, and someone had already started to farm? Except for the strong master in the team, the others felt that it was fucking ridiculous. Could the strong do whatever they wanted? However, in the next moment, 3 people in the team fell asleep. Hanfei repeated the same trick and killed 4 people in a row. This time, he didn't give these people a chance to run away because the previous test had already been done. Now he was waiting for the test results. A moment later, of the 3 people who had fallen asleep, only the strongest one was left. He was nailed to the mountain by Hanfei. Hanfei had no choice. They had delivered themselves to him. How could he not accept it? Carrying 3 big flags, Hanfei sat where Cao Mengde and the others were killed. Buzz. Suddenly, Wu Bufan's figure appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as Luo Dafei appeared, he looked vigilant as if he was about to use his ultimate move. But the first thing he saw was Hanfei, and then he saw that Hanfei was carrying 3 flags in his hand. For a moment, he was stunned. Brother Fei. Don't talk. Hanfei interrupted Luo Dafei because he had observed that there was a faint golden light on Luo Dafei's body. Hanfei's heart did a flip. Tell me how you feel now. Buzz. At this time, Li Chen and Ye Lingling appeared one after another. Just like Luo Dafei, they looked at the 3 flags Hanfei was holding in surprise, stunned and shocked. Hanfei extended his hand to stop them from talking and shouted, "Tell me, how do you feel now?" Wu Bufan hurriedly said, "Well, I feel that I seem to have become stronger. My strength seems to have become more than 50% stronger." Li Chen nodded. "Me too," Ye Lingling said. "It's comprehensive power. I feel that my speed and strength have become much stronger than before." Buza, Wu Bufan, Cao Mengde, and the others also appeared one after another. They were all excited and wanted to speak, but Hanfei immediately stopped them. Hanfei said, "Ye Lingling, try attacking me. Hurry up, huh?" Hanfei didn't let Luo Dafei and the others attack him because these cowards were very slow. Although Ye Lingling had doubts, she remembered what Hanfei said about the test, so she immediately attacked Hanfei. Hanfei didn't resist it, but he immediately discovered that the power wrapped in the faint golden light couldn't cause any damage to Hanfei. It was as if it hit the air. With a thought, Hanfei attacked Ye Lingling. If he couldn't attack Ye Lingling, it meant that the person who had just been reborn couldn't take the initiative to attack, but was absolutely immune to any attack. Sure enough, as Hanfei expected, he found that his attack missed, completely ignoring Ye Lingling. So, after being reborn, there will be a short period of invincibility. But in this invincible state, you can't attack, can't be attacked, and can only escape. Hanfei thought that if that was the case, it would be much more difficult to farm. Suddenly, Hanfei's heart did a flip. No, he and Ye Lingling were in the same squad, and the frequency of their qualification tokens was the same. What if they weren't in the same squad? Hanfei couldn't help but look at the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator that was pierced by the God-sealing spear. With a thought, he grabbed the other party's power and attacked Ye Lingling again. However, this time, the faint golden light on Ye Lingling's body turned into a faint red light. Hanfei punched Ye Lingling away. Ye Lingling seemed to realize something and attacked Hanfei again. This time, her finger mark actually fell on Hanfei, releasing a loud clang, setting off surging ripples in all directions. I see. Chapter 2035-9, The Trump Cards of the Trashes. At that moment, Hanfei understood, but Ye Lingling didn't. The corners of Hanfei's mouth curled up slightly. It turned out that the rules didn't completely forbid farming, but increased the difficulty of farming. Hanfei said, "If my guess is correct, a person who has just been reborn can't take the initiative to attack. You can't fight back until you're attacked by the enemy. Because you've just been reborn and are in a protected state, the Heaven and Earth plate can temporarily increase your combat power by 50% in case you're attacked the moment you're reborn. However, if you're given an additional 50% combat power, you still can't escape and are still farmed by the enemy, then you deserve to be eliminated." Hanfei grinned. Sure enough, there were loopholes in the rules. Hanfei looked around at them, and they all stared at the flags in Hanfei's hand, thinking that they had only died once. Good lord, they just closed their eyes and opened them, but there were already 3 flags on their side. This meant that in the hour before they were reborn, Hanfei not only snatched back their flag, but also killed 2 squads. They couldn't help but look at the qualification token on their wrists. The score had changed from 7 to 4 points. Besides, the person below was nailed to the mountain. What did it mean? From Luo Dafei's rebirth to the disappearance of the golden light on his body, there was a total of 5 seconds. These 5 seconds were theoretically the time for Luo Dafei to escape. After 8 seconds, the golden light on Cao Mengde's body also disappeared, and Hanfei said, "Okay, the test is basically over. Every time you are reborn, you have 5 seconds of invincibility. If you are attacked in these 5 seconds, you will have 1.5 times your combat power and can fight back. But forget it. It doesn't matter if you fight back or not. If anything happens, you can use this power to escape." Luo Dafei asked, "Well, Brother Fei, have you worked out the rules?" Wu Bufan didn't care about the rules. His eyes had always been on the flags. At this moment, he said in shock, "Brother Fei, why are there 3 flags?" Yilingling was also shocked. She knew that Han Fei was the only one left in the team just now. According to the score, Han Fei destroyed 2 squads alone, killing a total of 11 people. And there must be strong masters in the other squads. Han Fei could still get the flags, which meant that the other party's strong masters had also been killed by Han Fei. Oh, no, they might be suppressed, such as the one below. But Yilingling still had a question. Captain, you said that I could only fight back if the enemy attacked me, but you just— Han Fei pointed down. I borrowed his power to attack you. Yilingling's heart skipped a beat. Is this really possible? The cultivators ranking in the top 10,000 are really terrifying. Han Fei stuffed the 3 flags into Salmungde's hands. Keep carrying them, huh? Well, Salmungde was stunned. Me again? For some reason, he had a feeling that he would die if he carried the flags. Salmungde couldn't help but look at Wu Bufan, who hurriedly took out his big pipe. Look, I'm very busy. Salmungde turned his eyes to Li Chen, only to see that Li Chen had already begun to play with the walnuts in his hand. Alas, it seems that I am still not proficient enough in using the protective godly weapon. Without waiting for Salmungde to look at him, Luo Dafei quickly took out his folding fan and clicked his tongue. Mungde, you look ferocious and scary. You're the most suitable to carry the flags. In the end, Salmungde had no choice but to turn to another guy who kept a low profile for help. The guy chuckled and took out a back scratcher, pretending not to see his gaze. These people were all smart and refused to carry the flags. Otherwise, if they encountered a strong team, the first one dead must be the one carrying the flags. Han Fei said, everyone, except for Salmungde, be prepared to use all your strength. If I've guessed right, someone in the squad just now will be reborn soon. In their reborn state, as long as they are attacked by you, their invincible state will immediately be broken. However, the other party's strength will increase by more than 50%. Therefore, you have to kill them quickly. Us? Wu Bufan and the others were stunned. We're ranked below the 370,000th place. Who can we kill? Han Fei said with a dark look. No matter how weak you are, it's 6 against 1. It's impossible for you to lose. Take advantage of the fact that the other party doesn't know the rules of rebirth yet. This is a perfect opportunity to earn points. Otherwise, as long as half a day passes, more than 80% of the teams may understand the rules. Then they will work out many ways to deal with them, and it will be difficult for you to kill your opponents at will. Li Chen asked, Brother Fei, what are you going to do? Do you still want to test the rules? Han Fei said, I sealed another person in this team 5 million kilometers away. I want to see where their teammates will be reborn. Everyone, Li Chen and the others, couldn't help taking a breath. Han Fei was really awesome. A team that could destroy the 7 of them in 3 seconds was sealed by Han Fei however he wanted. Seriously? Han Fei went to the other side alone. However, his perception was constantly on Wu Bufan and the others. Han Fei could have used the Twin Divine technique, but he also wanted to see the real combat power of Wu Bufan and the others. Did they really think that he couldn't tell anything just because they pretended to be trash? So far, everybody, including Salmungde, had disguised themselves well and seemed to be vulnerable in the battle. However, how could this be so coincidental that they all made it to the 3rd round of qualifiers with the rankings below the 70,000th place? They had almost occupied the last few places. Was this reasonable? Buzz. Suddenly, on the side of Wu Bufan and the others, a figure appeared out of thin air, exuding a faint halo. The moment this person appeared, Yilingling had already taken action. The 2 daggers in her hands turned into a blade storm that filled the sky. This blade storm was not ordinary. Her daggers had the power to break through defenses. The person who had just been reborn was caught off guard. The pale golden light on his body turned pale red, preventing him from experiencing the specific state of rebirth. In an instant, Yilingling penetrated many parts of his body. But this person was the first to be reborn. According to the order of death, he was the first person killed by Han Fei, who was also the strongest in this team except for the 3 people controlled by Han Fei at the time. According to the division of strength, his strength should be of a mid-level, which was about the same level as Yilingling. He might be a little weaker than Yilingling, but not much. Therefore, although Yilingling could penetrate him in the first clash, she couldn't kill him. Wu Bufan raised his big pipe and attacked. Perhaps he was deliberately showing it to Han Fei. There was a mystic light on the pipe that was like a knife. The moment the mystic light hit the other party, the latter was stunned for a moment as if his soul was shaken and he lost his mind for a moment. Then, Li Chen also screamed, and the 2 walnuts in his hand became the size of 2 purple gold hammers and smashed at the man. Boom, boom. The man's body was dented, but didn't explode. It seemed that Li Chen's combat power was not good enough. Even if the other party stood still and let him hit him, he still couldn't kill him. Luo Dafei followed him closely and cut the man into halves with his fan. The others also attacked together, punching and kicking that person, using all kinds of techniques. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Wu Bufan and the others were a bit overacting, but he didn't intend to expose them. At least Han Fei was more certain of one thing. Wu Bufan and the others were much stronger than they described. Han Fei could see their use and control of power clearly. No matter how well they pretended, in the eyes of an old actor, how could there be no flaws? 1, 2, 3 people were resurrected in a row, all on Wu Bufan's side. Because these resurrected people were relatively weak, it was easy for them to fight them. Huh? They were all reborn there. Is it because they all died there, or will they only be reborn by the strong? Han Fei continued to wait for a while. When the fourth person was reborn, this guy was stronger than Yilingling and reacted faster. Yilingling and the other 6 tried their best but failed to kill him. Boom. At that time, the playboy who used the backscratcher suddenly threw out 3 dice, 3 sixes. As soon as the dice were thrown out, a big golden bell flew out of his body and instantly landed on the top of his enemy's head. Clang. As the bell rang, the person trapped in the golden bell was covered in blood and his body exploded in many places. The person who attacked shouted, "Everyone, hit my big bell and shake him to death. Knock, 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 clang, clang, clang." Sure enough, that person was obliterated. Wu Bufan and the others looked at the person who attacked in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "Fuck, Zhou Run, how did you come up with such a super ultimate move?" Zhou Run grinned and said, "Haha, I got it from my father. It's an amplification dice and a sealing bell. Don't envy me." Luo Dafei cursed, "Fuck, it turns out that you have 2 godly weapons. Then are you just pretending with your back scratcher?" Zhou Run said, "I'm not pretending. I use it to refine my body." "Are you stupid? How can it compare to my amplification dice? With it, I can borrow different degrees of strength according to the number of points on the dice." Ye Lingling was dumbfounded. Are these people serious? Godly weapons? 2 godly weapons? Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Luo Dafei and the others with a smile. No matter how good at pretending these silk pants were, they were still silk pants. Although the strength Zhou Run showed seemed to come from godly weapons, this was also a kind of strength. If Zhou Run had this strength, how could others not? At first, Han Fei was afraid that they wouldn't be able to solve the enemies if they continued to pretend. But now, he was no longer anxious. Instead, he fused with Little Black and Little White and looked at them with the yin-yang divine eyes. He guessed that Zhou Run just guessed that he was observing them, so he deliberately exposed some powerful means. But he didn't know that Han Fei had suspected their fundamental strength from the beginning. Chapter 2360, Sabotagers from the Heavenly Race. Sure enough, after Zhou Run took action, the others seemed to realize something. In the next moment, another person was reborn. This person's strength was unsurprisingly among the top 100,000. A team was usually composed of cultivators of different levels. The man just now was as strong as Ye Lingling, but this one was not something Ye Lingling could resist. As soon as this person was reborn, he reacted. When the sealing bell appeared, with the thought of this person, many jellyfish appeared in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Woo! As soon as Zhou Run's sealing bell was pressed down, the person narrowly dodged it. At this moment, Luo Dafei roared, "Son of a Batash, don't run. Take my demoness enchanting. Crack, crack, crack F." At that moment, charming laughter sounded within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The strong master who had just escaped the sealing bell suddenly felt that he was infected by something. On his back, there was a naked woman at some point in time. The woman's long hair hung down, and there was a strong fragrance on her body that could directly seep into this person's soul. Not good. Waterbind. God-shattering hand. At that moment, the seawater seemed to be cut apart, and this person and the strange woman on his back shattered into pieces. Huh? I've become much stronger by about 50%. However, although his strength had soared, to his surprise, when he appeared on another jellyfish, a strange woman had already appeared behind him. Besides, the woman's long hair was drilling into his mouth and nose. Soul explosion. Boom. This person was certain that he had been hit by a soul-killing technique. Anyway, he wouldn't die in this place. Besides, the strength of his soul seemed to have increased by 50%. He could just suppress this thing with his soul. Bang. The woman behind this person was killed by him. This person couldn't help but grin. His comprehensive strength had increased by 50%. He felt that he was extremely powerful now, even comparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. As soon as the idea popped up in his head, he saw Wu Bufan sucking on his big pipe and spewing out a golden mist. The golden mist turned into ropes that stretched in all directions. The man was shocked to find that he seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. However, this power was not strong enough to completely suppress him. Wu Bufan shouted, "Li Chen, what are you waiting for?" Li Chen immediately threw out 2 walnuts, 1 black and 1 white, which were not the walnuts in his hand. The black and white walnuts revolved rapidly around the golden ropes, turning into countless blades that slashed at the cultivator. The man still despised this kind of attack. He tried to penetrate these blades, but when he pierced through one of the black blades, the white blades would instantly land on him, ignoring obstacles, space and time, and vice versa. At this time, the strength of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who might already be in the 3rd step of the sky-opening realm was revealed. Although he suffered a storm-like attack, his powerful strength and physique allowed him to withstand it. He could even fight back. Seeing that the 6 of them couldn't suppress this man, and seeing that Han Fei had no intention of attacking, Salmungda immediately roared and a small seal flew out of his body. As soon as this seal appeared, the void sank and the man's speed plummeted. He roared unwillingly, "Bastards, you are just a group of trash relying on godly weapons." Bang! His speed and strength were restricted. Although his strength soared by 50%, he was still crushed in the end. Seeing the whole process, Han Fei casually pierced through the guy sealed by him. At this moment, the score on everyone's qualification token had become 10 points. At this time, even Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that the key to the third round of the qualifiers was still to grab the flags. Killing each person would only get 1 point, but snatching a flag could get 100 points, which was equivalent to killing 100 enemies. How could it be so easy to kill 100 people in the sky opening realm? Even if there was a super strong master in your team, there was also in other teams, and a small team usually only had 7 or 8 people. Assuming that the enemy teams were all 8-person teams, you had to kill 13 teams to get 100 points. This meant that the strong masters in your squad had to defeat the strong masters in other 13 squads to get the points for a flag. Therefore, after experiencing the real battle in the plate world, all the participants would probably have this consciousness. Killing wasn't the key. The key was how to snatch the flag. There might be many people who were already thinking about how to get other people's flags, but Han Fei was different. He felt that he had to both kill people and snatch the flags. According to the rules, he just needed to suppress the strongest person in the other party's team and not kill him. He could stay beside the sealed guy and wait for his teammates to be reborn. Then, he could hunt repeatedly. In the 22 hours a day, if he killed quickly, he could hunt them 23 times with 6 points each time, which would be 38 points. Well, if he farmed more than one team, such as 2 teams, the score could be doubled. Then, what if he suppressed 3 or 4 teams? In any case, Han Fei felt that he should have a try first. After a while, Han Fei returned and looked at Wu Bufan and the others meaningfully. Hey, your strength is not bad. You were instantly killed just now, but now you can kill all your opponents together. Wu Bufan immediately said obsequiously, Brother Fei, we can't compare to you. It's all thanks to the godly weapons. Li Chen hurriedly said, Brother Fei, we're really not good at fighting. We only know about throwing treasures out. Luo Defei nodded repeatedly. Yes, the last person was too strong. The 7 of us almost couldn't suppress him. What should we do if we fight the strongest guy on the team? Yi Lingling had complicated feelings now. Except for Han Fei, these 6 people all had godly weapons. Some even had 2 godly weapons. What was wrong with this world? Were godly weapons so cheap these days? She really wanted to ask if they knew how rare and scarce godly weapons were in the wilderness. Han Fei didn't expose their lies. Okay, keep guarding. After a while, Han Fei put the strongest people in the 2 teams together. Because their teammates died at different times, their rebirth times were naturally different. Soon, Han Fei saw Wu Bufan and the others piercing through 6 strong masters one after another. However, because Han Fei didn't take action, Luo Defei was pierced through and reborn. Han Fei thought to himself, forget it, these guys seem to be very good at enduring. They seem to be sure that they won't lose this round, so they didn't use any more strength. Han Fei certainly wouldn't give back the points he got so easily, so he gave up trying. At this moment, it had been an hour since Han Fei met the second team, but he hadn't met the third team yet. He was thinking when the third team would pass by. Suddenly, 2 perceptions appeared in Han Fei's perception. Huh? These 2 perceptions came from different directions. Han Fei's heart stirred, and he said to everyone via voice transmission, Attention, 2 teams are coming. Get ready to fight. Li Chen, be prepared to cover Cao Mengde with your godly weapon Golden Bell at any time. As for the others, be prepared to sacrifice yourselves. Even if you blow yourselves up, hold off the enemy until I have time to take action. In fact, Han Fei didn't need them to hold off the opponents desperately, because even if all the members of these 2 teams were present, they wouldn't be able to snatch the flag from him. However, he couldn't take anything lightly. To Han Fei's surprise, the targets of the 2 squads were very clear, as if they had long known that they were here. This surprised Han Fei. Logically speaking, in the world on the plate, he wasn't his original body. Why did the other party take the initiative to find him? Could it be that the other party's soul power completely exceeded his, so he didn't notice it when the other party spread out his perception? But this was impossible. He had already cultivated a Yang soul. Even if a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's perception swept over, it was impossible to avoid his perception. Therefore, the people who came were a little strange. From the moment the other party entered the range of his perception to appearing in front of him and the others, the speed was very fast. After all, at this point, at most 10% of the participants hadn't mastered ultralight speed. Even most of the people in the first round had mastered ultralight speed. Otherwise, how could they participate in the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty? Therefore, the participants now could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, to Han Fei's surprise, not only were there 16 people in total in these 2 teams, but the 2 captains didn't choose to come close to him and even deliberately avoided him. Han Fei frowned slightly. Something was definitely wrong, but the battle was about to start. Han Fei immediately found the strongest person in the team and stole his consciousness. A seashell appeared in the void, and the person whose consciousness Han Fei had stolen walked out of the big shell. Huh? Han Fei suddenly realized that the other party knew who he was. The other party had specially come to hunt. However, the other party should also know that they probably couldn't hunt him down, even if both of them were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to kill his teammates or take his flag. If they did this, there could only be two kinds of people on the other side. One was the people from the heavenly race who came specially to destroy his third round of tests. The other was that these people were enemies of Wu Bufan and the others. They knew that Wu Bufan and the others had formed a team with him and received his protection, so they came to ruin their advancement. However, Wu Bufan and the others looked so useless. And even if someone from their respective clans wanted to kill them, they shouldn't have done it in this plate world where people couldn't be really killed. Therefore, the answer was obvious. The other party was most likely the heavenly race. Chapter 2361, It's Up to You. The moment Han Fei saw that his void-stealing technique didn't work, he guessed the origin of these people. They were the strong masters of the heavenly race who were specifically targeting him in the third round. However, according to the rules, if the strong were matched with the weak, their other teammates shouldn't be very strong. Therefore, Han Fei was also curious how they would attack him. On the other hand, Han Fei no longer focused his attention on the two peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. It would make no difference to kill the others first. After killing the others, when only he and these two people were left here, what could they do to him? Did they think they could ruin his game with just the two of them? Therefore, with a thought, Han Fei stole two ordinary participants in the sky-opening realm. However, this time, one of them turned into a flower bud, bloomed, and walked out from the other side. The other person, for some reason, was still fighting even though he had stolen his consciousness. Han Fei discovered that no matter what the reason was, the other party had come prepared. These people actually had a way to deal with his void-stealing technique. It was just 3 thoughts in an instant and didn't waste any time, but Han Fei realized that these two teams were difficult to deal with. It had only been more than 2 hours since the beginning of the game, but the other party had already come over. Obviously, it had been planned. At this moment, how could Han Fei dare to be negligent? Han Fei shouted, "Zhou Run, protect the flags." Zhou Run was quite surprised. The enemies hadn't come yet, but Han Fei had already ordered him to protect the flags. But Han Fei was the boss. He would just do what he was told. Buzz! The golden bell fell, protecting Cao Mengde in it. In Han Fei's hand, the god-slaying boxing gloves had appeared, and the god's prayer beads were activated too. Xuanhuan Han Fei launched all great Daos in one sword with his full strength. He was confident that no one below the star transformation realm could resist this blow. With this attack, the other party's offensive power was unleashed too. For a moment, dozens of great Daos smashed at Wu Bufan and the others. Obviously, they wanted to solve Wu Bufan and the others first before working together to deal with Han Fei. Although Wu Bufan and the others had godly weapons in their hands, the heavenly race methods were domineering. As soon as they attacked, they didn't give them a chance to use godly weapons at all. In just one clash, they had pierced through 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Dafei, Cao Mengde, Li Chen, Zhou Run, and Ye Lingling were left. Li Chen exclaimed, "Fuck, the opponent is so strong. Even my magical yin-yang walnuts can't resist it." Luo Dafei shouted, "Prepare to blow yourself up." Luo Dafei released the female ghost-like spiritual illusion in an attempt to confuse the other party. However, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the other party simply swept his thoughts over and the female ghost was crushed into pieces. Luo Dafei vomited blood crazily. Someone tried to kill him in one fell swoop. Support us at novelbin.com. Just when the man was about to kill Luo Dafei with one finger, the void trembled, and Han Fei appeared, instantly stealing the other party's combat power and then punched out. Bang! This person exploded. Perhaps he had a way to resist Han Fei's consciousness stealing, but what Han Fei stole this time was power. Sure enough, this person's body dispersed and turned into a cloud of water mist. However, once his resistance against Han Fei was exposed, Han Fei had found a flaw. The mist turned into a human shape the next moment. Han Fei punched again, and this person exploded and died. Luo Dafei was dumbfounded. What happened just now? He just said blankly, "Brother Fei, you're awesome." While Han Fei was dealing with this person, Ye Lingling had already been penetrated. Han Fei pointed at Ye Lingling's side and the other party retreated quickly. However, as soon as he retreated, he found himself in front of Ye Lingling again. The Great Tao of Time? The man realized that he had entered the Great Tao of Time and was about to escape in case Han Fei caught him, but in the next moment he was cut apart by a dazzling knife light. Bang! However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Han Fei had just helped Ye Lingling. On the other side, Luo Dafei and Li Chen, who had just been rescued, almost exploded into slag at the same time. Of course, the 2 of them still remembered what Han Fei said. Before they died, they would blow themselves up to buy some time for Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed at the air, and the 2 figures were shaken by the impact of the self-detonation. They couldn't escape immediately, and were caught by Han Fei. They were instantly punched tens of thousands of times by Han Fei. Then they saw a divine path and were lost until they were blasted away by Han Fei. In just an instant, 4 on Han Fei's side and 4 on the other side were gone. Only Cao Mengde and Zhou Run were still hiding in the Golden Bell. The 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators blocked Han Fei's way, causing a flurry of attacks behind him, and the sealing bell was shaking. At the moment when the golden bell disappeared, the two peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had already attacked Cao Mengde and Zhou Run. Han Fei made a prompt decision and chose to replace them. The Tao of time circulation was activated. These people might have a way to block his void-stealing technique, but couldn't they escape time? Not good. The time here has something wrong. They discovered that the attack they launched disappeared halfway through, and Han Fei had already slashed 3 people with multiple all-grade Daos in 1 swords. Of course, there were a total of 5 people trapped in the Great Tao of Time. Although these 5 people were bound to die, Ye Lingling on his side was ambushed. At the last moment, the only emotion in Ye Lingling's heart was that the opponent was so strong, really strong. At that moment, she fought with the opponent, but in the end, she only pierced through a shadow, and the opponent seemed to be fine. However, before she dissipated, Ye Lingling seemed to see a strange sort of light appear out of thin air and cut the shadow. Then she seemed to see the shadow shatter. Han Fei looked solemn at this moment. He had used time jump, which he had learned from Tianran from the Time Temple. After the unexpected battle, although the 2 teams of opponents killed 6 people on Han Fei's side, they lost 8 people. Of course, in terms of the battlefield situation, they didn't suffer a loss at all. This chapter is updated by N first N, 0VTN, 0V, EN first, 0VN verse C, EN first N first C N first N, 0V, EN first N first N first N, Suen first N thirsen, Suen first N, 0%. One was that he ran with the flags, but then the farm he had just set up would be gone. That would be a great loss. If he was chased crazily in the end, although with the flags he could earn 300 points, Cao Mengde and the others would probably be wiped out 20 more times. Then if the 7 people were wiped 20 more times, he would lose 140 points. Therefore, he couldn't run. As for fighting, although the other party was targeting his ability, there were only 2 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 2 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators who could really be called his opponents. The Black Shadow, the one who killed Ye Lingling, had been pierced by him. In other words, although the other party still had 8 people left, there were only 3 people who could really be called his opponents. Han Fei wanted to summon Blood Fiend. But in the next moment, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. Although he thought Blood Fiend was just a puppet, the rules didn't allow it. For example, if I were to fight in the arena and ended up using a puppet in the perfected Star Transformation realm, my opponent definitely wouldn't accept it. Otherwise, if someone had a Monarch-level puppet, wouldn't he be invincible? Therefore, there was no need to think about the Blood Fiend puppet, which made Han Fei's heart sink. At this moment, Han Fei felt his heart palpitate. Something was wrong. The 2 teams seemed to be stalling for time because they didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. If the other party was not in a hurry to take action, they must be waiting for something. Suddenly, Han Fei realized that if the other party also had a way to seal him and was setting up a seal now, as long as they forcibly sealed him for 12 days, they would be able to make his score negative by killing his teammates, and then he would definitely be eliminated. Han Fei's mind was racing. Why did they think that they could seal him? With a godly weapon? An array? Or a great Tao? But in any case, Han Fei felt that there should be more than 2 groups of people on the other side. In that case, they should have far more peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators than these 2. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He was unwilling to give up this place. This place was a place he had prepared for farming points. He planned to use 2 teams as the basis, wait for other teams to pass by, lure them over, and continue farming. As long as the strongest person in the other party's team was sealed, all passing teams would be equivalent to his ATM. Besides, when Wu Bufan and the others died, Han Fei already had some understanding of the surrounding environment and was already thinking about setting up a trap. However, he didn't expect to be besieged by the heavenly race so quickly. If he had known earlier, he would have already started setting up the trap at the end of the first wave. However, it didn't seem too late now. Han Fei appeared beside Cao Mengde and Zhou Run and laid his hand on their shoulders. Pure black fog flowed out undetectably. Han Fei said, "Give me the flags. Prepare to be reborn," Cao Mengde said solemnly. "Brother Fei, don't mind us. Just kill them all." Han Fei was lost for words. "Why are you so confident in me?" Cao Mengde immediately said, "Of course I'm confident in you. Brother Fei, you even defeated the Dragon Fighting Street and killed Yi Qianxing. How can these people be your match?" Huh, Han Fei thought to himself. It's true that the ignorant are fearless. The people on the Dragon Fighting Street are mostly only ordinary late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. But what level are these people today? They were all peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and specifically targeting my team. Besides, there might be more such teams than just 2. Carrying the flags in one hand, Han Fei casually drew out the big pipe that Wu Bufan gave him. Boom, huff. Under the teasing gazes of the 2 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, Han Fei let out a long breath of golden mist and then said to Cao Mengde and Zhou Run via voice transmission, "It's up to you whether we can win or not." "Charge up and blow yourselves up, Cao Mengde." As for Zhou Run, he didn't talk much. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the amplification dice and threw it out. It was 666. Immediately, a wave of heat enveloped Han Fei's body. Zhou Run didn't say what effect the dice brought to Han Fei. If he said it now, what if the other party found it? So, let Han Fei experience it himself. Chapter 2362, God's Murmurs. Huh? My speed and strength seemed to be enhanced by about 5%. Although it didn't increase much, and Han Fei didn't know if this was Zhou Run's true strength or if he was hiding his strength, it didn't affect him much now. Compared to Zhou Run, Cao Mengde was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, when did I become so capable? There were more than a dozen people on the opposite side, including 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. If I rush up and blow myself up, what damage can I bring about? I'm not a monarch. Cao Mengde estimated that Han Fei probably wanted to maintain the dignity of a strong master and didn't want him to see him being humiliated. After all, these people were targeting him now. Thinking about that, Cao Mengde roared and rushed out. When Cao Mengde was charging suicidally, he didn't notice that when Han Fei laid his hand on his shoulder, a shadow that couldn't be seen or touched was attached to him. Kill. Cao Mengde knew that he wouldn't die anyway, so he didn't care. He felt it a pity that he didn't carry the flags. If he could carry the flags and charge at the same time, he would look more heroic. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator pointed in the air and a pillar of energy pierced through Cao Mengde. Anyway, one wanted to die and the other wanted to kill. With a bang, Cao Mengde exploded in the void. Zhou Run tried to attack with the backscratcher, which made Han Fei speechless. Sure enough, he was no better than Cao Mengde. Buzz. At the moment Cao Mengde self-destructed, Han Fei had already unleashed all his strength and fled at full speed. He even used the time acceleration to reach 7 times the speed of light. However, how could the opponent give Han Fei a chance to escape? At the moment Han Fei rushed out, they also rushed out, and their speed was even faster than Han Fei. Because the time was too short, one of them even felt that Han Fei's speed seemed to be slower than expected. This was because the intelligence given by his family said that when Han Fei unleashed his full strength, his speed was about 7.5 times faster than the speed of light. Of course, they thought that maybe Han Fei didn't burst out with such a fast speed, or he still had some trump cards left, so they didn't suspect him. Han Fei fled with the 3 flags, but the strong masters of the heavenly race were all chasing him. Of course, it was not close combat. Han Fei's void-stealing technique was listed as a top divine technique in the heavenly race. Such a strange technique wasn't supposed to be owned by someone in the sky-opening realm. Because they didn't dare to get too close and would be easily defeated by Han Fei if they used their clones, even though Han Fei's speed was slower than the 2 of them, they didn't dare to rush up immediately and force Han Fei to stay. Because of this, Han Fei escaped for about 3 seconds. On the 3rd second, Han Fei suddenly perceived that a brand new team of 8 people had rushed out. Yes, the heavenly races sent 3 8-person teams led by 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 3 strong late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and the rest was ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators who were here to make up the number, but they had the power to temporarily resist Han Fei's void-stealing technique. In fact, except for the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, everyone else only needed to create opportunities for them. Han Fei's face turned green. There were 3 squads. The heavenly race must have used a lot of their connections. Han Fei was speechless. Wasn't the 100,000-year competition too casual? How could the heavenly race mobilize the team so easily? This team that had been hiding for a long time couldn't have just been watching the show. They must be preparing for something. Sure enough, this new team blocked Han Fei's way and took out a bead. Heavenly Seal, Reincarnation Mystery Barrier. The moment the pearl shone, the surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers were instantly covered by a dense light. Buzz. Around Han Fei, the great Tao of time burst out. He wanted to reverse time. However, he heard a sneer. Han Fei, do you really think we came to deal with you without any preparation? Although the great Tao of time is strong, the space here is chaotic and time is frozen. If you want to reverse time, save it, Han Fei sneered. Why? Just the 3 of you? You want to suppress me? What makes you think you can? Ha ha ha, one of the middle-aged men sneered. I know that you have a divine technique, and even Yi Qianxing was killed by you. However, do you think only you have a divine technique? Our heavenly race has been established in the divine realm of the East Sea for countless years. How can you, a junior, can shake it, spread out, and open the gate of heaven? Buzz. At this moment, fighting was actually secondary. Even if Han Fei tried his best, he couldn't defeat these people at once. But if these people ganged up on him, it would be easier for Han Fei to find a chance. Therefore, the heavenly race didn't come up to fight him head-on. At some point in time, the strong masters of the heavenly race all held a glowing bead in their hands, and a white door of light appeared behind each of them, surrounding Han Fei. The moment the heavenly gates appeared, Han Fei had already taken action, trying to penetrate one of them. However, just as he took action, before he rushed to the person, he seemed to hear strange murmuring sounds from the gates. Han Fei felt that his yang soul shook, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind went blank for a moment. Bang! At that moment, the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race grasped the chance at the same time. One of them slashed out an axe beam that pierced through the starry river and slashed at Han Fei. One of them used the long sword in his hand and pierced through Han Fei's body. Another person grabbed a golden bowl with floating Dao patterns on it and tried to cover Han Fei under it. Heaven, Di's darkness has arrived. Han Fei didn't break free from these murmurs immediately. He felt that his entire soul was about to explode. At that time, he seemed to have fallen into chaos. However, at the moment when the murmurs appeared, the demon purification pot suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind, and the god's prayer bead on his neck suddenly shone. The two forces immediately pulled him back to reality. However, it was impossible for him to dodge the two peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators' killer moves now. Clang. Pff. Han Fei blocked the axe light with both hands, but his hands were destroyed and then pierced by the sword. He could even feel a great poison bursting out of the sword. In the end, seeing that the golden bowl was about to cover him, Han Fei thought that he definitely couldn't let this thing cover him. It looked much stronger than Li Chen's golden bell. The heavenly race must have their reasons for choosing to attack him in the third round of qualifiers. Han Fei thought that they must be afraid that he would enter the killing segment. The strength he had shown was enough to make most heavenly talents of the heavenly race fear him. If he was eliminated in the third round, his influence on the heavenly race in the 10,000-year competition would be minimal. Furthermore, he wouldn't get any rewards from the 10,000-year competition, let alone an origin ground. Therefore, Han Fei made a prompt decision to fuse his twin bodies. However, the moment Han Fei sobered up, the people of the heavenly race were all shocked. What? How is that possible? How can he get rid of the god's murmurs so quickly? Buzz. When the golden bowl smashed down, Han Fei had already disappeared without a trace. Buzz. Han Fei returned to the battlefield just now in the blink of an eye, but he wasn't in good shape. The god's murmurs heavily injured him. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei didn't come back to his senses until the healing divine light descended. Although he had lost 3 flags, he could still snatch flags, but if he was suppressed just now, he would be eliminated in this round. Sure enough, you returned here. You used Salmungde's self-detonation to leave your invisible original body behind. Do you think you can hide it from us? Han Fei had just recovered when a spatial channel suddenly appeared here. In the distance, another 8-person team appeared. Han Fei's face changed slightly. 4 squads? This person was clearly guarding here to fight his black mist body. He had indeed exposed the twin divine technique outside Tomorrow Camp. However, he didn't expect that the other party had been so prepared this time. At this moment, as soon as the teleportation channel opened, the other party's squads gathered. It only took them 6 seconds to gather. At this moment, a total of 24 people had surrounded him, including 4 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, and the other party seemed to have found a way to counter the void-stealing technique. If he wanted to rush out by force, he naturally couldn't. Suddenly, Han Fei grinned. Alas, I underestimated the heavenly race. I didn't want to expose it, hee. Since you have sent 4 teams at once, you should stay here forever. Buzz. At that moment, he activated the Void Descends technique, and 360 Han Fei appeared within 300,000 kilometers. Each of them held a spear pillar in their hands. There were 360 God-sealing spears. When the God-sealing spears were pressed down, everyone except Han Fei felt that their strength was instantly suppressed. Except for the 4 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, the others lost at least 50% of their strength. As for Han Fei, he wasn't in a good mood either. Although he had prepared some God-sealing spears, it wasn't to deal with the heavenly race. Therefore, he didn't prepare much in the beginning. What he prepared later was made with his origin star by his black mist body just now. Fortunately, his origin star had the ability to accelerate time. In just 6 seconds, he had 2 hours to make 360 God-sealing spears. Otherwise, with the number of God-sealing spears he had, he could at most weaken them by about 10%, and they would be penetrated in a few seconds. Not good. Open the heavenly gate. All laws forbidden in this space. Chapter 2363, A Place to Gain Points. When all laws were forbidden in this space, some people's methods of resisting the void-stealing technique became ineffective. Han Fei circulated his great Dao to the upper limit of his endurance. His strength was nearly 30 million waves, and his speed was nearly 8 times the speed of light. With such combat power, Han Fei was truly comparable to peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people who opened the door of light first were blown up by Han Fei without even having a chance to react. The 4 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators attacked Han Fei with their clones, but how could their clones be Han Fei's match? Han Fei suddenly threw out a scroll and 36 Immortal Fiend Sabers burst out. However, the power of the Immortal Fiend Sabers was actually not strong enough now. In the Sea Establishment realm, because the Immortal Fiend Saber had the power of the Sky-Opening realm, it was very powerful. But in the Sky-Opening realm, when everyone used this power, the Immortal Fiend Saber had no advantage. Instead, the great Dao of one sword that he had created was a great technique that became stronger as he grew stronger. Now, it far exceeded the Immortal Fiend Saber. Of course, even if the Immortal Fiend Saber couldn't kill a Sky-Opening realm cultivator now, that was still a powerful blow in the Sky-Opening realm, which couldn't be blocked so easily. 36 immortal fiend sabers tried to charge out, and more than 20 of them were crushed in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, many people from the heavenly race discovered, to their shock, that the immortal fiend sabers that had just been crushed appeared again. What happened? This attack has clearly been annihilated. Not good. There's a problem with the time here. Han Fei thought to himself, sure enough, on the path of growth, any epiphany could be a help in the future. He had comprehended the chaotic frequency of time after just a trip to the prophecy house and a fight with a random person in the time temple. It could make the attack cycling and appear at least 7 or 8 times before it truly disappeared. Bam! 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 There was no reason for him to lose. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people were crushed. After all, the heavenly race could form many 8-person teams through connections. However, once there was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator in your team, the overall strength of the others would inevitably be weak. Otherwise, if you had peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and late-stage star transformation realm heavenly talents, and the others were all mid-level, the composition would be completely unfair. Even the heavenly race couldn't cheat like this. Therefore, although these 4 heavenly race teams were intimidating, only 8 of them could really fight. Han Fei's figure that was faster than the speed of light flashed crazily here, and the number of people in the 4 teams of the heavenly race decreased visibly. Even with the intervention of 4 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, after more than 60 seconds, there were only 6 people left here. It was not difficult to deal with these people. Although they all had a way to temporarily avoid his void-stealing technique, they didn't give Han Fei a chance to fight just now. Now, how could Han Fei be willing to give them a chance to fight him head-on? Han Fei retreated from the God-sealing spear array. As he issued an order in his heart, the God-sealing spear array revolved and took off, approaching the center. The divine beast, disguised as a god in the ruins of gods, used this method to force him into the small valley. The sealing area of 300,000 kilometers quickly shrank. At the same time, Han Fei grabbed at the void and took out a god-sealing spear, frantically replenishing the array. Not good. This guy's sealing technique is strange. Not only can it seal individually, but it can also form a sealed space. We can't be surrounded by this seal. Once we're sealed by him, the consequences will be disastrous. The 4 of them looked at each other and immediately attacked one spot of the array together. They realized that in the range of this seal, even if they detonated themselves, it would be useless because they might be reborn in it. Then wouldn't they become Han Fei's farming machines? Because these people were too strong, they came to Han Fei from the beginning, so they hadn't had the time to study the rules of this round of qualifiers. They didn't know that after their rebirth, they would be in an invincible state and their strength would increase by as much as 50%. Therefore, their current thought was to quickly open an exit. As long as they could escape, Han Fei wouldn't be able to accumulate points according to the rules. Unfortunately, it was already too late when they made this decision. If they had done this the moment they were sealed by the God-sealing spear array, they might have been able to rush out, but now? No way. The God-sealing spear was a great technique created by a god, and it used the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. The level of this great technique was terrifyingly high. How could they leave so easily? In the ruins of gods, the 5 God-sealing spears could even suppress a divine beast. Did these people think they were stronger than divine beasts? However, Han Fei was also afraid that they would blow themselves up. Once they blew themselves up and were reborn, even with the help of the God-sealing spear array, he might not be able to completely suppress them. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately damaged part of the God-sealing spears to make it look like they had penetrated them. Han Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be grabbing at the air, trying to repair the damaged gap. But in fact, Han Fei activated the Twin Divine technique again, and his black mist body quietly ran to where they were. Still, 3 of them were directly caught, because they didn't expect Han Fei to use the Twin God technique again at this time. At the critical moment when their strength was suppressed and they were breaking the array in a panic, even if they were in the mood to pay attention to Han Fei's black mist body, Han Fei was not a weakling. How could he let them discover it so easily? That would be embarrassing. After stealing the consciousness of 3 people in a row, the 4 teams of the heavenly race were completely crippled. However, Han Fei wasn't quite happy. This was because he couldn't really kill these people in this round, so he could only suppress them. And his trump cards were exposed one by one. In fact, when they were escaping just now, Han Fei wanted to fish for the big golden bowl of the man just now, which seemed to be very powerful. However, if he did that, wouldn't his trump card fishing time be seen through by the other party? In short, Han Fei was actually not in a good mood. He didn't feel proud even if he won. After all, what was his reliance? It was the Void Temple, the Demon Purification Pot, and godly weapons. Besides, he had already transformed his origin sea into a star and had even shaped the ground veins. He was only short of producing a star core. His distance from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm was getting smaller and smaller. After 100 seconds, these people's strength was completely suppressed, and they had no power to resist anymore. Han Fei nailed through the last peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and immediately went to take the lost flags back. Then he gathered these people together and suppressed them with the God-sealing spear array. Anyway, his God-sealing spear array had been exposed, so there was nothing to hide. Han Fei raised his hand and looked at his hand. It showed a total of 31 points. His team had been wiped out twice as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, he had wiped out 6 teams. A moment later, the 2 teams that were suppressed by Han Fei were reborn and eliminated by Han Fei one after another, and his score became 43 points. Then, Luo Defei and the others were reborn one after another. Hiss. Is that a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? When Cao Mengde was reborn and saw this scene, he couldn't help but say in shock, God, Brother Fei, did you really kill them all? Cao Mengde couldn't believe it. Before he died, he thought that Han Fei was trying to save his face and that they would probably be wiped out this time. But now it seemed that the other party was clearly the one who was wiped out, and Han Fei, as usual, nailed them into a skewer with the pride of a winner. Wu Bufan and the others were all excited. They chose the right boss. He was too strong. More importantly, during their rebirth, Han Fei killed not only 2 teams, but also 2 other teams. Ye Lingling was in a strange mood. Is this how it feels to win without doing anything? She felt that the 3rd round of qualifiers was too difficult. She would basically die the moment she met an enemy. She had never felt so frustrated since she was born. He had thought that she was already very powerful, but it was not until today that she realized that in the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the 10,000-year competition, she was just a clown at the mercy of others. But the man in front of her was really strong. Han Fei was also quite tired now. He looked at Wu Bufan, who was smoking a big pipe and looking at the 6 cultivators nailed into skewers with a shocked expression. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his big pipe and take a puff. This place has been sealed by me. After these people's teammates are reborn, their strength will be greatly reduced by my array. You guys, just stay here quietly and earn points for me. Let's farm them for 7 days and 7 nights. Han Fei thought that it was very precious to have a place to farm points in such a chaotic place. However, he didn't dare to take it lightly. If a few more such teams came, he might become too busy and make mistakes. This time, with the lesson he learned just now, Han Fei was preparing in advance and kept making God-sealing spears ready to attack at any time. He felt that he had passed the 3rd round of the game. If he farmed with these people, he could earn 960 points in a day. After 12 days, it was impossible for him to not even pass the 3rd round. Chapter 2364, A Strong Master on the God Roll 1 day later. Han Fei underestimated the mobility of the strong masters on the plate world. In just 1 day, his God-sealing spear array had been filled with 18 captain-level strong masters. This meant that in less than 22 hours, Han Fei had defeated another 12 teams. This method was actually very simple. Cao Mengde and the others were running around carrying flags as long as it didn't exceed 5 million kilometers. As a result, there were a lot of people who came to grab the flags. Now, Cao Mengde and the others no longer carried the flags around because they were busy killing the reborn almost all the time. This was because up to now, the 18 squad leaders had been nailed into a string, and 11 squad members were taking turns to be reborn. Almost every few seconds, 1 person would be reborn. Because of the powerful sealing power of the God-sealing spear array, even if the reborn would be in an invincible state for 5 seconds, once they entered a combat state, their invincibility would disappear. Besides, invincibility was passive. As long as someone hit you, other than maintaining a 50% increase in strength, you would be no different from ordinary people. But under Han Fei's continuous addition of the God-sealing spears, the additional 50% of combat power was directly weakened. Therefore, even if someone was reborn every moment, they still couldn't resist the crazy attacks of Cao Mengde and the others with godly weapons. Occasionally, some people were reborn at the same time, and Han Fei would only take action when Cao Mengde and the others couldn't beat them. Most of the time, Han Fei was wondering if he could create a killing array. Although he could set up many large arrays and even set up arrays with the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, these large arrays couldn't kill so many sky-opening realm cultivators. Arrays mostly drew power from nature. However, the God-sealing spear array had already extracted too much power. If he set up a killing array, this place would immediately become extremely dazzling and attract more people. Therefore, Han Fei had no choice but to prepare for battle all the time. In this way, on the first day, when 24 hours passed, everyone was fighting crazily elsewhere, but Han Fei and the others were continuing to farm casually. Cao Mengde said, I killed another one. The flag is gone. My total score is 1928 points. Shit, so many points. It's equivalent to 19 flags. Among the 1928 points, there were a total of 8 flags. Among the 12 teams that came later, only 5 teams still had flags in their hands. Wu Bufan waved his big pipe, and the golden threads bursting out of the godly weapon cut 1 person to death. He said unconcernedly, the 52nd. I feel that we can already pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. It's only the first day and we already have such high scores. I'm afraid other teams can't get such high scores even in the whole 12 days, right? However, Han Fei didn't think so. There were 50,000 flags refreshed every day. If each flag had 100 points, it would be 5 million points, and the flags would inevitably become points every day, which meant that the flags would only be concentrated in the hands of a small number of people. Even the strong teams could only get 200 points a day. It would be 2,400 points in 12 days. No matter how they fought, it would eventually become a competition of strength. Inzaiquan, Daku, Izaiquan, Hizaiquan, Izaiquan, Acus, Saiquan, Izaiquan, Naiquan, Izaiquan. Iek, Izaiquan, 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 Wan Saiquan. It wouldn't be a problem for the remaining teams to have at least 2,000 points. Therefore, although Han Fei and the others had obtained 1,928 points on the first day, if they didn't improve, or if they were killed later, they probably wouldn't be able to pass the third round of qualifiers. Therefore, in any case, Han Fei felt that he had to hold on for another day and farm points for another day. 1.5 days later. 1.5 days later, the God-Sealing Spear Skewers became 25, with 3 new flags in their hands. At present, their team's score totaled 3278 points. At this moment, there were too many people who had been sealed, but everyone else, including Han Fei, was fighting all the time. If they were slightly slower, someone reborn would try to break the God-Sealing Spear array. While Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were killing randomly in the array, Han Fei encountered a special team. The captain of this team shocked Cao Mengde and the others. Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan's face changed greatly, and he said to Han Fei telepathically, "Brother Fei, come on, let's go, we can't continue to farm here. Zhao Qinglong is on the god roll." Li Chen said, "Brother Fei, go now, I'll stop them for you." Yao Lingling's face became ghastly pale. She had seen Zhao Qinglong from a distance at the beginning of the first and second rounds of qualifiers. He was a strong master on the god roll. It was said that in the entire Sea Realm, only the Central Sea Divine Realm would issue a god roll when they felt it necessary, so the god roll was usually issued every 1,000 years. However, in fact, under normal circumstances, as long as the cultivators on the god roll hadn't proved their Dao, they wouldn't be removed from the roll. Such cultivators were too strong. There were only 10 of them on the authoritative list issued by the Central Sea Divine Realm. When Cao Mengde and the others' legs became soft, Han Fei didn't feel anything. After all, the Plate World was a battlefield, and it was possible to meet anyone here. Although Zhao Qinglong was on the god roll, Han Fei had learned from Feng Yu that the so-called god roll was actually a list evaluated on the strong cultivators that had the potential to prove their Dao by the age, great Dao, comprehensive strength, battle results, and so on. Those who could be on the god roll were definitely the strongest of the strong. It could be said that with a little time, they would be able to prove their Dao. However, no enemy was invincible. For example, although Han Fei had the void-stealing technique, if he only had the void-stealing technique, he would have been defeated countless times. When he had so many trump cards, Han Fei no longer feared Zhao Qinglong. He even wanted to fight him. On the other side, Zhao Qinglong's squad was also full of weaklings. When these weaklings saw Han Fei and the others, they looked calm. Although they had already discovered that Han Fei seemed to be farming points here, they only showed some joy, because they felt that this farming ground had become theirs. Zhao Qinglong's heart did a flip when he saw the God-Sealing Spear array. To be able to suppress so many strong masters, this sealing technique must be extraordinary. Besides, when he paid attention to Feng Yu, he seemed to have heard news about Han Fei. Although he didn't pay attention to this person, it seemed that this person had a deep relationship with the Phoenix Divine race. IECCU and Mines, ECCEs, ECCC Divine EZZs, ECCCCCs, UZCC, Novella B. In.Yuwa, Xwa, Xwa, Sol Xwa, Sol Xwa, Sol Xba, Sol Xba. At this moment, he knew that he was actually a little late. The other party had been setting up the array for so long, so this sealing array must have already been very perfect. Although Zhao Qinglong was confident that he was the strongest in the 100,000-year competition this year, he would not underestimate anyone. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong put on a faint smile and said, "Give me the flags." Carrying the flags, Cao Mengde was relieved when he heard that Zhao Qinglong only wanted the flags. He grinned and was about to speak. But suddenly, a hand laid on his shoulder, and Han Fei's indifferent voice sounded, "If I give the flags to you as you told me, I'll lose face. I won't give them to you." Han Fei felt that his fighting spirit had been aroused. This was a rare opportunity to fight against a powerhouse on the god roll, which could best measure his true strength in the sky-opening realm. How could Han Fei give up this chance so easily? Oh, interesting. Zhao Qinglong smiled casually. He was not in a hurry to fight. Stepping in the air, he walked towards Han Fei. "I only wanted 3 flags, but if you don't give them to me, I'll take the farm too." Han Fei, on the other hand, was fearless. "Just because you're on the god roll doesn't mean you can take it. Who do you think you are?" Sir Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were all stunned. Wait, why did Han Fei suddenly start a fight with Zhao Qinglong? Why can't we just farm quietly? We can farm more than 3,000 points today, and now we're only halfway through. How much are 3 flags worth? Is it worth it to compete with Zhao Qinglong for them? However, Cao Mengde and the others didn't understand. The moment Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong met, they had a vague sense of tit for tat and could even find a trace of familiarity from each other. As Zhao Qinglong and Han Fei got closer and closer to each other, Han Fei finally realized why he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. It was the feeling of the path of invincibility. Had Zhao Qinglong embarked on the path of invincibility? However, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice this because Han Fei had too many Great Daos. What was running now was the commonly used Great Dao of Heavenly Enlightenment, the Great Dao of Time, and the Great Dao of Space. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice it because other complicated Great Daos covered up the aura of the path of invincibility. However, although Zhao Qinglong didn't notice the collision between the paths of invincibility, for some reason he just didn't like Han Fei and even felt like killing him. This was also the first idea that came to Han Fei's mind. He didn't like Zhao Qinglong and wanted to fight him or even kill him. Zhao Qinglong smiled. "You seem rather annoying." Han Fei grinned. "I have the same feeling for you." Cao Mengde had already slowly stepped back. He felt an inexplicable killing intent, and his heart almost jumped into his throat. These two people are going to fight. Zhao Qinglong raised his hand, and there seemed to be a dragon roar. It was a cyan longsword. When the sword stabbed out, it was as dazzling as a falling star. This sword gave Han Fei the feeling that it was an exploding star, blooming in the darkness and sweeping away the surrounding darkness. Han Fei didn't want to be outdone either. He raised his hand, and between his fingers, the various Great Daos paralleled each other and all Great Daos in one sword shot out. When the sword shot out, the mountains and trees behind him shook violently, and the void surged with waves. Seeing Han Fei's attack, Zhao Qinglong's eyes flickered. This person's strength seemed to be not bad. This attack was enhanced with complicated Great Daos and was full of power, making him feel threatened. He felt as if he were fighting a strong master of the same realm as him, but this person was clearly not. Chapter 2365, Black Dragon? Cao Mengde and the others were all dumbfounded at the moment. Why did Han Fei have to mess with Zhao Qinglong? Clank-a-en, ear-splitting sword hum resounded endlessly. Under this blow, although Han Fei still stood proudly, his body was pushed back tens of thousands of kilometers by a terrifying force. Crack. Many cracks suddenly appeared on Han Fei's fingers, palm, and entire arm. Han Fei also sensed that a special force was trying to break into his body and destroy it. How could Han Fei let it do as it wished? He activated his origin spiritual heritage and blocked the energy in his body, forcibly suppressing the strange and domineering power. Then, divine light descended, and the wounds on Han Fei's arm were healing at a visible speed. As for Cao Mengde and the others who were watching, they were sent flying thousands of kilometers away by the aftershock. So strong. Han Fei's face became extremely solemn. If he guessed right, this person was the strongest person he had ever met except for Yi Qianjing. No, this person was even stronger than Yi Qianjing. Yi Qianjing was only hard to kill and had a fast speed and many means. However, this person's head-on combat power far exceeded Yi Qianjing's. Sure enough, no one who walked the path of invincibility was weak. With just one clash, Han Fei could tell that the other party's strength was even stronger than the strongest state he could show now. Because of the limits of his body, he couldn't unleash all his combat power, nor could he fully use his Great Dao, but even so, he could still unleash the super combat power of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, even peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were far inferior to this Zhao Qinglong in strength. Han Fei was almost certain that if he didn't use his full strength, he might not be able to resist this person. The main reason was that there was a realm gap between him and Zhao Qinglong. He hadn't finished the star transformation yet, but Zhao Qinglong was already in the perfected star transformation realm. On the other side, Han Fei was knocked back tens of thousands of kilometers, but Zhao Qinglong's faint smile was gone. This was because although Zhao Qinglong easily blocked all Great Daos in one sword, he was still forced to retreat more than 30 kilometers by this force. This surprised and puzzled him. Judging from this person's aura, he had just entered the star transformation realm. But how could such a person withstand his Azure Dragon Sword Chi? A person who had just entered the star transformation realm was almost unscathed after taking his sword? A person who had just entered the star transformation realm could push him back for more than 30 kilometers? Not only was Zhao Qinglong shocked, but his teammates, as well as Cao Mengde and the others on Han Fei's side, all widened their eyes. Cao Mengde exclaimed, "Fuck, Brother Fei. Brother Fei can actually compete with Zhao Qinglong?" Wu Bufan muttered. "Gulp, so strong, but Brother Fei seems to be no match for him." Luo Dafei and Li Chen looked at Wu Bufan as if looking at an idiot. Are you fucking stupid? If Han Fei can match Zhao Qinglong, wouldn't Han Fei be able to enter the god role? Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not stupid. With just one blow, he knew that in terms of combat strength and comprehensive strength, he was no match for Zhao Qinglong. The only things he could use against Zhao Qinglong were the void-stealing technique and the god-sealing spear. However, at this moment, 3 people had been reborn in the god-sealing spear array. Wu Bufan and the others wanted to rush in and kill those people, but the people in Zhao Qinglong's team blocked in front of Cao Mengde and the others. The members of Zhao Qinglong's squad said coldly, "We've given you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you still want to farm points? In your dreams." Wu Bufan said, "Damn it, do you know who I am? Do you believe that I can easily hire someone to kill you with a little money?" Luo Dafei said, "Get out of the way. Go to the Dragon Fighting Street to ask around. Do you know who your brother Dafei is? Get lost before I get angry." The quarrel between Luo Dafei and the others didn't affect Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong. In fact, Luo Dafei and the others were also diverting their attention. Looking at these two people, they felt uneasy. They had to find something to do. Zhao Qinglong said indifferently, "Interesting. Your physique is very strong and has reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm or even stronger. Your strength and comprehensive combat power have also reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. However, your realm is much weaker. If you fully grow to the perfected star transformation realm, you might become a peerless heavenly talent comparable to Feng Yu." Han Fei didn't speak but was quickly calculating in his heart which of the void-stealing technique or the god-sealing spear could deal with this person. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't give Han Fei much time to consider. He simply said, "It just so happens that there's still some time before the competition begins. I'd like to spar with you. Buzz." In the next moment, Zhao Qinglong disappeared and what Han Fei saw was 10 times the speed of light. No, it seemed to have exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei's heart trembled. He remembered what senior brother Azure Dragon said. Sky openers generally couldn't exceed 10 times the speed of light except for some special heavenly talents who had comprehended special powers. However, the speed that Zhao Qinglong showed didn't seem right. It was a speed that almost exceeded normal consciousness and reaction. Han Fei's first reaction was to steal Zhao Qinglong's consciousness, but at that moment, Han Fei was still sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was too fast. The moment his consciousness was born, Zhao Qinglong had already appeared in front of him and his attack had almost fallen on him. However, Han Fei's physique was not weak. This was just Zhao Qinglong's ordinary blow. It was nothing to be proud of to block it. After all, he had been knocked back more than 20,000 kilometers by a single punch. In the next moment, Zhao Qinglong just shook his head and an eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows. Although his eyes lost consciousness for a moment, the third eye suddenly opened and Zhao Qinglong seemed to come back to himself immediately. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. He regained consciousness so soon? This seemed a little beyond his expectations. It hadn't even been a second, right? It had only been an instant. Then, Zhao Qinglong burst out at a terrifying speed 10 times more than the speed of light again. This time, Han Fei stole Zhao Qinglong's speed. Zhao Qinglong staggered in the air and almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, he regained his balance, tapped the ground with one foot, and jumped up again. Rumble. A mountain collapsed and Zhao Qinglong rushed towards him without slowing down. The latest episodes are on the NovLBIN website. However, Han Fei clearly discovered that he seemed to have stolen a special speed, a strange speed of the dragon leaping into the sea of stars, which shuttled through the void. Huh? Han Fei felt that this didn't seem to be the power of a humanoid because he seemed to see a dragon shadow. Han Fei subconsciously activated it, but he still felt a little rusty with it. He subconsciously moved at a weird speed and narrowly avoided Zhao Qinglong's sword. But Zhao Qinglong came too fast. He didn't care that this sword missed. With another backhand slash, he and his sword turned into countless shadows. With Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei didn't completely dodge it, so he stole Zhao Qinglong's Great Dao. This time, Han Fei felt that he was touching an extremely strange Great Dao. It was a dark shadow, and a pair of scarlet eyes glanced at him. In an instant, Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding. Before he felt the Great Dao he had stolen, this Great Dao had already broken free. His void-stealing technique was actually blocked by the other party? How is that possible? Wait, there was another existence in his body. Han Fei clearly knew that he could steal a kind of power even if the target was a monarch. But the scene he saw just now seemed a little different from the power Zhao Qinglong showed. The power unleashed by Zhao Qinglong's Azure Dragon Sword had the power to cleanse the darkness. However, what he saw just now was somewhat dark and evil. Why were these two completely different Dao runes on Zhao Qinglong? Or Zhao Qinglong was both good and evil. One side was Buddha and the other side was devil. That was why there was such a weird situation. Either that, or Zhao Qinglong had also embarked on the path of yin and yang, which gave him this illusion. Or there was another existence in his body. The reason why Han Fei felt that there was another existence in his body was that he had once seen this identical scene. It was the first time he saw the Azure Dragon in the Ideal Palace. At that time, the gaze of the dragon alone could immobilize him. However, according to his understanding, it was impossible for Zhao Qinglong to be from the dragon race, because so far, the dragon race hadn't appeared. Senior brother Qinglong was from the dragon race. If there was a dragon cultivator walking outside, how could he not know? Wait, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Senior brother Azure Dragon and the others had discussed it several times in gatherings. A black dragon of the dragon race had defected. With senior brother Azure Dragon's level, how could the black dragon be simple? It was at least at the monarch level. This also explained why he couldn't steal the other party's Great Dao at all. It also explained why Zhao Qinglong broke free the moment he stole his consciousness. Although Han Fei was confident, he was not as arrogant as to fight a monarch. Bang! Han Fei was blocked by the sword. This time, he only stole the power of the sword and slowed down the surrounding time. Stop! Han Fei was almost pierced through by the sword and golden blood oozed out of his chest. But he didn't care. Instead, he raised his hand. Stop! Fine. You win. Chapter 2366, Brother Fei is angry now. Although Han Fei was reckless, he knew when to be reckless and when not to be. The moment he clashed with Zhao Qinglong, he knew that he was no match for this person. At first, Han Fei was not afraid at all, thinking that even if he was no match for the enemy, he should still be able to run. But now, Han Fei guessed that there was a dragon in Zhao Qinglong's body, a black dragon that ran out of the dragon race, and a mysterious monarch-level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, how could he fight this guy? Han Fei said, I have to admit that I'm indeed no match for you for the time being, so I'll give you the flags and the farming ground. However, Zhao Qinglong, I'll go to you sooner or later. At this moment, Han Fei still showed a tough stance, although he had admitted defeat. He knew that if the other party had a monarch in his body, the god-sealing spear wouldn't be able to seal this guy. Although this person's speed hadn't been fully revealed, he definitely wouldn't be slower than Yi Qingxing. And if the black dragon erupted, as long as he lent a trace of power to Zhao Qinglong, he could even directly break the god-sealing spear array. As for the void-stealing technique, even without the black dragon, it couldn't trap Zhao Qinglong for long. This person walked the path of invincibility, so his will was definitely not weak. He was also a powerhouse at the edge of Dao proving. Even if he could steal his consciousness, it would only work for a very short time. During this period of time, Han Fei was sure that even if the other party let him attack him, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Therefore, all things considered, Han Fei found that it was meaningless to fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. Besides, he might even be beaten. In that case, it was best to leave first. After he completed the birth of the Star Core, his strength would definitely soar. Then when he met this person, he might have some confidence. Han Fei seemed to admit defeat, and Zhao Jinglong took a deep look at Han Fei. On this trip, he only knew that Feng Fei, Wu Shuang, and the others were here and had never paid attention to Han Fei. But after a round of confrontation, he found that this person was abnormally powerful. More importantly, for some reason, he hated Han Fei and wanted to kill him. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei coldly and said indifferently, I will find you in the next round. Zhao Qinglong didn't chase him because it was useless. He didn't intend to kick Han Fei out of the arena now. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at Cao Mengde and the others and said, let's go. What are you looking at? Cao Mengde and the others suddenly shivered and hurried to run towards Han Fei desperately. Then, they left the stand place without any hesitation. Up to now, Han Fei and the others had obtained a total of 3,278 points. After running far away, Cao Mengde and the others exclaimed, shoot, we've challenged a cultivator on the god roll. Bo, Huff, Wu Bufan spewed a mouthful of golden smoke at Cao Mengde and said, save it. Brother Fei challenged Zhao Qinglong head-on. What did you do? He can crush you with one finger, Cao Mengde said. I'm talking about Brother Fei. Zhao Qinglong may be arrogant now, but it's hard to say who will win if they're in the same realm. Luo Dafei echoed. That's right, it's just that Zhao Qinglong is in the perfected star transformation realm. If Brother Fei were given more time, the god roll would be nothing. Li Chen said, he offended my Brother Fei today. He is doomed. Looking at the playboys who were bragging about Han Fei, Yilingling couldn't have felt more awful. What kind of people were these people? That was a legendary powerhouse on the god roll, the god roll. Each of them was a peerless talent who had great luck and countless trump cards. How could Han Fei defeat them? Ye Lingling didn't look down upon Han Fei. In fact, she felt that Han Fei was already very strong. To be honest, she couldn't even see him clearly at all when he fought Zhao Qinglong just now. However, it seemed that the two of them had fought to a draw. To be able to fight to a tie with a powerhouse on the god roll, it was needless to say how strong Han Fei was. However, she felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, it was relative. In this world, there were ordinary people, heavenly talents, top heavenly talents, monstrous figures, and existences that she couldn't understand. In Yilingling's view, Han Fei was between peerless heavenly talents and monstrous figures. Perhaps he was the kind of person that she couldn't catch up with even if she spent her entire life trying. But Zhao Qinglong, a powerhouse on the god roll, was an existence that she couldn't understand. Even if Han Fei didn't say anything, everyone knew that Han Fei couldn't beat him. Otherwise, with Han Fei's personality, how could he easily abandon the farm he had worked so hard to build? Of course, Ye Lingling and the others were also shocked that although Han Fei had lost in the last round, his tone was no weaker than before. It seemed that he was still challenging Zhao Qinglong, but the point was that Zhao Qinglong didn't pursue the matter, which made them raise their judgment on Han Fei's strength again. Han Fei said, okay, we just lost one game. With our points, it shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. However, in order to ensure our advancement, we still have to hunt normally. Hunt normally? Everyone didn't know what Han Fei meant by hunt normally. Had Han Fei ever hunted normally? Obviously not. From robbing the heavenly race repeatedly in the wilderness to making a fortune by storming the dragon fighting street and then to setting up an array to earn points, when had he ever hunted normally? However, they didn't know that after the fight with Zhao Qinglong, a flame ignited in Han Fei's heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt that he was completely defeated. Whether it was physique, speed, strength, soul, or techniques, the other party was not weaker than him. Han Fei suspected that in addition to physique, the other party's speed, strength, and soul might be more than 50% stronger than his. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength. Furthermore, the other party had a monarch black dragon hidden in his body, and what was hidden in his body was an old turtle who only knew how to sleep all day long. Furthermore, it was only in the sky-opening realm. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on the old turtle. If the old turtle returned to his original body and restored all his memories, he probably wouldn't be weak. But this time, Han Fei realized that there was always someone stronger. If you had opportunities, others had them too. Other people's opportunities were not necessarily weaker than yours. The Black Dragon was so powerful that even senior brother Azure Dragon had to remind them. However, the dragon was willing to lie dormant in Zhao Qinglong's body, which meant that Zhao Qinglong was not simple. He had the ability to make the Black Dragon stay in his body. Therefore, this time, Han Fei easily realized that he wasn't strong enough. Or rather, he realized that on the path of cultivation, there would always be strong masters appearing, which were mountains that needed to be conquered. However, as Chao Mengde said, Han Fei didn't think that he would lose if he was in the same realm as Zhao Qinglong. He didn't even need to be in the same realm as him. As long as he could withstand all his strength, he didn't think he would be weaker than Zhao Qinglong. In the eyes of others, Zhao Qinglong was an unreachable peak. In Han Fei's eyes, this person was just a hill on his way. What he needed to do was to flatten him. An hour later, Han Fei and the others encountered a small team carrying a flag. They must have just fought. Since such a squad dared to carry a flag, they couldn't be weak. After meeting Han Fei's team, this squad didn't see Han Fei's team carrying a flag. Firstly, they were not interested, and secondly, they were vigilant. The strong master in the other team said, "Let's go our separate ways, Buzz." As soon as this person said so, Han Fei's figure disappeared. Under the effect of the great Tao of time, Han Fei's speed soared to the fastest, 7.5 times the speed of light. The opponent's cultivator was shocked. "What the hell? Fight me? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, when he was about to attack, he met Han Fei's eyes. In the next moment, he felt that he was in a trance, and then his body was pierced by the power of many complicated great Taos. Bang! Bang! Boom! Han Fei struck 3 times in a row and killed this person. The first blow was all great Taos in one sword. The second blow, 300 invincible fist marks as fast as one punch, penetrated the other party's soul. The third blow was the self-detonation of the infinity water. Of course, this was also because the other party wasn't in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm yet. After all, not every team had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator guarding them. Among the 50,000 teams, only less than 5,000 had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, which was less than 1/10. This could be seen from Han Fei's ranking in the second round. In the second round of qualifiers, Han Fei beat 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and was finally ranked 3,868. From this, it could be roughly inferred that the number of participants in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm was not high, only less than 5,000. And once the opponent was not in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, when facing Han Fei, it was just a matter of how long he could last. Under the shocked gaze of Cao Mengde and the others, a 7-person team was completely wiped out by Han Fei in a total of 6 seconds. "Fuckin'," Wu Bufan said to the others via voice transmission. "Brother Fei is angry now. Let's not provoke him. He can do whatever he wants. We'll just follow him." Chapter 236-7, the third round of qualifiers is over. Wu Bufan and the others saw that Han Fei was angry and became very obedient along the way. In the last hour of the second night, Han Fei had already carried 4 flags. During this period, he defeated 9 teams. Cao Mengde and the others didn't take any action. Han Fei resolved the teams in a moment. But this was not the end of it. In the last 2 hours of the second day, under Han Fei's lead, they found a team with 5 flags. Cao Mengde and the others still didn't have to take any actions. In fact, it might be useless even if they took action. Anyway, it only took Han Fei 43 seconds to pierce through the opponent's peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and finally get 5 flags. Therefore, on the next day, their final score was 2,023 points. On the third day, Han Fei seemed to be in a better mood, and everyone was relieved. In the next 10 days, Han Fei no longer set traps. On the 5th day, Han Fei found Feng Yu. Han Fei didn't go to Feng Xinglu. It was useless to look for him. If the people of the heavenly race came again, he might not be confident in suppressing them again. Who knew if Zhao Qinglong would let go of the heavenly race he had sealed? Besides, Feng Yu was the strongest person on the heaven roll, so Han Fei could rely on her. Han Fei didn't care about the remaining battles of the third round of qualifiers. It wouldn't be a big problem for him to follow Feng Yu and get a few more flags. Of course, this was not the biggest reason why Han Fei came to Feng Yu. The first thing he did when he saw Feng Yu was to say to her via voice transmission, "I saw the Black Dragon." The Black Dragon? Feng Yu didn't react for a moment, but she recalled carefully. Wasn't the first time she heard of the Black Dragon at a gathering of the Void Temple? Hussa, although Feng Yu was surprised, she didn't show it. Could it be that it has transformed into a human form to participate in the 100,000-year competition in the East Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei said. He's hiding in Zhao Qinglong's body. A few days ago, I accidentally met Zhao Qinglong and had a fight with him. I found that the black dragon was hiding in his body. Han Fei believed in his own judgment. He was certain that the feeling brought about by the void-stealing technique was definitely from the dragon race. The failure of the void-stealing technique made Han Fei even more certain that it was the black dragon. Feng Yu asked, "Are you sure? I heard from Senior Brother Azure Dragon that the black dragon is a monarch, right? And I'm afraid it's not a weak monarch." Han Fei said, 90%. How do we deal with this matter? Should we inform Senior Brother Azure Dragon to come over and take the black dragon and his body away? And this guy, why does he have to name himself Zhao Qinglong? I don't think Senior Brother Azure Dragon can bear it, Feng Yu said. We better discuss this matter with Senior Brother Azure Dragon. If the black dragon is really hiding in his body, who can be his match in this 100,000-year competition? Han Fei said. Yes, he probably doesn't know that I discovered his secret. But there's one more thing. This person walked the path of invincibility, and so did I. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the two of us were born enemies. If I've guessed right, he wants to kill me now. Feng Yu was not surprised. She said, 300 years ago, Zhao Qinglong just entered the god role. However, he didn't take the same routine promotion path as me. He didn't participate in the competition in the Central Sea Divine Realm, but directly killed Wang Feng, the former 10th cultivator on the god roll. Therefore, I haven't fought him. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Killing a powerhouse on the god roll, suddenly appearing 300 years ago? According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, it seemed to be 500 years ago when the black dragon defected. Therefore, in terms of time, it was completely matched. On the 12th day, because they followed Feng Yu team, Han Fei's team had a smooth journey. However, Han Fei had never seen Feng Xingliu the whole time. God knew where this guy was fighting. On the 12th day, Han Fei's team's score reached 7,204 points. In the following days, they actually didn't grab many points. Anyway, Han Fei felt that this score was definitely enough to pass the third round of qualifiers. When the last 2 hours passed, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the Black Tower. Coming out with Han Fei were Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others. Cao Mengde remarked with mixed feelings, "It's so exciting. The third round of qualifiers is already so exciting. What will the fourth round of qualifiers be like? Wu Bufan, I really don't understand. Why are there so many rounds of qualifiers? What a headache." Li Chen, I'm afraid there will be casualties in the next round of qualifiers, right? Luo Dafei said. It's very likely. If that's the case, we, at this time, Luo Dafei and the others looked at Han Fei. Of course, they wanted to seek asylum from Han Fei. Anyway, in the third round of qualifiers, many teams knew that they hung out with Han Fei, so there was no need to hide it now. However, Han Fei said, if you can get me the essence blood of a divine beast or a ferocious beast, I can consider doing you a big favor. It includes, but is not limited to, helping you survive, preventing your enemies from assassinating you, or even helping you kill them. If the quality of this essence blood is high enough, I can even help you kill your competitors, or even the main branch competitors. His Say, Cao Mengde, and the others were stunned. Han Fei had charged 1,000,000 kilometers of resources before. If they wanted him to help them kill their opponents, it would still cost 500,000 kilometers. But now, Han Fei proposed to exchange the essence blood of a divine beast or a ferocious beast for his help. This was a fucking opportunity. As a big clan that had existed for countless years, they had abundant resources. Hearing Han Fei's words, Wu Bufan and the others were all tempted. Even if they had to steal, they would steal the essence blood of a divine beast. Han Fei reminded everyone via voice transmission, it's best not to let others know about this. Besides, I don't want any essence blood. I only want good ones. Don't give me the inferior, ordinary, and insignificant ferocious beasts and divine beasts' essence blood. Cao Mengde said, Brother Fei, don't worry. I may not be able to get the resources, but these things are usually used as refining materials. I think I can get some. Wu Bufan said, although the essence blood of high-level divine beasts is difficult to find, if Brother Fei wants it, I can definitely get it for you. Li Chen said, Brother Fei, wait for me. I'll look for it when I get home. Puzzled, Ye Lingling looked at Cao Mengde and the others who looked overjoyed and strange. It seemed that Han Fei had said something to them. Sure enough, she was not on the same side as them. She was just accidentally assigned to the same team. This team relationship should be disbanded from now on. At this moment, Luo Dafei said, Miss Ye, you are an itinerant cultivator in the wilderness. You should already know how terrifying this 100,000-year competition is. If you want to compete for a ranking here, you don't even know what kind of terrifying opponent you will encounter. Miss Yi, if you don't mind, how about being a retainer of the Luo family? In terms of resources and benefits, it should be much better than in the wilderness. Wu Bufan said, Haha, Miss Yi, you can come to our Wu family too. The treatment is good, and more importantly, I'm not a lecher, Cao Mengde said. Miss Ye, you can consider this matter on your own. If you want to stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can contact us. Han Fei's heart stirred. In fact, Wu Bufan and the others were very smart. The power of the family just belonged to the family, and they didn't trust many people in their families. Ye Lingling's strength wasn't weak. When he didn't take much action in the last few days, Ye Lingling's strength had been revealed. If they could recruit such a strong cultivator, she would be a good helper. Even in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it wouldn't be easy to find such a person. Han Fei also nodded slightly. Their proposal is good. You can consider it. Han Fei, As soon as Han Fei said so, Feng Xingliu ran over and hit Han Fei's chest. Why didn't you come to me? I'm exhausted these days. Han Fei smiled. What's wrong? Were you robbed? Feng Xingliu put on a disdainful look. How could I be robbed? Of course, I robbed others. Alas, to be honest, these people are too fierce. I fought almost every hour of the 12 days. Unfortunately, this score is indeed not easy to earn, so I only got 4,212 points. I thought you would come to me. I waited for you for many days, but you just didn't come. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, Not bad. Why would I look for you? I definitely believe in your strength. Do you think I will think you can't pass the third round of qualifiers? Feng Xingliu scratched his head. You're right. I didn't really need your help in the third round. Hey, how many points does your team have? Feng Xingliu, who was familiar with Han Fei, simply grabbed Han Fei's wrist and glanced at it. Immediately, Han Fei felt that his breath stagnated and his body stiffened. Han Fei patted his shoulder. Get used to it. Feng Xingliu, at this moment, the referee said, Everyone, the third round of the qualifiers is over. According to the data on your qualification tokens, the advancement line we have set is 2,378 points. Any team below this point will be eliminated. Husser so high? How many people will you eliminate with such a high score? This is unfair. Some teams are too strong. One member of them can fight a whole team. Isn't this third round of qualifiers unfair? For a time, there was a heated discussion in the field. After a while, when these people had shouted enough, the referee said in a cold voice, If someone can fight your whole team alone, it means that you really can't enter the following competitions. Even if we let you enter, you'll only be eliminated later. Besides, there aren't as many eliminated teams as you think. There are 27,689 eliminated teams this time, a total of 27,661 people, just a little more than half. When the referee gave the specific data, many people fell silent. In terms of whether the competition was fair or not, it was actually relatively fair. In these 12 days, they had enough opportunities to hunt and obtain points. Unfortunately, their strength couldn't allow them to obtain more points, so they were eliminated. There were weak people in their teams, but there were also weak people in other teams. Their teams had strong masters, but the other teams also had strong masters. Therefore, they couldn't blame anyone for being eliminated. Only those who thought they were strong felt that they should be able to enter the final arena. However, the referee told them that they were only eliminated in advance. Otherwise, if they went to the arena and encountered someone of the same level, they would still be eliminated, so it was meaningless. Someone shouted, I'm ranked 39 to 19th, but there are still 160,000 people left. Why am I eliminated in advance? Even if I can't beat them, I shouldn't be in this ranking. The referee said indifferently, the 100,000-year competition is for everyone to watch. It needs cultivators at all levels, not just strong masters. Otherwise, we can just let the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators participate. Why do we need so many people to participate? Chapter 2368, Conditions to Give Birth to a Star Core. Just as the referee said, the 100,000-year competition was not for a small number of people, but for everyone. At that time, those who passed the 4 rounds of qualifiers and entered the arena would be carefully selected. However, those who were chosen in the end would definitely not be paired based on their ranking. There would probably be a suppression in terms of strength. Of course, this was only a guess for now. Only such an arena battle would be exciting. Whether it was those who had entered the star transformation realm or those who hadn't, their fights could be seen clearly. Otherwise, if it was really a battle between cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, to be honest, 80% of the people couldn't even understand it. They could only sit in the auditorium in a daze, which wouldn't help their strength grow. The referee said, all participants who have passed the 3rd round of qualifiers, please gather here in 7 days for the 4th round of qualifiers. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, the ranking on the qualification token has changed again. Hearing that, Feng Xingliu quickly looked down and found that its ranking had become 4,066. Han Fei looked down and found that his ranking had become 39th. Cao Mengde said, I'm 131,120th now. Li Chen was surprised. I'm 140,215th. Wu Bufan said, I'm 141,123rd. Yi Lingling also looked down and found that her ranking had become 98,021st. This ranking had almost doubled, which surprised her. The corners of Feng Xingliu's mouth twitched. In the end, Han Fei's ranking still became about 300th. Although his ranking had dropped, his own ranking had risen. With this in mind, Feng Xingliu couldn't help but be in a great mood. Hey, how about we go pick up Qing Cheng? We've been fighting for 12 days. Let's go have a meal without Feng Yu. At this time, Feng Yu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Are you going to tell senior brother Azure Dragon, or should I?" Han Fei said, "Senior sister, it's better if you tell him. I fought Zhao Qinglong and had an epiphany now. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Feng Yu was surprised. "There are only 7 days away, and you're still going to cultivate in seclusion? Even if you have the great Tao of time, you only have 7 days to accelerate." Han Fei said, "I can't waste these 7 days, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter which of us goes. Let's see if senior brother Azure Dragon will attack the Black Dragon." Feng Yu nodded slightly. "All right, no wonder you've grown so fast. You're really racing against time." Han Fei, did you hear me?" Feng Xingliu shook Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was talking to someone via voice transmission, but he didn't know who Han Fei was talking to. For some reason, Han Fei's soul seemed to be exceptionally powerful, and no matter where his spiritual power touched, it couldn't be detected. This made Feng Xingliu depressed. At this time, Han Fei also felt a gaze, which was from Zhao Qinglong, but Han Fei didn't care. He was sure that the Black Dragon wouldn't investigate the sound transmission between him and Feng Yu. This dragon hid itself very well. In this place, if he dared to reveal his spiritual sense, would he really think that the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty were a bunch of junks? Therefore, Han Fei and Feng Yu could chat without being eavesdropped on by the Black Dragon. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei, then turned around and left, but the look in his eyes was extremely aggressive. Han Fei couldn't help but feel that whenever he encountered someone else taking the path of invincibility, there must be one killed unless the difference was so great that he didn't even have the mood to harvest. Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong were at loggerheads with each other. Even though Zhao Qinglong hadn't found out that he was on the path of invincibility, he had developed a strong desire to kill him. This proved that this was also the end of the path of invincibility. In the end, Han Fei didn't go to the hot pot at the invitation of Feng Xinglu, mainly because his time was too precious now. Zhao Qinglong had already developed a killing intent towards him. This killing intent made him have to work hard to grow up. On his origin star, Han Fei's origin star had already settled. Now, a large amount of earth vein spring water had been born in the ground veins he had created. Because he had enough energy, Han Fei tried crazily to accelerate the birth of the star core. Half a day later, on the origin star, more than 6,000 volcanoes began to erupt, and large black clouds enveloped the sky above the origin star. This time, Han Fei had completely consumed the star core of Yi Qianjing in origin returning. Because it was very close to the last origin returning, this time, Han Fei's origin star almost became a star burning with raging flames. Of course, this wouldn't affect the ground veins. All he needed to do was to sort out the Earth's surface. Now Han Fei could feel that his origin star was filled with terrifying energy. This energy manifested on the surface as burning, but underground as energy shocks scattered in the ground veins. Because Han Fei had already shaped the ground veins, there were no crustal movements or earthquakes for the time being. 3 days later, above the sea of stars, above the flame curtain of the altar, the god of war sent a message. "Oh, it's only been a few days, and you've already completed the ground veins molding?" Han Fei responded. "Senior god of war, I have to be quick. I met a man who is on the path of invincibility. He is a super strong master on the Sea Realm's god roll. I have a feeling that I will have to fight him someday." "God of war, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile first? Why did you mess with a cultivator on the god roll?" Han Fei said. "Who knows when trouble will come. My ground veins have been molded, and the energy on my origin star is overflowing. I feel that it's time to give birth to a star core. So I'd like to check with you. After a star core is born, I should continuously compress the star core, right? Is it to suck back all the energy that is released?" On the fire curtain, the god of war responded, "How does it feel when you take someone else's star core?" Han Fei said. "It contains an extremely rich power of the Great Tao and is extremely repulsive to me. I have to obliterate the aura of the Great Tao in the other party's star core before I can use it for my own use." The god of war said, "Isn't this it? The star core is a core with a base, and the core of the star core is the Great Tao. To be precise, you have to first condense a Great Tao crystal to use it as the base and then cover it with energy. After a long time and the accumulation of countless resources, you can create a star core filled with terrifying energy." "I see. The problem is that I've walked too many Great Taos. What Great Tao should I use to condense a Great Tao crystal?" "God of war, haven't you ever embarked on your own path? The unique Tao that belongs to you?" Han Fei thought about the huge mirror at the end of the road behind the green jade stone bridge. Up to now, he hadn't figured out what his original Great Tao was. If he had to use his original Great Tao as the base of the star core, it would be a little difficult. Han Fei asked, "Do I have to use my original Great Tao?" "My other Great Taos are also very strong." "God of war, logically speaking, it doesn't matter after a star core is born because a star core can be compatible with any Great Tao. However, at the beginning of the birth of a star core, the choice of the star core's base is very important. Only your original Great Tao is most compatible with you. You can condense many Great Tao crystals, but it's best if these Great Tao crystals are only attached to your original Great Tao. In this way, your star core will be perfectly compatible with your own Great Tao. Once the base is born, it will automatically absorb energy. You can carve an array to accelerate energy absorption or let nature take its course. Anyway, from that moment on, your star core will be born. Of course, you have to continue to prepare enough energy and vitality to prevent the star core from absorbing too much energy. The stronger you want to become, the more energy and vitality you need. When that time comes, most people will have insufficient vitality, so they have to reduce the star core's absorption speed. Otherwise, their vitality will be overdrawn. Overdraft vitality? God of War. That's right. The birth of a star core requires sufficient energy and vitality as support. These two are the fundamental power that the star core can maintain the operation of the star. Otherwise, why do you think that all strong masters have to find world origin? World origin is the external manifestation of energy and vitality. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. It's easy to get energy. I can get other people's star cores to provide me with energy. But how can I get vitality? Several spots appeared on the fire curtain, and Han Fei seemed to be able to see the God of War's speechless expression behind the fire curtain. The God of War said, "You can already get a star core from others' origin stars. Can't you deprive them of their vitality too? Don't underestimate the vitality of these origin stars. If they can all be gathered, they'll be no worse than the world origin fruit. Think about it. The lifespan of a sky-opening realm cultivator is at least millions of years. As long as you don't mess around with an origin star, the vitality contained in it will only be more than its owner. Of course, the vitality in different people's origin stars is different for you. You can't measure others with your own." Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he hurriedly sent a message. "Senior God of War, how can I deprive an origin star of its vitality?" The God of War asked. "What I'm curious about is how you obliterated the great Tao contained in the enemy's star core." Han Fei thought to himself, "How can I tell you? I have to keep the demon purification pot a secret. What if you covet it too?" Han Fei immediately said, "My original great Tao can obliterate the other party's great Tao, but I haven't completely understood what my original great Tao is." In the distant sea of stars, the God of War was puzzled. Destroy the other party's Tao? Is there such a Tao? The God of War replied with uncertainty, "I can teach you this technique first, but it's still very troublesome to teach it to you from such a far distance. I'm very weak now. You have to understand the old man. Sacrifice a sky-opening realm creature to me later. Keep the origin star for me. Don't take it away again. It better be within 10 years. How does that sound?" Han Fei said. "If it goes well, it may not even take 10 years. Han Fei thought that if someone died in the 4th round of the qualifiers, then not only could he get the corpse, but he could also get the other party's star core and the vitality in his origin star. This would greatly speed up the birth of his star core. Sure enough, the God of War instantly replied, "Okay, kid, keep your word. Don't take away the star core again, okay? Now take it." Chapter 2369, use death as power above the sea of stars where Han Fei was. A green light suddenly appeared and rushed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany, and a great technique gradually appeared in his mind. Vitality condensation technique. Sky opening realm, ultra quality. Introduction. This is a method of vitality condensation, but this technique violates the law of nature. If you use this technique, you have to suppress all the rules in the area and use your own vitality as the catalyst to condense the vitality in the area. All creatures in the area will feel their vitality draining away. When the vitality is completely condensed, everything in the area will wither and can't be regenerated. The gathered vitality has nothing to do with lifespan. If you swallow it by force, your body will explode and you'll die. After your body explodes, your body will transform into all things and evolve into infinite creatures. Deduced art, not available. Note 1. You've reached the demon purification pot's current deduction limit. If you deduce it again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Note 2. If you use this technique frequently, it will strengthen your hellfire and increase the risk of transcending the tribulation. Seeing the introduction of this vitality condensation technique, Han Fei understood that ethically speaking, this was not a good technique, but it existed to quickly deprive life. And the note said that if he used this technique often, it would increase the danger of his tribulation. It seemed that if he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to pay a price. Feeding his origin star with the vitality contained in others' origin stars was a shortcut. This shortcut saved countless troubles and a lot of time. However, while it was convenient for him, it would affect him negatively in the future. The specific manifestation might be that his heavenly tribulation might be even more terrifying. However, at this point, Han Fei didn't have the time to learn from those old monsters to spend thousands or tens of thousands of years condensing vitality and slowly finishing the star transformation process. If he really did that, he might have died midway and wouldn't have deserved to be Zhao Qinglong's enemy, because if the latter was given so much time, he might have proved his Tao. Han Fei continued to ask, "Senior God of War, then how can I mobilize my original great Tao if I still don't know what it is yet?" God of War, you can use it however you like. Besides, if you don't even know what your original great Tao is, how can I know what kind of great Tao it is? Well, I'm tired. It's very tiring to give you this thing from afar. Let's talk next time. Huff. The fire curtain was extinguished and the god of war had already left. In fact, Han Fei was very curious about how the god of war could give him things from such an infinite distance. Even he couldn't figure out remote chatting. He had asked the god of war once, and the latter said that this was an unknown field for him. However, Han Fei felt that this kind of long-distance chat must be transmitted through some kind of signal, right? But didn't the signal need speed? Could the signal ignore distance and time to send a message? If the signal had speed, how fast could it be? Thinking of Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei couldn't help but think that the speed of more than 10 times the speed of light was already beyond ordinary people's understanding. Now that he was using the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Time, he could reach 7.5 times the speed of light at the fastest. Then how could he continue to surpass the speed of light? He had to ask his senior sister later if she had any insights. After chatting with the god of war, Han Fei got the answer he wanted. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. This east wind was the mirror at the end of the path behind the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei's original Great Tao. In fact, in the past hundreds of years, Han Fei rarely thought of the mirror. The specific reason was that his current physique could no longer withstand the power born from the full outburst of this Great Tao. Therefore, he felt that he was not in a hurry and there was no need to study the mirror first. But now, to give birth to a star core, he needed to use the power of his original Great Tao and condense a Great Tao crystal. This was a little troublesome. It was not troublesome to condense a Great Tao crystal. As long as there were enough Great Tao runes, it would be fine. Just like the god's crystal, to gods, that thing was at their fingertips. However, Han Fei couldn't clearly recognize what his original Great Tao was. Therefore, he was wondering how he could condense the crystallization of his original Great Tao. On the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei lay in the middle of the bridge for a while and looked under the bridge. In the projection, there was both him in front and behind the bridge. On this bridge, he was not himself, but countless versions of himself. He had two sides of yin and yang, no, multiple sides. Han Fei had already figured out the meaning of this level. Han Fei walked down the green jade stone bridge and came to the road behind. This road was nothing special, it was just a difficult road. But this road was mainly to draw out this mirror. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the end of the road in boredom. In front of him, there was a mirror that was infinitely high. In the mirror, Han Fei could see himself and even the road behind him, but he couldn't see the green jade stone bridge behind. My original Great Tao? Han Fei shook his head. Why am I walking on this road? Is this my road? Han Fei clenched his fist and punched the mirror hard. However, his power couldn't shake the mirror at all. Han Fei looked at the mirror at all. No matter what he did, his reflection in the mirror didn't move at all. If this is a mirror, why don't the me in the mirror move when the me outside the mirror moves? Is it me in the mirror? Han Fei sat cross-legged. Everything was ready except for the east wind. If he wanted to condense the crystallization of his original Great Tao, he had to know what his original Great Tao was first. Han Fei had a feeling that if he didn't crack this mirror, he might not be able to give birth to a star core for the time being. After staying here for a year, Han Fei had used all kinds of methods. He tried to communicate with his reflection in the mirror with his soul, tried to penetrate it with his yang soul, tried to blend it with other Great Taos, tried to practice great techniques again, and tried to slash and smash it. However, the mirror remained unmoved, so did his reflection. At this moment, Han Fei was imitating himself in the mirror. The two of them were in the same posture and state, looking at each other. They stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Han Fei activated his original Great Tao. All along, the way he activated his original Great Tao was with his Tao seed. This was the only evidence that his original Great Tao existed. This was because this Tao seed was born out of nowhere. When crossing the green jade stone bridge and establishing this path, Han Fei had always been able to activate his Tao seed, knowing that he was in his strongest state. This chapter is updated by NIVELBLBEIN. N. Now, although he could completely activate the Tao seed, he couldn't withstand this power. At this moment, standing here, he tried to mobilize all his strength in his Great Tao. In fact, he had tried this method countless times, but every time he couldn't fully mobilize all his strength because he couldn't hold on. So Han Fei wondered if it was because he hadn't been able to fully mobilize all his strength, so he couldn't break the mirror. If he could fully exert all his strength in his current state, could he break the mirror? Han Fei seemed to have made a decision. With a thought, he left the green jade stone bridge and his origin sea. In the Sea Establishment Realm Arena, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes because he knew that his original body had come. Han Fei took the risk to come to Zhang Daqian. Of course, he came in his black mist body. Here, Little Fatty popped out with a swish and then turned into a ray of light, entering the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. For such a long time, it had always been Neza with Nine Tails and the Licking Dog, and Zhang Daqian with Little Fatty and Little Gold. With his avatars, they had space to gain experience. But with Han Fei's original body, they could only lie in his origin stars and sleep. At this moment, Little Fatty had already reached the peak of Sea Establishment Realm. After all, it didn't lack resources. After only a moment, Han Fei returned to his origin star. Little Fatty appeared on his origin star and seemed to guess what Han Fei was going to do. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to kill yourself?" Although I can help you be reborn, I only have 5 chances left. Every time I use it, there will be 1 less chance. With a thought, all his resources were gathered here, piling up into an endless resource mountain. Hanfei said, some things have to be done once, and some hurdles have to be overcome once. With that, the green jade stone bridge appeared. Hanfei walked on it, and then little Fatty lost consciousness. Coming to the mirror wall again, Hanfei took a deep breath. Even if he couldn't withstand all the power and exploded, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this was his origin star. All the power of his original body wouldn't disappear and could be reunited. At most, it would take him some time to make up for it. There should be less than 3 days left in the outside world. Even if he died and then was revived, it would take less than 2 years. This was different from previous resurrections. In the past, resurrections had no resources and had to be naturally absorbed from the void. But now, he had plenty of resources and was on his origin star, so the speed of resurrection would be very fast. Huff! Hanfei took off the god's prayer beads and activated his great Tao. In an instant, 3 times his strength erupted, and his body was filled with infinite power. However, this was not enough. Hanfei made up his mind and increased his strength by 4 times. Bang! 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 At that moment, Hanfei's flesh and blood exploded and even began to collapse into mush. However, Hanfei was still conscious at this moment. Roar! 5 times. Crack, crack, crack. When Hanfei shouted 5 times his strength, with the last bit of his consciousness, he punched the mirror in front of him. However, Hanfei thought that he smashed out his fist, but in fact, he was only smashing out a mixture of flesh and bone fragments. Crack. There seemed to be a cracking sound, but Hanfei didn't see anything. At this moment, he had already exploded. At the last moment, he seemed to feel a touch of golden light shining on him. Chapter 2370, Giving Birth to a Star Core Scorching. The moment Hanfei regained consciousness, he felt unusually hot, as if magma-like blood was flowing in his body and he was in the core of the star core. Oh no, all Hanfei could feel was a kind of soul burning. However, in this scorching heat, Hanfei seemed to feel his boiling chi and blood, and every flesh, bone, and meridian in his body was exuding unparalleled heat. Will I experience this when I'm reborn? Why didn't I feel it before? Wait a minute? Hanfei was shocked. That's not right. He suddenly remembered that at the last moment he seemed to hear a shattering sound. Shocked and delighted, Hanfei quickly came back to himself. However, when Hanfei regained consciousness, he suddenly found that he was still standing on the road behind the green jade stone bridge. Yes, this road was personally established by him. How could Hanfei not know it? Hanfei saw a road appear in front of his eyes for some reason, but this road frightened him a little. This was a strange road. Different from the road he was standing on, the road in front of him seemed to be a shadow world outlined by many strange lines. Hanfei could see stones, rocks, and undulating wilderness on both sides of the road, but what constituted their existence seemed to be corroded ruins. What was revealed by various mixed lights and shadows was death, evil, pain, and even inexplicable fear and silence. Different from the strangeness displayed on both sides of the road in front of him turned out to be a yellow mud road. There was fog on the road, but the fog was not rich. Hanfei could vaguely see an extremely tall door at the end of the road. That door was even countless times larger than the bronze door at the entrance of the Void Temple. Therefore, even if his current location might be very far away from the door, Hanfei felt that he could see it. Unfortunately, because of the faint mist, Hanfei couldn't see the specific appearance of the door, nor could he see if there was anything special on the door. However, from the door to where he was now, Hanfei felt that light was shooting from there. Besides, he could feel an abnormal scorching heat. The scorching heat on his soul came from the direction of the giant door. Even now, Hanfei could see faint golden light shining on him through the mist. This was why he felt hot. In addition to the scorching heat, Hanfei also felt an infinite amount of Tao runes. Yes, Hanfei could tell that it was a kind of Tao rune, the kind of power that burst out when activating the Tao seed. Tao runes of my original great Tao? Is this the world behind the mirror? Hanfei suddenly looked back. He could still see that it was the direction of the green jade stone bridge, and what was under his feet was the normal path. Wait, I've been resurrected once? Hanfei hurriedly looked down at his body. At some point, his body had been intact, and at this moment, he wasn't circulating his great Tao. However, Hanfei soon discovered that some earth-shaking changes seemed to have happened in his body. Then, he suddenly felt that there were 100 more drops of golden jade marrow in his bones. Yes, this number was exactly 100 drops. Hanfei knew how difficult it was to get the golden jade marrow. Before he practiced the 9th level of void fishing, he only had a few drops of the golden jade marrow. After that, under the baptism of lightning, his golden jade marrow became 160 drops. After that, through his cultivation and breakthrough, it only increased by 8 drops, totaling 168 drops. But now, for some reason, he had 100 more drops of golden jade marrow. Hanfei couldn't help but think of when he lost consciousness, he seemed to see a golden light in the end, which seemed to submerge into his body. Hanfei felt that he couldn't stand the faint light coming at him. It was too hot. He felt that staying here for a while was extremely painful. He quickly stepped back a few steps and then felt a little better. However, the faint golden light had already shone on the normal path he had established. When Han Fei retreated to the side of the green jade stone bridge, he felt a little more comfortable. But compared to before, Han Fei felt that his original Great Tao had changed. Even when he reached the green jade stone bridge, he still felt a little hot. Han Fei didn't condense a Great Tao crystal immediately because he felt that it was unbelievable that 100 drops of golden jade marrow appeared at once. These 100 drops of golden jade marrow meant that the upper limit of his physique would definitely be greatly increased. However, wouldn't it take a lot of time to nurture so much golden jade marrow? If he missed the 4th round of qualifiers because he stayed on his origin star for a long time, he would be doomed. The origin ground reward would be gone. Buzz! Han Fei came out of the path and happened to meet Little Fatty's eyes. Han Fei asked quickly, "How long have I been in it?" Little Fatty's big eyes revealed a strange look. "Didn't you just go in not long ago?" "It's only been 6 hours. Huh? Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 6 hours? Are you kidding me? 100 drops of golden jade marrow were produced in 6 hours. Han Fei had passed the green jade stone bridge before, but he wouldn't stay there for long, so he hadn't thought about this problem before. But now, he had gained 100 drops of golden jade marrow for no reason, but it only took him such a short time? Oh, I see. By the way, how many more times can you resurrect me? Little Fatty looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. You were not dead just now. Of course, 5 times. Han Fei was shocked and then nodded slightly. Stay here, I'll go in again. After that, the green jade stone bridge appeared again. When he reached the bridge, Han Fei exclaimed, Fuck, I was not dead? Then how did I reshape myself? With 5 times the strength, shouldn't my body explode? Even if I can reshape my body, I should have consciousness. Why don't I even have the basic consciousness? There was no reason for all the strangeness, nor could he find the reason. Han Fei felt that if he could walk on the road of loess and mud, he might be able to detect something. Han Fei did so. The moment he walked onto the road of yellow soil against the scorching heat, he felt that his whole body was burning. Damn it, it's burning. Han Fei felt that the soles of his feet and his body were both hot. Fortunately, he was not burnt to death, or rather, he had just taken the first step, so he was not burnt to death. But if he walked further in, he might be roasted directly. Forget it, I'll walk this road later. I must still be too weak. I'll definitely be burnt to death if I force my way forward. Han Fei didn't bother to think about how he could rebuild himself. Since time passed very slowly in his origin star, he should be able to condense the great Tao crystal more quickly. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, Tao runes swirled in front of him and were compressed. After a long time, a fist-sized golden crystal appeared in front of him. When Han Fei sensed this rich original Great Tao, he knew that he could condense a Great Tao crystal. After condensing it, Han Fei retreated as if escaping. Halfway through, Han Fei looked back. He had a question in his heart. Since there was still a way forward, why did there have to be a mirror erected there before? Strange. Han Fei didn't know what was going on with his original Great Tao. The green jade stone bridge, the Great Tao of Mist, the mirror wall, the Loess Road, and the distant giant gate were all fancy and inexplicable. Even though he had broken the mirror wall, he still knew nothing about his original Great Tao. Han Fei came out again, and Little Fatty's big eyes were still staring at the place where he disappeared. Han Fei asked, "How long was I gone?" Little Fatty said, "Dozens of seconds. It's very short anyway." "Okay," Han Fei's heart stirred. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll send you back." Little Fatty glanced at the resources piled up like a mountain and couldn't help but ask, "Can I take some resources back?" "Heh, go ahead. You can't take much anyway." Little Fatty didn't hesitate at all. He plundered at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers of resources. He didn't stop until his origin sea was full. Han Fei didn't expect that he wouldn't use Little Fatty this time. After sending Little Fatty away, Han Fei returned to his origin sea. He first activated his Great Tao to see his current endurance. After the test, Han Fei was roughly sure that his upper limit of endurance was about 3.5 times without the support of the god's prayer bead and the others. The limit didn't increase much, but it still increased. Then, he increased his strength by 3.5 times and walked on the yellow mud road for a while. He walked forward for nearly 10,000 meters, but it was getting hotter and hotter. The power burning his soul made him unable to withstand it, so he retreated. However, Han Fei could also tell that when he activated his original Great Tao, he could indeed walk a section of the Yellow Earth Road. He could even feel that if he stayed here for a long time, it seemed to be able to strengthen his physique and soul. Although it wasn't a lot, this was rare. Could he cultivate in his own Great Tao again? 1 month later. In the core of the origin star, a total of 9 Great Tao crystals floated in front of Han Fei. With the original Great Tao crystal as the main body and the 8 secondary Great Taos as the auxiliary. In fact, as long as Han Fei was willing, he could add 80 auxiliary Great Taos. However, what he pursued was essence. Furthermore, auxiliary Great Taos could be fused into the star core at any time. It wouldn't be a problem to put as many as he wanted now. The 8 Great Taos he had chosen were the Great Tao of Yin Yang, the great Tao of space, the great Tao of gravity, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, the great Tao of invincibility, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of life borrowing, and the great Tao of speed. Han Fei felt that it was best to cultivate speed alone. The speed was sometimes too helpful in combat. Unfortunately, he didn't have time now. Otherwise, he would have studied it carefully to see how to quickly increase his speed. After the base of the star core was completed, Han Fei connected the ground veins he created to the base of the star core. Immediately, Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of energy gathering. The energy surged like a tide, and the great Tao crystals were immediately enveloped and sank into the energy vortex. At this moment, Han Fei's star core was finally born. Chapter 2037-1, The Heaven-Defying Scale of the After the Star Core was born, Han Fei suddenly felt that his origin star seemed to be nurturing his original body. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have an epiphany. When the time was right, he could connect the spiritual heritages of his original body with the ground veins of his origin star. Then, his original body would be directly connected to the star core, making the star core become his second heart. Then, he would be able to achieve a leap in strength. However, he couldn't do it now. He had to wait until the preliminary growth of the star core was over. Although the star core had just been born and could absorb the energy of the origin stars crazily, there was too much energy in his origin star. According to this sucking method, it would take at least 1,000 years for the energy in his origin sea to gather. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that it took 300 to 500 years to release the energy of the 2 star cores he gained. The recovery was slower than the release. 1,000 years. Even if it was in his origin star, how could Han Fei be willing to wait? He immediately began to engrave a large energy storage array outside the star core. A year later, Han Fei had made several improvements. Considering the speed at which the star core was condensed, if it was too fast, it would expand too much. Therefore, he set up a space array to compress the energy here and strengthen the density of the star core. In the end, Han Fei finally managed to increase the speed at which the star core gathered energy by about 10 times. However, there were also disadvantages, which was that if the energy storage array was exposed to energy shocks for a long time, it would be easily destroyed and corroded. Therefore, according to the time flow on his origin star, an energy storage array could only last less than 200 years. Sure enough, in essence, I'm not that kind of rare genius. Han Fei really didn't understand how Feng Yu could reach the perfected star transformation realm at the age of 1800. It was simply incomprehensible, unbelievable, and inexplicable, which made Han Fei very jealous. Han Fei bet that if he didn't have time acceleration, it would take him 8,000 years to reach the perfected star transformation realm. But Han Fei didn't panic. With the energy storage array, 1,000 years could be shortened to 100 years. The flow of time in his origin star was different from the outside world. 100 years would only take about 4 months. In this case, although the 10,000-year competition was coming, it was clearly not something that could be completed in 4 months. Therefore, theoretically speaking, it might take him 4 months, or at least 3 months, to connect his original body more closely with his origin star. However, there was still 1 day before the 4th round of qualifiers. Unfortunately, the time was too short. In the past few days, it was already very impressive that he could go from molding the ground veins to nurturing a star core. At least, he had already had a life and death experience. Although he hadn't really died, it at least meant that he had the courage to face death. Of course, with little Fatty around. Follow current novels, ONNN Oval B in. Buzz, Han Fei returned to the outside world. His courtyard was empty. After the 3rd round of qualifiers, Han Fei said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. He didn't know if Feng Xingliu came to find him, but whether he came or not, it was impossible for him to find him. So, Han Fei turned around and went to Feng Yu's house first. The place where Feng Yu lived was easy to find. It was residence A2. When Han Fei came, Feng Yu was sitting cross-legged in the yard, seeming to be cultivating. Seeing Han Fei coming, Feng Yu said angrily, "Little junior brother, aren't you cultivating too hard? I asked someone to visit your yard 6 times, but you weren't there even once. Are you cultivating in the Sea of Stars?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Ha! Well, I had an epiphany from the battle with Zhao Qinglong. Yes, I was." Feng Yu rolled her eyes and said, "I've been waiting for you here these past few days. I didn't go anywhere." Alas, it seems that it's not good to be a senior sister. When I was the little junior sister, it was simply too comfortable. Han Fei, changed the topic. "Senior sister, what did senior brother Azure Dragon say?" Feng Yu said. "Senior brother Azure Dragon told us to be careful and not to make this person our enemy. If we're already his enemy, then," as she spoke, she took out a blue dragon scale, which stunned Han Fei. Name heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon introduction. This is the heaven-defying scale of a monarch dragon. It can be activated with essence blood to strengthen the body and soul and help one temporarily acquire some combat power of the monarch dragon. It requires a lot of energy and resources to use it. Quality ultra-quality godly weapon. Number of use times, 1, can't be reforged. No need to refine it. When Han Fei saw this scale, he roughly knew the result of the communication between Feng Yu and senior brother Azure Dragon. Han Fei asked, Senior Brother Azure Dragon gave it to me? Feng Yu nodded. Yes, this is the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale. If you're really forced to fight him to the death, you can use this scale. We each have one such scale. Whoever fights him can use it. However, we'd better not use it at the same time. This is because if we use the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale at the same time, it might expose our identities as disciples of the Void Temple. Huan Fei suddenly looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said, there's nothing to be surprised about. Although Senior Brother Azure Dragon is a dragon and lives in seclusion, a long time ago, Senior Brother Azure Dragon also appeared and was invincible. Senior Brother Azure Dragon isn't sure if anyone in the Divine Capital Dynasty will recognize his scales. Han Fei thought for a moment. What if our identities as disciples of the Void Temple are exposed? Feng Yu pondered for a while. Nothing. Most powers in the Sea Realm naturally don't dare to fight the Void Temple and the Time Temple. However, if the identity of a disciple of the Void Temple is exposed, I'm afraid we have to be careful of the Time Temple and the Immortal Temple. Once we are targeted by these two temples, it won't be easy for us to travel around and explore the Sea Realm freely. Han Fei couldn't help but bare his teeth. Well, Han Fei didn't want to fight the two temples now. Compared to others, he was an itinerant cultivator and had many things to do. Once he was targeted by the two temples, how could he do anything? Furthermore, Feng Yu shouldn't expose her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple at this moment. Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Perhaps after this 10,000-year competition, if she obtained an origin ground, she would be able to prove her Tao. If her identity was exposed, once the two temples or someone with ill intentions tampered with her monarch-level heavenly tribulation, it would be a big matter. As if seeing Han Fei's worry, Feng Yu said, don't worry. The worst outcome isn't as bad as you think. With eldest senior brother, it's almost impossible for others to destroy my monarch-level tribulation. Once I become a monarch, even if the two temples find out about my real identity, they probably won't come after me because I've already proved my Tao. It's meaningless for them to come after me. As for you, junior brother, if he encounters you, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to walk the latter stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei frowned slightly. Can the Black Dragon appear in the Divine Capital Dynasty? Feng Yu said. I've asked this question. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that he would tell Great Monarch East Marshal not to let the Black Dragon get his way. Therefore, using the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale is the worst-case scenario. Theoretically speaking, Zhao Qinglong won't completely borrow the power of the Black Dragon. However, the Black Dragon can lend him a little power. Besides, with his strength of the perfected star transformation realm, little junior brother, you shouldn't be a match for him now. Therefore, my suggestion is not to fight him. Han Fei shook his head slightly. On the path of invincibility, either he dies or I die. If we don't fight in the Divine Capital Dynasty, we'll have to fight after we leave the Divine Capital Dynasty. Besides, when the fourth round of qualifiers ends and the arena matches begin, I'll probably still encounter him in the end. Feng Yu nodded slightly. It's best if I meet him first. Apart from the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale, I'm also a member of the Phoenix Divine race. How can I not have other means? So, junior brother, don't worry. Han Fei was worried that he would have to fight Zhao Qinglong in the fourth round of the qualifiers. Zhao Qinglong didn't take action in the third round, probably because he knew that he couldn't kill him. He let him pass the third round of qualifiers so that he had a chance to kill him later. Han Fei's eyes turned ruthless. Senior sister, I'm going to find Feng Xinglu first. Feng Yu was surprised. Why are you looking for him? He's fooling around with a bunch of playboys all day long, and I've taught him a good lesson 5 or 6 times. He's just as useless as before. And you shouldn't hang around with the trash either. Han Fei laughed to cover up his embarrassment, but Feng Yu didn't know that although these people were playboys, they had a lot of connections. Under Feng Yu's stare, Han Fei ran away with a swish. When Han Fei came to Feng Xinglu, he found that these guys were actually playing a kind of chess game called 4 Seas War Chess. This kind of chess game was based on the 4 major divine realms. Each battalion would be allocated 36 chess cards, and they were using the method of dark chess. The essence of 4 Seas War Chess was gambling. When Han Fei arrived, 2 tables of 4 Seas War Chess were set up in the courtyard of Feng Xinglu. The 4 people, including Feng Xinglu and Wu Bufan, all held a big pipe in their mouths, smoking and roaring from time to time. At this moment, Wu Bufan spewed out a mouthful of golden smoke and shouted, "Explode! I'll kill you with my ultra-quality godly weapon chess piece." Feng Xinglu stepped on the stool. "Hey, you have an ultra-quality godly weapon chess piece, but I don't have it? Ha ha ha, let's die together, smack. Who hit me?" Feng Xinglu was about to scold the one who hit him, but when he saw it was Han Fei, he immediately said unhappily, "Hey, I'm playing chess." "Don't spoil the mood," Han Fei said angrily. "Chess my ass. Wu Bufan, Kalmungda, how is it going?" Chapter 2372 Blood Essence of a Divine Beast. Because of Han Fei's arrival, the others stopped playing chess. Wu Bufan and the others had actually been waiting for Han Fei here. Seeing Han Fei arrive, they didn't hide it. Immediately, Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, I got something." "Look what I got. The essence blood of the prehistoric ferocious beast, Heaven Sea Conch." When Wu Bufan took out something, a fierce light suddenly flashed. Han Fei stomped and directly covered the courtyard of Fengxing Liu. Han Fei said, "Keep a low profile. What are you doing? Are you afraid that others don't know that we have a treasure here?" Wu Bufan hurriedly chuckled. Okay, I'll keep a low profile. Han Fei nodded slightly, but the thing that Wu Bufan took out just now was already sealed, but it was still fierce and looked very extraordinary. Then Salmungda said, as if presenting a treasure, "Brother Fei, mine is not that fierce. This is the essence blood of the divine beast, the divine tide whale blood, a powerful divine beast ranked in the top 10,000 on the divine beast list." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Show me." Then Han Fei looked at Wu Bufan. "Show me yours too." Fengxing Liu was dumbfounded. He didn't know why Han Fei began to collect the essence blood of divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts. When Salmungde took out the blood of the divine tide whale, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei felt that the humidity in the yard had increased by 1 level. "Oh my god," Han Fei asked. "What else is there?" Luo Defei quickly said, "Brother Fei, I have the blood of a divine beast, green water qilin." Han Fei frowned slightly. He already had that thing. He shook his head. "That one won't do." Li Chen immediately sneered. "I told you, the green water qilin blood is nothing. He just made a name as a divine beast." "Brother Fei, I have the thick earth dragon turtle blood here," Zhou Run said. "Brother Fei, I have the essence blood of the prehistoric ferocious beast, jellyfish immortal, Fide." When everyone took out the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts that they had obtained, Han Fei couldn't help but look at the information of the demon purification pot. Number of races in the infinite ocean, 2096 2000 1056. Owners the 200,000 1/16th and nearby bloodlines, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, heaven sea conch, divine tide whale, jellyfish immortal, thick earth dragon turtle, blood dragon shark, sky strike jade shell, star scorpion, recommended bloodlines ester divine tide whale, thick earth dragon turtle, jellyfish immortal, blood dragon shark, sky strike jade shell, star scorpion US, star scorpion First of all, the green water qilin blood that had appeared before didn't appear in the nearest bloodline. However, what surprised Han Fei was that the essence blood of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts that Wu Bufan and the others got were about the same level. Could it be that they could only get this level? Wait, Han Fei was surprised. It seemed that the Heaven Sea Conch didn't appear in the recommended bloodlines, which meant that the Heaven Sea Conch was of a higher level than other creatures. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Wu Bufan, although I don't know much about other things, I'm more or less familiar with them. But what species is the Heaven Sea Conch?" Wu Bufan immediately grinned and said, "Brother Fei, I'm not sure either. However, I checked an ancient book in my family and it said that the Heaven Sea Conch was a spiritual beast that helped the gods deliver their oracles in ancient times. It's called an oracle. However, it's clearly a ferocious beast." Many people in the Wu family wanted to extract the Heaven Sea Conch bloodline to strengthen themselves, but in the end, they went crazy. No one could withstand the ferocity of the Heaven Sea Conch. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In any case, this was a good thing. Han Fei immediately said, "Wu Bufan, your essence blood is worth 1,000,000 resources to me. In the future, if someone from your Wu family wants to attack you in the trial, I can help you kill him, even if this person is from the Wu family's main branch, or you can tell me if you have any other thoughts." Wu Bufan was immediately refreshed and took a deep breath. "Brother Fei, is it true?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Of course, I was paid to help you." Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Bufan enviously. Among all the essence blood of so many divine beasts and ferocious beasts, Han Fei only took a fancy to Wu Bufan's Heaven Sea Conch. In the next moment, Han Fei said, "I want the essence blood of all the other divine beasts and ferocious beasts, except for the common goods like the green water qilin blood. However, their value is definitely not comparable to the Heaven Sea Conch. I can provide protection for your subsequent competitions and help you resist the sneak attacks of other strong masters of your race. If it's convenient and suitable, I can also help you kill the members of your family who are not from the main branch and are malicious towards you. Besides, from now on until the end of the 10,000-year competition, I won't ask you for resources anymore. After all, these essence bloods of divine beasts and ferocious beasts were all priceless. Besides, as for the protection, it was actually only protection in the 4th round of qualifiers. This was because, according to speculation, only in this round would there be deaths. Furthermore, even if there would be deaths in this round, the percentage of deaths wouldn't be high. After all, the longer the selection went on, the stronger the remaining cultivators were. Most of the participants were from the East Sea Divine Realm. It was unreasonable and meaningless that a large number of Sky Opening Realm cultivators were killed because of one competition. Therefore, Han Fei felt that no matter what the rules of the 4th round of qualifiers were, the probability of death wouldn't be too high. After Han Fei accepted all their essence blood, he added, "Of course, if any of you think the remuneration I give you is not enough, you can take the essence blood back. I won't force you." Salmungda immediately said, "How can we do that? We've already got it for you. How can we take it back?" "Brother Fei, aren't you looking down on us?" Li Chen nodded. "Yes, the essence blood of a divine beast is nothing. I can't take it back. That's right, Brother Fei, just take it as a toy. The most embarrassing one was Luo Dafei. His green water Qilin blood was regarded as a common commodity, but in fact he was not confident when he took it here. Now it seemed that this bloodline was garbage and worthless indeed. However, Han Fei thought that since he had agreed to help so many people, it didn't seem right for him to ignore Luo Dafei. Therefore, Han Fei said, Dafei, fine, give me your green water Qilin blood too. I can protect you, but I won't help you kill the strong masters of your clan, okay? Luo Dafei's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you, Brother Fei. I won't cause trouble. After sending them away, Feng Xingliu asked in confusion, why do you want so much divine beast essence blood? Do you have a way to improve your bloodline? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu in shock. How do you know? The latest episodes are on the NoVLBIN website. Feng Xingliu said indifferently, it's not hard to guess. What's the use of the essence blood of a divine beast other than improving your bloodline? Drawing arrays or engraving talismans? In fact, they know very well that you'll probably only choose one or two, but you want them all. Han Fei thought to himself, God knows how useful these essence bloods will be. It was used when I created Zhang Daqian. Feng Xingliu said, let's go. You've already driven them away. Let's go eat hot pot with Feng Qingcheng. Han Fei shook his head. No, I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Xingliu was stunned. Didn't you just finish your cultivation? Why are you cultivating again? The 4th round of qualifiers is tomorrow, Han Fei said. You know that I need to stabilize my origin star after I transform my origin C into a star, and I've gained a lot of insights recently. Eat it yourself. I should be free soon. After bidding farewell to Feng Xingliu, Han Fei returned to his residence and eagerly observed the essence bloods of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. In the end, he chose the essence blood of the thick earth dragon turtle. The thick earth dragon turtle was not a divine beast, but a real prehistoric ferocious beast. This creature was a turtle with a dragon head and a dragon tail. Its defense was extremely strong, and it could unleash its innate ability, absolute defense, to block all damage under a certain realm for a certain period of time. The thick earth dragon turtle was relatively rare. It was an extremely rare ferocious creature with an irritable personality, mainly because there were too many people looking for trouble. Because the thick earth dragon turtle was full of treasures, once it was discovered, it would cause a storm of blood. Devour. In his origin star, Han Fei cultivated for a moment, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 10 Phi level, 10 Ying star transformation, bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean, the 2001 6th evolving, 0 way 13064 years, immortal chi, 420,000 soul, 7.15 origins, 715 750 564 points, perception range, 71119 star powers, 719 293 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang spirit swallowing 5 and deity 7 575,565 times 75,000 50,000 570 minders. Level 99, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 101, main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra quality. After seeing the new template, Han Fei wasn't too surprised. His strength increased by 100,000 waves, exceeding the soul for the first time. This should be because of the 100 more drops of golden jade marrow. Han Fei looked at the power of his soul for a long time and his heart stirred. From now on, he had to find a way to cultivate the soul. This was because once the Star Core was born, his physique would definitely become stronger. Although theoretically speaking, his soul should also become stronger, it definitely wouldn't be that strong. If his physique kept getting stronger, the gap between his soul and strength would be widened again. At present, the difference between the two was 41,729 points. According to the interchangeable characteristics of the two, the extreme balance could be reached in a few days. But Han Fei thought that it wouldn't make much difference anyway, and his foundation was very solid now. In order to deal with the 4th round of qualifiers, he better make up for it with energy crystals first. Chapter 2037-30, If You Don't Have the Courage to, in the Outside World. The next day, Han Fei came out of his origin star and went straight to the 101st island, which was the competition area for the sky-opening realm. Brother Fei, here. Sao Mengde and the others waved at Han Fei. They knew that Han Fei had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so they didn't disturb him. At this moment, they were all eagerly waiting for Han Fei, who was their savior. Whether or not they could pass the 4th round of qualifiers depended on Han Fei. Han Fei, here. Feng Xingliu was staying with them, and Feng Yu looked at them from afar with a look of disdain. All of them, including Han Fei, were despised by Feng Yu. Han Fei said, "Hey, you're early." Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, we've been waiting here for a long time." "Well, Brother Fei, let me tell you something." Then, Wu Bufan said via voice transmission, "Brother Fei, it's up to you whether we can survive this time." When Wu Bufan finished speaking, the others also looked at Han Fei and nodded slightly. It seemed that they had all placed their hopes on Han Fei. Han Fei's heart did a flip. At this moment, Wu Bufan, Cao Mengde, and the others all looked relatively solemn. This made Han Fei feel that something was wrong. This fourth round of qualifiers was probably not simple. He looked around. Compared to the first time he came to the 101 First Island, this time there were only about 160,000 people. Logically speaking, there were only 160,000 people left, so they could directly participate in the arena matches. As long as there was one round, half of the people could be eliminated. Besides, in this round, there were many relatively ordinary people. Of course, at this time, no matter how ordinary they were not weak. But now, the Divine Capital Dynasty had their own thoughts. When the referee appeared here, everyone knew that there must be a new rule. The referee's face was as indifferent as ever. Without hiding anything, he said, "First of all, congratulations to all the contestants present. You can pass the first 3 rounds of qualifiers and come to the 4th round. But next, I will tell you a cruel fact. In the 4th round of qualifiers, there will be a nearly 20% chance of death. Therefore, if you want to quit now, you can choose to quit. Once you choose, you can't go back on your word." Buzz. However, before this, there had been rumors that there might be deaths in the qualifiers. Originally, most people didn't believe it. This world needed strong masters. Although in most places in the Sea Realm there were just ordinary survival games, some places were still relatively cruel, such as the Sky Crater world where people fought all year round, or the exploration of distant stars. Furthermore, sky openers were not sea establishers. Of the 160,000 people, even if only 10% died, there would be 16,000. 20% meant more than 30,000 sky opening realm cultivators. How many sea establishment realm cultivators would it take to produce 160,000 sky openers? Furthermore, these more than 30,000 people were not weaklings who had just opened the sky. They had been selected through the wilderness auditions of the East Sea Divine Realm and the 3 qualifiers of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Which one of them wasn't a heavenly talent? How could the Divine Capital Dynasty tolerate so many heavenly talents dying in just a qualifier? Sure enough, someone immediately questioned, "It's just a competition. Everyone came here to grow and fight other cultivators to verify themselves and learn to grow. Why is there a mortality rate? That's right, we're all in the sky-opening realm and have entered the star transformation realm. Isn't this a joke? It's just a qualifier. There aren't even any rewards. Why is there a mortality rate?" For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. However, the referee was unmoved and shouted, "I will tell you the reason after you make your choice. Now, since you are here, please choose whether or not to participate in the 4th round of qualifiers." At this moment, the aura of the referee emerged, and a terrifying suppressing pressure suddenly suppressed everyone. Hiss, many people were shocked. Even Han Fei was shocked. This referee suppressed the entire audience alone? Is he a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? Definitely not. He was a monarch. Immediately, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Fuck, the Divine Capital Dynasty sent a monarch to be the referee. Before this, no one had noticed it. Even Han Fei didn't notice it. This powerful monarch forced everyone present to make a choice without knowing the rules before the game. Most people could guess the reason. This monarch wanted to see if they had the courage to face the 4th round of qualifiers without knowing anything. However, most people felt that courage was courage, but it was not as important as their lives. They had already entered the star transformation realm. 20% of them would die, which would be more than 30,000 people. In the wilderness, how many years would it take to kill so many people? Even if it wasn't 10,000 years, it would be thousands of years. However, the referee didn't care. There were only 2 paths for them now. They could either break through or leave. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure. Perhaps it was because they knew that they were actually weaker than most people here. After all, the people left behind weren't all strong masters. Based on his own strength and the overall strength of the remaining people, that person felt that it was probably difficult for him to compete with these people. There were only 160,000 people left, which meant that for every 3 people he met, there might be one ranking among the top 50,000. This was too fucking dangerous. Therefore, someone shook his head. "My lord, I quit." A man shook his head. He came here for opportunities, not to die. Now he didn't see any opportunities, but he was going to die first. Who was willing to do this? He felt that even if he quit now, he could still watch the arena game. It would be equally exciting. He could learn a lot of things and get a lot of inspiration from it. Why should he risk his life to fight for the unknown? He had stayed until now just because he had a strong captain in the previous team. Even if he passed the 4th round, how many rounds could he fight in the ring? Therefore, this person was very determined. As soon as someone made an example, many people immediately followed suit. Most of these people were the weaker members of their teams in the 3rd round of qualifiers. They were not confident to face the 4th round of qualifiers. However, some people were different. For example, Ye Lingling, although she was no longer in Han Fei's team, she saw that Han Fei, Cao Mengde, and the others didn't move at all. It was natural for Han Fei to stay, but Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others were all famous playboys in the Divine Capital Dynasty. She had asked around these days, and these people were described as trash. In addition, in the 3rd round of qualifiers, Ye Lingling had observed them. Even if they took out their godly weapons, their strength was not very strong, but they still dared to stay. Why didn't she dare? It was impossible that the fourth round was also a team competition. It would be meaningless to compete like this. For them, the fourth round might be very dangerous. However, these big shots still chose to go. This meant that even if the fourth round was dangerous, there was a reason why they had to attend it. In conclusion, the pros had outweighed the cons. Even if she would die, she had to have a try. Unfortunately, most people were not as observant as Ye Lingling. Voices rose and fell in the crowd. After half an hour, more than 13,000 people had proposed to quit. As for the rest, although many people were hesitating, they felt that even if the fourth round was dangerous, it wouldn't be so dangerous. Among the remaining people, there were still many people who had just entered the star transformation realm. If it was easy to die in this realm, why was the death rate only 20%? Therefore, they felt that the rules definitely protected them. At this time, the referee shouted, "Anyone else want out?" The monarch referee roared 3 times, and less than 100 people chose to quit. Then, the referee said coldly, "Since no one quits, you can't quit even if you want to now. Now let me tell you about the fourth round of qualifiers." The referee said, "In the fourth round of the qualifiers, you will go to an extremely powerful origin ground. It's a very dangerous place, a world of the strong, a world of demonic creatures. Isn't it normal to have casualties in such a place? 20% because you are all star transformation realm cultivators. Otherwise, the mortality rate would be much higher." With that said, the referee sneered. As for the reward, this is an unopened origin ground. It itself is a reward. This origin ground contains countless treasures. As long as you survive, you won't suffer any losses. Hiss, an origin ground? An origin ground that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators? It's actually undeveloped land. How many resources does such an origin ground have? No wonder there is a 20% chance of death. However, it's a bargain. Those who stayed were overjoyed. Most of the people here had never been to the origin ground. Even if they had been there by chance, they would only experience the benefits of the origin ground. As for the mortality rate, well, most of the origin ground was hidden in the Sea of Stars. If they really went there, the mortality rate would be more than 20%. Immediately, the people who stayed behind even cheered and rejoiced. This was because they had mostly come for opportunities, and this fourth round of qualifiers was an opportunity. Those who chose to quit were dumbfounded after hearing the rules of the fourth round of the qualifiers. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of meaningless deaths. If they were told in advance that the fourth round of qualifiers was to explore a super origin ground, they didn't think they would give up. Looking at the more than 10,000 people who looked surprised and even disappointed, the referee looked over with pity and disdain. He said, "Great Monarch East Marshal once said that if you don't have the courage to die, how can you have the glory to live? It's impossible for you to become great." Chapter 2030-74, 100 Herb Demon. Next to Han Fei, Sao Mengde couldn't help but click his tongue. What a bunch of fools. They've already passed the third round, but they just gave it up. Stupid, Wu Bufan said. After all, not everyone is well informed. If they were informed in advance, would so many people quit? Feng Xingliu, you speak as if you've known in advance. Why didn't you tell us that? Wu Bufan said, "Brother Xingliu, we didn't know it, but guessed it. Besides, we can't tell anyone about it, or we might be punished. But don't worry, Brother Xingliu and Brother Fei, this is just the fourth round of qualifiers. It won't be a problem for you." Han Fei's heart stirred. "I think in this round of qualifiers, you are facing both a life and death crisis and a great opportunity, right?" At this moment, Sao Mengde and the others couldn't help but nod. That was the truth. If they really planned to idle around for the rest of their lives, it didn't matter. They could choose not to participate and continue to fool around on the Dragon Fighting Street. However, once people had great power, who would be willing to stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Could they stay for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years? Humans had their own pursuits and wouldn't be willing to live a mediocre life. Even the playboys would be tired of living a befuddled life someday. Han Fei had seen them fight before. It could be seen that none of these guys had used their full strength. They were hiding their strength, waiting for a chance to turn the tables. The main reason why they all came to Han Fei through Feng Xingliu was that Han Fei was ruthless, independent, and unscrupulous. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, he dared to challenge the heavenly race and even kill Yi Qingjing in public. This ruthlessness and reckless spirit was the main reason why they came to cooperate with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't ask further. It was up to them when they showed their fangs. The referee continued, "Before the fourth round of qualifiers begins, everyone needs to know a few things. The fourth round of qualifiers would last for 3 years. You can't leave the arena in advance for this round. You have to wait until the 3-year period is up. Although you can enter your origin sea, you better wait at the origin ground when the 3-year period is up. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way back from the Sea of Stars. By immersing your mind into the qualification token, you can obtain basic information about this origin ground. You will have a mission indicator that you will know when you check your qualification token." After the referee finished explaining the rules, he waved his hand, and the entire floor of the Black Tower behind him seemed to be covered by misty light, turning into a teleportation channel. After everyone entered one after another, Han Fei and the others came directly to the Sea of Stars. Obviously, the Black Tower sent them to the Sea of Stars. But above the Sea of Stars, a huge crack appeared here. Obviously, this was the channel to the so-called origin ground. The referee announced, the 4th round of the qualifiers is about to begin. Participants, please enter the arena immediately. Han Fei exchanged a glance with Feng Fei and then with Feng Yu. Feng Fei didn't intend to go with them. In fact, they didn't need Feng Fei to carry them. Feng Fei was curious about what little junior brother and Feng Xinglu were up to. At the moment when they were about to enter, Cao Mengde handed Han Fei a few tokens and said, Brother Fei, with this thing, you can roughly sense our locations. Okay, with that, Han Fei accepted the items and walked into the entrance without hesitation. Buzz. The entrance to the origin ground controlled by the Divine Capital Dynasty had been arranged into a random teleportation entrance. It was not that the Divine Capital Dynasty insisted on doing so. This was something they had carefully considered. Because the origin ground was very vast, if they gathered people at the beginning, they would inevitably be in groups. It was not forbidden to form teams. However, if they invaded in teams, it was very likely to suffer the strongest backlash. It might even cause the death rate of the participants to be at least 30% or even 40%. In that case, too many people would die. It was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared here, he found that there was no light here. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. He looked up at the sky and saw a dark moon with gray stars. However, the light was almost negligible. Instead, the spiritual plants growing in this world and some rocks and moss on the ground were emitting shimmers of different colors. Han Fei slightly spread out his perception, but when he spread out his perception, all the spiritual plants seemed to sense him and were extinguished, leaving only infinite darkness. Han Fei frowned slightly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a spiritual plant of this level to discover his perception. Then, it could only be explained that his perception was a different kind of external power to this world, so ordinary spiritual plants were so sensitive to it. But Han Fei didn't care. He tried to extend his perception and found that the range of his perception was about 1/3 of the normal range, which was more than 2 million kilometers. However, Han Fei felt that it must be related to the rules of this world. Perhaps the 2 million kilometers here was equivalent to more than 7 million kilometers in the sea realm. Han Fei discovered that this was a pure dark world. The rivers, land, and sea here were intertwined and quite complicated and dense. In Han Fei's perception, hundreds of thousands of various spiritual fruits appeared. Unfortunately, he didn't know what kind of spiritual fruit they were. In his perception, some demonic plant-type creatures hiding in the darkness appeared. So far, the strongest one Han Fei had discovered was in the Sea Establishment realm. However, the key was not that these were Sea Establishment realm demonic plants, but that there seemed to be too many powerful creatures in his perception range. In his perception, there were more than 100,000 creatures, and except for those basic spiritual plants, most of them were above the venerable realm. In that case, weren't there too many strong creatures here? Han Fei didn't immediately catch a creature to ask. After scanning this world with his perception, he immediately tried to communicate with his origin star and found that, as the referee said, he could enter it at any time. What's the difference between this world and the sea realm? Han Fei sensed the surrounding energy. When this energy was absorbed, Han Fei frowned slightly. It seemed to conflict with regular energy. The energy in this world seemed to carry some poison, some inexplicable power that tried to change the body. Han Fei slapped back and dispersed all the energy. No, it's just that we're not used to the rules of this world. Han Fei frowned slightly. According to the referee, this world would cause about a 20% probability of death. Then it was impossible for strong masters to fight without energy. Since energy couldn't be absorbed from this world, what about from the void? Han Fei stretched out his hand and tore open the void. Stepping into it, he found that the void here was also filled with this strange energy. If the void didn't work, he could only go to the Sea of Stars to absorb energy through his origin star. Above the Sea of Stars, Han Fei tried it. Sure enough, the Sea of Stars was reliable. However, although the Sea of Stars could provide energy, he couldn't take his enemies into the Sea of Stars to fight, let alone his origin star, and the 20% probability of death meant that there would be battles here. In addition to relying on the resources in his origin sea, Han Fei thought that there would definitely be a reasonable source of combat energy. Han Fei immediately focused his eyes on the creatures here. He grabbed at the air and a giant tree was pulled up by Han Fei. This kind of creature didn't seem to have any sense of fear. As soon as Han Fei grabbed it, it extended countless branches at Han Fei. Unfortunately, Han Fei squeezed hard and the giant tree exploded. A large number of energy bodies appeared. With a thought, Han Fei found a normal source of energy. Han Fei absorbed the energy in the bodies of creatures, which had no negative effect on him. But this surprised Han Fei. The creatures here were more like energy bodies, so when they died, they would turn into pure energy. Han Fei realized that the creatures here had the ability to filter the negative energy impurities of this world. The energy absorbed by them was pure. When this large amount of energy spread out, Han Fei immediately felt countless creatures move. Many demonic plants extended their tentacles towards here. Among them, a mushroom-like creature at the late stage of the Sea Establishment realm erupted with a spiritual penetration towards Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed back, minced the spiritual penetration, and held the big mushroom in his hand. However, when Han Fei pulled it out of the ground, a strange creature was pulled out. Is this a humanoid? Han Fei saw that the big mushroom was actually just a head. Half of that thing's body was underground. After pulling it out, he saw that it was a humanoid demonic plant with many colors on its body. There was a mushroom on his head, fungal moss on his face, roots, hard lumps, and weird veins stuffed with spores below his neck. In short, it was a weird humanoid monster made of thousands of plants. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Hun Namo 100 Herb Demon. Introduction. A demonic plant living in the dark demon domain. Because it was polluted by the ominous power, it is seriously mutated. They devour all foreign species and even native species, allowing the mutation to evolve deeper. There's a trace of ominous aura in its body. If you're unfortunately contaminated, take the pure life origin crystal in its heart as the cure. Level 97 quality, ordinary S realm. See establishment Aixa contained. Chaotic Q1048, Wisps, a battle techniques, poison assault, parasitic technique, 100 herb demon seal, collectible life origin crystal, absorbably H no. In this world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Chapter 2375, Demon Domain. A world polluted by ominousness? When Han Fei saw this message, he felt a little uncomfortable. He pierced through the 100 herb demon and dug out a pale green life origin crystal in his body. If he guessed right, this life origin should be similar to that of the number 3 revived place in the chaotic wasteland. The only difference was that the creatures in the number 3 revived place weren't polluted by the ominousness. However, all the creatures in this origin ground should have been polluted. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for the Divine Capital Dynasty not to know about this, but they said that in the entire origin ground, which was the venue for the 4th round of qualifiers, everything obtained was a benefit for the participants. However, they hadn't revealed any information about the ominousness to the contestants, but they had arranged for everyone to carry out the 4th round here. Why, huh? Suddenly, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. The 100 herb demon was killed by Han Fei with one blow. Han Fei thought that it was over. However, there was no great Dao crack here. The heavenly Dao here didn't seem to be sad about the death of a 100 herb demon, let alone happy about the return of a great Dao. There was no movement here. After the death of the 100 herb demon, countless spiritual plants gathered around. These spiritual plants didn't seem to know what fear was, nor did they seem to care that Han Fei was here. They rushed up and ate the body of the 100 herb demon and the strange and messy demonic plant fragments. Han Fei could clearly sense that after devouring the remnant body of the 100 herb demon, these ordinary venerable level demonic plants were growing at a terrifying speed. Han Fei frowned slightly and ignored it. He raised his hand and immersed his perception into the qualification token. It seemed that after entering this origin ground, some information appeared in the qualification token. When Han Fei immersed his perception into it, some information immediately emerged. First of all, it introduced this world. This was once an origin ground that was full of vitality. It was once filled with all kinds of powerful and friendly demonic plants. Later, because of the pollution of the dark power in the Sea of Stars, the creatures here gradually mutated. The demonic plants here became more and more bloodthirsty. They fought each other crazily and hunted all foreign species. In the end, they transformed in the direction of demonic plants, so we call it the demon domain. In the demon domain, energy couldn't be absorbed directly from the void, but could only be absorbed by killing demonic creatures. All creatures above the monarch level in the demon domain had been killed, but the demonic creatures here didn't need to rely on the origin sea to grow and advance. They had a unique way of advancement, which was to devour the darkness. The participants killed the demonic creatures and took the only life origin crystal in their bodies, which could increase their vitality and fuse with their origin stars to strengthen the life origin of their origin stars. There were no absolute rules in the 4th round of qualifiers. The participants only needed to complete 3 of the tasks to pass the 4th round of tests. The first task was to kill 10,000 Sea Establisher demonic creatures. The latest novel, Erewhon the Novel Next website. The second mission was to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. The third task was to destroy a demonic source. Notes: the demonic source is the source of the power of darkness. The demonic source is hidden in an unknown corner of this origin ground. Participants have to find it on their own. However, there is usually more than one powerful sky-opening realm demonic creature guarding the demonic source. In addition, don't be contaminated by the dark energy in the demonic source. Otherwise, there is a high chance for you to fall into the demonic Dao. Special note: the resources in the origin ground can be brought back. The Divine Capital Dynasty can buy them back or deal with them themselves. After reading this information, Han Fei was a little confused. This world was not right, or to be exact, there was something terribly wrong here. The main reason was that the number of kills on the mission was too large. What did 10,000 Sea Establishment Realm cultivators mean? There were a total of 150,000 trial takers. If each killed 150,000, did it mean 1.5 billion Sea Establishment Realm demonic creatures to be killed? Weren't there too many demonic creatures? So many that it was abnormal. Also, one person killed 10 demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm. This meant that there were at least 1.5 million demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm in this demonic domain for the participants to kill. And if there were 1.5 million freaking sky-opening realm demonic creatures in an origin ground, was this still an origin ground? How powerful was this origin ground? Also, when did the monarchs here get eliminated? There were so many demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, but none of them became monarchs now? Han Fei's impression of the origin ground had always been from the chaotic wasteland. It was already not bad to have 1 or 2 sky-opening realm cultivators in an ordinary origin ground. For example, he had once encountered Bloodfiend in the number 3 revived place. However, there were only 4 sky-opening realm creatures there. Even if it was only a revived place, it might not have been like that in the first place. Judging from the number of Bloodfiends, there were at most a few thousand sky-opening realm cultivators in the past, and there shouldn't be any monarchs. Compared to the Raging Sea, Han Fei thought that places like the number 3 revived place were already very powerful. However, compared to the demon domain, the number 3 revived place was just garbage. Since the mission standard was to kill 10 sky-opening realm creatures alone, it meant that there must be 1 million sky-opening realm demonic creatures in this world to kill. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone to compete. Would they fight to snatch the demonic creatures? That would be contrary to the purpose of the 4th round of qualifiers. Besides, in Han Fei's perception, there were a total of Han Fei counted 17 sea establishment realm creatures in total, including those who were in good disguise. Yes, he was sure that he didn't count wrong. Within this area of 2 million kilometers, there were 17 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. Among them, the 100 herb demon he had just killed was the strongest. According to this number, there seemed to be a lot of demonic creatures in this demon domain. At least, it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 sea establisher-level demonic creatures. Han Fei thought for a moment. The mission must be carried out. For most people, it was actually quite difficult to kill 10 sky-opening realm demons, but it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 sea establishment realm demonic creatures. Therefore, judging from the mortality rate, Han Fei thought that the main possibility of death was not from killing the demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm, but destroying the demonic source. There should be a lot of these things. Otherwise, how could they be enough for so many people? 3 years? Han Fei smiled. 3 years were given to complete the mission in order to take care of the relatively weak. In addition, 3 years should be a benefit, as the referee said. But the best news for Han Fei was that he had 3 years. Time was too important for him now. It would take about 4 months for his star core to be born. After the star core was born, it was naturally indispensable to inject vitality, and there were 2 ways to obtain vitality. One was to kill the participants, and the other was to kill the demonic creatures and snatch their life origin crystals. As for how long it would take, it shouldn't take long. It didn't seem difficult to inject vitality into the star core. The biggest problem was the last step, body tempering. Star transformation, molding ground veins, nurturing the star core, injecting vitality, all of this was prepared for Han Fei's body tempering. Once he condensed enough golden jade marrow, he might be able to fight Zhao Qinglong again. Han Fei came back to his senses and found that there was already a fierce battle here. Some strange mixed demonic creatures with hundreds of plants on their bodies were fighting and tearing crazily. Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He was observing the attacking methods of these demonic creatures. Different from the usual great techniques, this kind of demonic plant seemed to cultivate both the body and the soul. For example, Han Fei saw a guy with a humanoid body, a Ganoderma head, and roots arms. When he raised his hands, endless roots erupted. Those roots were like incomparably sharp spikes that could pierce the void, the barrier, and even the soul. Han Fei also saw a beetle-like 100-herb worm, which he just called that. Flying in midair before being pierced by the roots, he condensed a soul barrier and tried to block the roots with his bark-like carapace. Although the rotten carapace looked like it could shatter with a touch, Han Fei was sure that its defense was good. However, this carapace was easily pierced by the root tentacles as if it were a piece of paper, and the Ganoderma monster, which had won the battle, sucked away some power from the beetle monster through its tentacles. Because Han Fei could clearly see that the colorful spore plants on the beetle monster withered immediately, the colorful monster immediately shriveled into a pool of black water. Such a battle was breaking out frequently nearby. It wasn't until all the power of the 100-herb demon was absorbed by these monsters that the surroundings returned to calm. Since they're devouring each other, why do they stop fighting? Han Fei felt that the way the demonic creatures here grew up was very similar to the way the ominous creatures in the chaotic wasteland grew up. They both had a strange power of unlimited growth. The only difference was that the ominous creatures would form a clan, so their strength would be lowered. Otherwise, it might not be difficult for them to grow to the monarch level. Han Fei pondered. If these demonic plants had the possibility of growing into monarchs, why didn't they kill them? At this moment, Han Fei saw something approaching under the black mud in the distance. Han Fei wanted to directly perceive what it was, but when his perception touched the ground here, he found that his perception couldn't penetrate at all. In lakes, part of the lake water blocked perception. In the sea, his perception would stop at the seabed. Han Fei didn't notice this just now. Poof, 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 poof. Before the underground monster appeared, Han Fei saw that the creatures that were fighting crazily just now all bloomed with flowers. In the flowers, there were some black water droplets condensing. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to collect the black water droplets. 1. Chapter 2376, Mutated Life Bodies. After seeing and understanding what kind of world this was through the qualification token, Han Fei was not very determined to complete the mission. As the saying went, sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. In Han Fei's opinion, these 3 missions weren't difficult. Even if he wanted to find the demonic source, how could he not find it with the vast ocean navigator? Now, Han Fei was very curious. These strange demonic plants were like blooming flowers, offering the black water droplets they condensed as sacrifices. However, the moment Han Fei saw the water droplet, he knew that it was not anything good. It was full of evil and looked like it was condensed from the so-called ominous aura. The monster that came from underground in the distance didn't show up after it came to this area. Instead, hundreds of thousands of straw-like tentacles emerged from the soil. The tentacles stretched out and seemed to be able to sense where the black water droplet was. They quickly found the right place. However, when the tentacles absorbed the black water droplet, they would feed some strange spores to the demonic plants that were then quickly absorbed by the demonic creatures. Han Fei clearly sensed that after these demonic plants obtained the strange spores, some strange hybrid plants immediately grew on their bodies. Suddenly, there seemed to be a special demonic plant among the demonic plants in this area. Because it sacrificed more black water droplets, thousands of roots suddenly burst out of the demonic plant, piercing through the surrounding 30-odd demonic plants and quickly extracting the vitality and energy in their bodies. As the surrounding demonic plants slowly withered, the aura of this demonic plant began to undergo a slight metamorphosis. Its momentum was increasing, and it probably wouldn't take long for it to directly transform into a Sea Establishment realm demonic plant. Han Fei couldn't help but tremble. The demonic plant made a breakthrough so easily? What exactly did the thing underground feed them? This transformed demonic plant must have accumulated enough energy and received the strange nourishment, so it made a breakthrough. Its breakthrough didn't cause the other demonic plants and demonic creatures around to attack it. It was as if it had reached the breakthrough first, and then no other demonic plants could compete with it. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that the creature that was digging underground seemed to want to leave, but how could Han Fei let it? Han Fei took out his fishing hook, which immediately sank into the black mud. On the other side, dozens of god-sealing spears appeared around Han Fei. With the experience of being sneak attacked by the heavenly race in the 3rd round of the qualifiers, Han Fei forged tens of thousands of god-sealing spear in case of emergencies. At this moment, 36 of them shot out all at once. Roar, bang. Han Fei had thought that this method was foolproof. No matter how strong the creature underground was, it was only in the sky-opening realm. How strong could it be? However, when his fishing hook caught it, the thing exploded. No, to be precise, it dispersed with a bang like a mass of ants. Clank, 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 clank follow current novels ONN, oval be in. However, the god-sealing spears followed it closely, so this demonic creature didn't spread out much before being sealed by Han Fei in that area. At this moment, the demonic plant had already broken through the soil, and Han Fei had seen its true appearance. It was a centipede monster with a human head and a centipede body made of various spores and demonic plants. Ew! Although Han Fei had seen many deformed monsters, he had never seen one that looked so deformed. If it was just a centipede, it would be fine, and even if it was a human-faced centipede, it wasn't a big deal either. However, it was fucking made of plants, and its body was covered with thousands of different demonic plants, like a mixture of plants. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared, namely mutated 100 herb demon introduction. A demonic plant living in the dark demon domain. Due to being contaminated by the ominous power, it underwent serious mutation and became a mutated 100 herb demon. They devour all foreign species and continue to transform by absorbing the ominous power obtained by ordinary 100 herb demons. After absorbing the ominous power, they will feed back evolution spores and parasitize them into countless ordinary 100 herb demons, making them become a part of them. There is a large amount of ominous aura in their bodies. Only the pure life origin crystal in their hearts is the cure. L level 106 quality O quality. Rare realm, sky opening, ominous aura contained, 36 wisps O battle techniques, poison assault, parasitic, demon devouring, life absorption, energy absorption, life stealing technique, collectible, life origin crystal, absorbable, life origin crystal. In this world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He thought that this centipede monster was only here to collect rent, but it turned out that while collecting rent, it had parasitized many other 100 herb demons and made them all part of its body? Besides, it had too many combat skills. None of the 6 combat skills felt normal. The body of the 100 herb demon turned into independent demonic plants one after another. Then, Han Fei felt that all the demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers began to move. The ordinary demonic plants began to entangle and fuse with each other. After a moment, Han Fei saw a huge humanoid 100 herb demon appear. This humanoid 100-herb demon, with 6 Sea Establishment Realm 100-herb demons as the core, attracted tens of thousands of 100-herb demons to fuse with its body, forming a huge, mutated monster. Damn it, can plants be played like this? If Little White saw this, she must probably be greatly inspired. At this moment, within 1,000,000 kilometers, all the demonic plants and demons went crazy. The vines and roots that filled the sky blocked Han Fei's way out and even drilled into the void. It was the same scene within 1,000,000 kilometers. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a terrifying scene. He looked solemn because there were too many vines and roots. When they swept across the sky, Han Fei didn't know how to wipe out so many demonic plants in this range. Infinity water turned into a knife tide, creating a knife storm tens of thousands of kilometers away, protecting Han Fei. But what made Han Fei even more speechless was that the roots and vines exploded in the sky, turning into colorful smoke. Han Fei knew that it was not smoke, but a kind of spore plant or pollen. Once he was contaminated by it, he was very likely to be poisoned, possessed, had his vitality stolen, and had his energy stolen. The latest novel Arrow on the Next website. Once that happened, he would be in a passive defensive situation. Therefore, he was actually not fighting a 100-herb demon in the sky-opening realm, but countless demonic plants in an area. Immediately, Han Fei understood the significance of the 4th round of missions. It seemed to be a simple mission, but in fact, it was much more difficult than he had imagined. This made Han Fei suddenly realize that in the 4th round, not only would there be a 20% chance of death, but it was very likely that half of the participants would be eliminated. Therefore, the number of people who could complete these 3 missions might be even fewer than he had imagined. With a thought, Han Fei used the sacrificing punch to penetrate 60,000 kilometers of the void. After 3 punches, he arrived beside the huge demonic plant. The infinity water turned into water droplets and immediately attached to the huge demonic plant monster. Bang! The infinity water exploded, and the terrifying explosion swept out for more than 100,000 kilometers. The huge demonic plant monster that had just formed was pierced through and exploded into powder. Within 100,000 kilometers, all its tentacles and roots were destroyed. There were still some things such as pollen left, but Han Fei had already set up a large array to protect himself. This explosion stunned most of the demonic plants and demonic creatures here. It seemed that they had never suffered such great damage. At the moment they froze, Han Fei stood proudly in the void and shouted, "Void descending." Buzz, tens of thousands of Han Fei appeared in all directions, and there must be one Han Fei every 10,000 kilometers. These Han Fei held the God-sealing spears and pressed down. Immediately, the riot here disappeared, and a large number of demonic plants blurred, desperately resisting the suppression of the God-sealing spears. How could Han Fei stop? He continued to summon the infinity water and swept this 1,000,000 kilometers inch by inch. It was not until nearly 6 hours later that Han Fei mashed everything in this place. And on Han Fei's qualification token it appeared, Sea Establishers 17. In the end, only the mutated 100-herb demon was left. Because it had lost most of its strength and lackeys, it was already quite dispirited, and its strength had probably plummeted. Frowning, Han Fei held the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber in his hand. Under the burning flames, the mutated 100-herb demon let out a shrill scream. Han Fei cut open its body and took out a fist-sized dark green crystal of life origin. This piece was probably worth a lot of small pieces. However, when Han Fei took the life crystal, he found that the mutated 100-herb demon didn't die immediately. Han Fei observed it and discovered something that surprised him. That was, the body of this mutated 100-herb demon was breaking inch by inch. Every time it broke, it turned into a separate 100-herb demon as if it had nothing to do with this mutated 100-herb demon. It was exactly because of this that this mutated 100-herb demon wasn't really dead. It was still alive. Han Fei pierced it through repeatedly. He took out a total of 103 small life origin crystals. Finally, on the qualification token, it showed Sky Opener 1. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. His perception seemed to be able to penetrate the ground now. Chapter 23777, Resources Everywhere. Han Fei was quite delighted that his perception could penetrate the surface because many treasures were hidden underground. It seemed that this place was occupied by a large number of demonic creatures, so they blocked his perception. However, when Han Fei spread his perception down, he only found a large number of intertwined roots of demonic plants. They were too dense and deep, leaving Han Fei dumbfounded. Oh, is there a spiritual fruit underground? After a while, Han Fei discovered that in some areas there were earth veins forming and earth veins spring water and spiritual fruits growing. In some places there were strange mineral veins, but not many of them. Besides, no spiritual stones were found here. There was no telling if there was a spiritual stone mine here. However, Han Fei found a special mine that contained a trace of ominous power. This mine was relatively soft and had many holes in its body. When Han Fei dug up the mine, he found that there were some fruits called ominous fruits in it. This thing could actually remove the ominous power in the body. It seemed that where there was poison, there was an antidote. But this poison and its antidote were too close to each other. Wait, the land here is so full of vitality. Han Fei sensed the changes in the surrounding vitality. The vitality here had clearly increased. At first, Han Fei thought it was because of the earth vine spring water, but when he dug again, he found nearly 1,000 square meters of mystic yellow soil. Han Fei took a deep breath. Shoot, mystic yellow soil? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. The 10,000 scale monarch often rewarded others with mystic yellow soil, and only under special circumstances would he reward them with more than 5 pieces. Each piece of mystic yellow soil was only the size of a brick, and 10 pieces added up to less than 1 square meter. However, mystic yellow soil could make the land of the origin stars fertile and full of vitality, making the origin stars more like primitive stars. He only got a hill-like piece of mystic yellow soil in the ruins of gods, but it was only 1 or 2 times more than the mystic yellow soil here. I'm rich. Treasures are everywhere. At that moment, Han Fei was a little excited. But when Han Fei calmed down, he began to analyze these 100 herb demons carefully. This mutated 100 herb demon was very difficult to deal with. It could split its body into many conscious parts and parasitize the creatures in a large area. If he didn't kill all the creatures in this area, he didn't know if he could kill it. Han Fei wasn't sure if all the mutated 100 herb demons were like this, or only this one he had encountered was like this. But he felt that after this massacre, within 1,000,000 kilometers, not a blade of grass grew. Because all the contestants entered the demon domain at random, and this world should be an extremely huge world, Han Fei didn't think he would meet anyone else in a short period of time. Besides, those who could kill the mutated 100 herb demons could probably find something wrong underground too. But he had the demon purification pot, they didn't. Out of curiosity, he dug out a mine that contained the ominous aura, which was why he found the mystic yellow soil. Others might be able to discover this mine, but although they didn't recognize the ominous aura, they could sense it because mutated 100 herb demons had it on their bodies. Therefore, others might not dig up this entire mine, so it was unknown if they could find the mystic yellow soil. Of course, there was a high chance that it would be discovered in the end. After all, no one who could cultivate to this level was an idiot. After a calm analysis, Han Fei took out a life origin crystal he had just obtained and tried it curiously. When he completely swallowed one, he found that it was useful for his vitality. However, he couldn't increase his lifespan with it. Lifespan and vitality were 2 different things. In the beginning, when he consumed vitality with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he would replenish it with his lifespan. Later, when Han Fei slowly became stronger, what he consumed was no longer his lifespan. Of course, if he was heavily injured or one of his twin bodies was killed, he still had to consume his lifespan. However, so far, Han Fei's lifespan was sufficient, and he was almost in his peak state, so this life origin crystal wasn't of much significance to him for the time being. But how could he know how much vitality his origin sea needed? He had to ask the god of war about the injection of vitality later. There was nothing wrong with taking things one step at a time. Anyway, the god of war seemed to have nothing to do every day, so they could chat for a long time. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't consume these world origin crystals. He'd better put them away first. When he needed them in the future, he could take them out. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei waved his hand and took back the god-sealing spears that had been sealing this place. The god-sealing spear was really powerful. The people trapped in the ruins of gods could almost kill 5 alone easily after learning this technique, so it wasn't a surprise for him to seal 100 kilometers with the spears. When all his clones returned, Han Fei pointed in the direction of the demonic source with the vast ocean navigator and then rushed towards that place. Han Fei thought that although the mutated 100 herb demon was powerful, there were also many capable people participating in the 100,000-year competition, such as Feng Yu, Zhao Qinglong, Wu Shuang, Wang Baichen. Even the combat fire of Feng Xinglu could naturally restrain the demonic plants of the demon domain. Therefore, Han Fei thought that it shouldn't be a problem for a really strong cultivator to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. However, most people definitely had to form an alliance before they had a chance to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. 3 days later, Han Fei didn't go far. Only after walking out did Han Fei know how many demonic creatures there were in this demon domain. What he had seen before was just the normal state. The density of the demonic plants and demonic creatures here was so high. Within 1,000,000 kilometers, he could easily find a dozen Sea Establishment realm demonic creatures. The birth rate of these demonic creatures simply horrified Han Fei. If this world had only been ominously contaminated, were there many such worlds? If there were a lot of them and these creatures launched a collective counterattack, Han Fei thought that this would be an unimaginably terrifying combat power. In 3 days, Han Fei had walked 90 million kilometers. In total, he had killed 812 Sea Establisher level demonic creatures, 5 Sky Opener level demonic creatures, and countless other demonic creatures. Huffy. Although ordinary demonic plants also had life origin crystals, they were too small. They were only the size of fingernails and light green in color. The effect was obviously not good enough. Of course, the advantage was that there were many of them. Han Fei calculated and realized that there were probably 1,000,000 nail-sized life origin crystals on his origin star. There were too many small demonic creatures here. Huff. On the fourth day after Han Fei came in, he had basically completed half of his mission. But at this moment, he no longer regarded these as missions. After all, the obtained life origin crystals would belong to him. Furthermore, he could absorb a large amount of energy from the bodies of these killed demonic creatures and nourish his origin star. It was a good thing. The main reason was that there were many spiritual fruits growing in places where these demonic creatures were rampant. These demonic creatures treated spiritual fruits as ordinary garbage fruits. Many spiritual fruits were in clusters, each cluster including dozens of them. Some of these spiritual fruits were polluted, and some were normal. Anyway, Han Fei had the demon purification pot, so he could distinguish them easily. After a few days, Han Fei discovered that 80% of these spiritual fruits were normal, and according to his judgment, the polluted spiritual fruits were the favorites of demonic creatures. Generally speaking, as long as they matured, the demonic creatures would swallow the spiritual fruits first, which might even cause the demonic creatures to fight. However, ordinary spiritual fruits would be abandoned by the demonic creatures. Therefore, after Han Fei's appraisal, 80% of the spiritual fruits were normal. In the past 3 days, he had obtained hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits. In addition to these spiritual fruits, Han Fei also dug up a lot of mystic yellow soil, about twice the amount that the fake god gave him in the ruins of gods. After all, not every place had so much mystic yellow soil. It just happened that there was more mystic yellow soil where he was previously. 3 days. Han Fei couldn't help but breathe heavily. In just 3 days, he had obtained the mystic yellow soil and life origin crystals that ordinary people couldn't get even after tens of thousands of years. This made Han Fei sigh. Sure enough, his journey to the 100,000-year competition was not in vain. He wondered if there would be a greater surprise near the demonic source if he could already get so many resources from the place of ordinary sky-opening realm demonic creatures. Chapter 2378, Demonic Creatures Army. In the demon domain, the land area was relatively small. On the fourth day, the environment in front of Han Fei changed a lot. What he encountered now was a swamp. This swamp was much weirder than the land. There were very few trees in the swamp. Where there were trees, they were not regular trees. For example, if you saw a circle of colorful fruit hanging on a tree, you would think it was a fruit from the demon domain. But in fact, it could be a colorful spider that shrank into a ball or a strange demonic plant. As for that tree, it was a proper sky-opening realm demonic tree, but it could control countless demonic creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers. Han Fei discovered that in the demon domain, all kinds of life had a common characteristic, which was parasitization. Perhaps in the end, demonic plants ruled this world, and demonic plants were creatures with particularly tenacious vitality and strong sowing abilities. Furthermore, they could evolve into highly poisonous creatures, evolving into beast-like creatures, worm-like creatures. Several hours later, after Han Fei killed the tree demon and dug out a piece of mystic yellow soil under the swamp, he found a piece of strange black soil under the mystic yellow soil. This piece of soil was only palm-sized and seemed to have hardened in some places. But a piece of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name it chaotic treasure soil. Introduction. A treasure soil born at the beginning of the chaos. It can stabilize and strengthen the effect of the origin stars. The chaotic treasure soil can slowly absorb the essence of the world spontaneously, improve the ordinary spiritual soil around, and make it transform into the mystic yellow soil. Level, none equalite, note none it. This piece of chaotic treasure soil has evolved over a long period of time and suffered from ominous pollution. Its quality has been greatly reduced and only 10 or 20% of its effects remain. To return to its normal state, it needs about 10,000 years of natural precipitation. When Han Fei saw the chaotic treasure soil, he thought that it was a good thing, but it turned out to be of inferior quality. He didn't expect that this thing had inferior quality. Even if it was a chaotic spiritual treasure, its quality was probably not good. Han Fei thought that this was at most equivalent to hundreds of square meters of mystic yellow soil. Han Fei threw the chaotic treasure soil into his origin star and sighed. He was really happy for nothing, Han Fei sighed. After I finish the task of killing the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, I'll be halfway through the first task. When I solve the demonic source, I can go to Xiaomengde and the others. Han Fei was calculating his plan. Since they had helped him get the essence blood of divine beasts, giving him at least 2 chances to upgrade his bloodline, he should pay the remuneration they deserved. More importantly, in addition to the reward, there must be some additional gains. If someone really attacked Xiaomengde and the others and he killed the person, wouldn't the person who was killed be counted as his spoils? At that time, the guy's star core could be used for his body tempering, and the vitality of his origin sea would naturally belong to him, and his broken origin star could be offered to the god of war as sacrifices. Well, the god of war seems to despise these incomplete origin stars, and the remuneration for this kind of sacrifice is pitifully small. It seems that I have to get a complete origin star for him. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he still needed a lot of enemies. After the 4th round of qualifiers ended, he probably wouldn't have a chance to get the corpses of the sky-opening cultivators and snatch their origin stars. Therefore, he had to do what he should do, get the resources he should get, and kill the people he should kill in the demon domain all at once. Just as Han Fei was fantasizing about taking advantage of these 3 years to completely transform his origin sea into a star and embark on the star path in a place not far away from him, an amethyst that looked like a flower bud growing from under the ground bloomed. The amethyst had 6 colored petals which protected a crystal flower. In the middle of the crystal flower was a turbid but fragrant black jade-colored liquid forming a garden pool. Whoosh! In the muddy pool, a huge figure emerged from the water. It was a huge, strange creature that was half human, half flower. It looked like a human because the fused plants and black water formed the upper half of its body, and this creature had a pair of arms made of tens of thousands of demonic plants, and a head made of spiritual plants. It was indeed quite different from humans. However, her face was that of a human woman. It was not the kind of face that was made of colorful colors, but quite good-looking. Hiss on. The head of this weirdo, a python, crawled out of her head. The python stuck out its tongue, and soon, around the woman, vines spontaneously formed 6 different demonic creatures. A total of 6 masses of black unknown matter condensed in the hands of this strange person. After this thing appeared, the 6 demonic creatures were all excited. It seemed that they were afraid of something, or they would have rushed up to snatch it. However, as a divine thought pressed down, all the 6 demons were obedient. The divine thought said to the demonic creatures, "There's an intruder who broke into my territory. He has already killed 6 guardians in the sky opening realm in a row. All of you, attack together, kill him, and bring his corpse back." Tweet-ee! Suddenly, one of the 6 demonic creatures turned into an eagle, grabbed a mass of black water, and flew away. The others had the same reaction. One of the frogs stuck out its tongue and took away his share of the black water. A tree man extended its tentacles and grabbed the black water. A centipede crawled to the purple crystal, rose, and took it away. A cheetah and a python also left with the black water mass. They were not just one species, but they all had the same characteristics, which was that they were all simulated plants. Essentially, they were still plants. However, unlike ordinary demonic plants, they seemed to have developed consciousness and were very aggressive. If the female demon in the purple crystal flower didn't give them any benefits, they didn't seem to be obedient. Half a day later. Support us at novelbin.com. Along the way, Han Fei felt a little strange. This swamp was not right. He had met some normal sea establisher creatures just now. However, it was as if there were fewer demonic plants and demonic creatures here all of a sudden. Was this the territory of a powerful existence? Was that why there were fewer demonic plants around? But Han Fei didn't seem to care. Even if it was a powerful demonic plant, so what? No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be a monarch. Otherwise, the Divine Capital Dynasty wouldn't have sent so many people here to complete the mission. As long as it wasn't a monarch, Han Fei was confident that he could escape even if he couldn't beat it, or at least, only someone at Zhao Qinglong's level could hold him back. Han Fei seemed to have thought of something and fished out the 9-palace luck ruler from the void. Han Fei felt that he might have found the demonic source. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain the strange silence now, which was like the calm before a storm. Sure enough, when the 9-palace luck ruler's marker began to move, it landed on the greatly ominous. Oh, the difficulty is actually quite high. Han Fei wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, there should be many demonic sources in this world, probably hundreds of thousands. With so many demonic sources, wasn't it normal for him to encounter one? If it wasn't for the demonic source, how could the demonic plants and demonic creatures here have caused him to fall into a greatly ominous situation? Han Fei walked for a moment more and found that the swamp began to slowly become shallower. Small areas of land often appeared around him, and the surrounding demonic plants and demonic creatures became unusually dense again. Huh? That's not right. Why are the demonic creatures so dense again? Splatter. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned and looked into the distant sky. In the sky, a figure flew over in an instant. Eagle? Han Fei was taken aback at first, but then he realized that there was no hawk here. Sure enough, what appeared in his eyes was only an eagle-like flying plant. Han Fei also saw that there were many mushrooms on the wings of the eagle. The eagle flew past, leaving a long spore mark behind as if it was sowing seeds. Toot! Bam! 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 In the next moment, Han Fei saw creatures moving towards him from underground far away as fast as using the light escape technique in the soil. On the ground, a cheetah plant was sprinting as fast as the eagle. 6. In the swamp, Han Fei saw a long dragon cruising over and a mountain rising from the ground on the other side. In the next moment, the mountain actually jumped. Under Han Fei, billions of tentacles that were emitting blue light rose to the sky and attacked first. Oh, you've learned your lesson, so you're ambushing me together? Chapter 2379, Fierce Battle with the Aliens. The moment 3 demonic creatures of the sky opening realm appeared in a row, Han Fei knew that he had been ambushed. When he realized that there were as many as 6 sky-opening realm demons ambushing him, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. According to his previous experience, he had stayed in this area long enough. Now 6 of them suddenly came to ambush him. This was more like a premeditated and planned ambush. In the swamp under Han Fei, a treeman suddenly appeared. This treeman stretched out billions of tentacles, seeming to want to control Han Fei. The greatest characteristic of demonic plants was control. Han Fei could feel that weird patterns were forming on every tree vine, as if they were the Tao pattern of heaven and earth in this ominous world. Apart from the hundreds of millions of vine tentacles, all the demonic plants and demonic creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers exploded. Without needing Han Fei to eradicate them, all the non-sky opening realm creatures here self-destructed and turned into clouds of myriad colors. Of course, if only they were just clouds, but in fact they were densely packed spores and poisons, and they were all active. More importantly, some undetectable Tao patterns would be imprinted on the tiny and even undetectable spore particles. This tree demon alone had many strange abilities, such as control, Tao pattern curse techniques, parasitic spores, poisonous fog corrosion, and so on. It wasn't that it was very strong, but these methods were too insidious. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he needed a sea of fire. Swish T sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands. He was not a sword cultivator. He could use any weapon. These double sledgehammers were forging hammers. As for the usage of combat techniques, Han Fei activated the Void Fire technique and supplemented it with the 100 War Divine Hammer. In an instant, the immortal chi on the two hammers turned into fire. Buzz. It was not enough to just use fire. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use the Tao pattern of heaven and earth? In the void, tens of thousands of twisted patterns were branded all over his body, including the double hammers. Whoosh. As soon as these Tao patterns appeared, coupled with the fire turned into from immortal chi, the flames of anger spread out for 100,000 kilometers. Countless demonic vines lingered in midair, and in fact, half of them were immediately burned. But Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the tree demon, because two extremely fast demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm, the eagle and the cheetah, had already attacked. Swish, 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 swish. The eagle approached and spread its big wings, filling the sky with flying feathers. This was more like the essence of spores that filled the sky, trying to take advantage of the wind to blow at Han Fei. Triple hammer technique. Knock, knock, knock. In the void, there were endless ripples of hammer strikes. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 ripples exploded in the void. Every ripple followed a new one after bursting out in the void. In the end, the ripples formed a cone, piercing through the void, piercing through the spore rain that filled the sky, and suppressing the eagle that was flapping its wings desperately. At the moment Han Fei hammered the void, a golden figure 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground. If it wasn't his Dharma idol, what was it? At this moment, two hands stretched out from the back of the Dharma idol. He punched out faster than the speed of light, and a series of explosions seemed to happen in the direction where the cheetah ran. Boom, 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 boom! In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the three sky-opening realm demonic plants were blocked by Han Fei alone. However, Han Fei wouldn't forget that there were still 3 demonic plants in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the python had already soared into the sky. Before it arrived, it whipped at Han Fei with its tail. Bang! Han Fei, who seemed to have no time to be distracted, was sent flying into the swamp. The terrifying ripples of the explosion spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Bang! Then, the swamp exploded, and a blade storm swept out. The vines were minced into spore pollen, but the immortal fire was still burning, so the treeman couldn't do anything to Han Fei. With a thought, Han Fei transformed into Neza, who had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held 2 hammers with 2 hands, put gloves on 2 other fists, and held double knives with the remaining 2 fists. For a time, fierce battles broke out here. The centipedes that were moving underground couldn't help but attack too. Chain-like hooks appeared all over the sky. Han Fei realized that as long as he was caught by one of the hooks, billions of hooks would fall on him in the next moment. Those were all centipede claws. If he was caught by them, coupled with the tree demon, he would fall into a passive state. It wasn't that these demonic plants were very strong. In fact, they weren't very strong themselves, but they had borrowed too much external power. For example, a demonic creature in the sky-opening realm could almost absorb the power of all ordinary demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers. Then would it still be an ordinary sky opener? If there was only one, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with it. But if there were 6 in a row, it would be a big problem. Han Fei didn't think that an ordinary person would fight unscrupulously in the same territory and wait to be ambushed by the other party as him. Han Fei gave a self-mocking smile. He didn't use the void-stealing technique immediately. He was waiting for the 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures to surround him. Then, he would have a good opportunity to use the god-sealing spears and kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with the nature of these demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, they could transform into countless demonic plants and escape. Bang! Han Fei was hit again, this time by the cheetah. At that moment, Han Fei's body was caught by the centipede's void hook. It was at this moment that the 6 cultivators knew that their chance had come. The tree demon hurriedly sealed the surroundings of Han Fei, and the vines had already tied him up. At this moment, the last toad that hadn't taken action for a long time and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity suddenly took action. The big toad opened its mouth, and a long tongue composed of demonic plants wrapped around Han Fei's body at almost 10 times the speed of light. Only at this moment did Han Fei clearly know that 3 of the 6 sky openers were control type. This confirmed a fact. Demonic plants were best at control. No matter how they simulated other creatures, their characteristics couldn't be erased. Buzz. The moment the sixth toad appeared, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a figure appeared holding the God-sealing spear. The God-sealing spear itself might have to pierce through their bodies to seal these demonic creatures. But the spear array was different. It was a large-scale sealing field. However, there was no telling if it was because these 6 demonic creatures had mastered too much power, but Han Fei felt that the situation was not good as soon as the God-sealing spear fell. The God-sealing spear was shaking, not good. They have borrowed all the power of all the creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers to resist the sealing power of the God-sealing spear. I have to nail them through with the spear. In the void, Han Fei's figure appeared out of thin air. As early as the first time he was blasted into the swamp, he had already used the twin divine technique. Although he had fused his twin bodies in advance, fortunately the 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures had already appeared, so he could take action now. Steal his consciousness. The first thing Han Fei did was to steal the consciousness of the python, because in his opinion this thing was closest, huge, and not fast enough. It was the easiest to kill. However, as soon as he activated the void stealing technique, he found that the python had no reaction at all. Damn it! Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. Only then did he realize that there were countless sensory systems of these demonic plants. Did the other party not even notice that he had stolen its consciousness? Steal his power. The stealing power was useless too, and Han Fei only felt a little power replenishing him. His heart immediately became heavy. This kind of sky-opening realm demonic creature couldn't be considered as one creature but a strange combination of countless independent demonic plants. They might have a unified consciousness, but Han Fei couldn't steal this consciousness. After stealing twice in a row, the python had clearly reacted. Although it was a combination of countless independent individuals, it always had a main body to support it. Therefore, it knew that it had lost consciousness and power. However, in the next moment, it found that time around it suddenly stopped. Creatures in the sky-opening realm could sense time stopping. They could even enter the river of time. However, time was still. This was a state of law. This python could resist the power of time, but then he found that the energy in the void, including the energy in his body, was rapidly draining. As for Han Fei, his strength soared instantly, and cracks appeared on his body. Looking closely, the god's prayer bead was no longer on his chest, the god-slaying boxing gloves were no longer on his hands, and he had even abandoned his Dharma idol. This time, he stole all the energy in this place where time was frozen. He didn't know if this would work, but he was obviously disappointed. Without a main body, the stealing wasn't very effective. The natural energy within the range of time had been stolen by Han Fei, but the python's great Tao was instinctively protecting the python. Although it was losing energy, Han Fei discovered that the power he stole was less than 10%. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't completely count on the void stealing technique. He held a god-sealing spear in his hand, and at the moment of time freeze, he had already nailed the python's vitals. Puff a roar. With a furious roar, the other parts of the python's body wanted to run, but how could it run when its tail was nailed? The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that the vital part of the snake-shaped demonic plant's body wasn't that important. Puh, 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 puh! The python was about to break free from the time and disband its body. But during the frozen time, Han Fei nailed the python from head to tail with 7 consecutive god-sealing spears. Humph! No matter how many tricks you have, your defense power is only average. Chapter 2380, River of Life Without the Power of the Python. The effect of the God-Sealing Spear Array was immediately stabilized, but not completely. At most, the God-Sealing Spear Array could last for another 10 seconds. Of course, if another demonic creature was sealed, the effect of the God-Sealing Spear could be strengthened to more than 10 seconds. As for the second prey, Han Fei chose the toad. Han Fei put on a smile. Snap T. As Han Fei snapped his fingers, the big toad's body was pierced through. It was a water-shaped spear branded with the Tao pattern of heaven and earth. Earlier, when he was deliberately tied up by the big toad's tongue, he had already left the infinity water behind. As long as he thought about it, the infinity water could change into any form he wanted. At this moment, the toad was directly skewered. The Tao pattern of heaven and earth imprinted on the infinity water, and the toad had no chance to struggle at all. Not only that, the toad and the python couldn't even disband their bodies. This scene far exceeded the expectations of the other 4 demonic plants. They never expected that in such a short moment, their 2 teammates would be almost suppressed at the same time. Without the 2 major helpers, the God-Sealing Spear Array here was relatively stable, and their strength had dropped by as much as 30%. The main reason was that the range of the God-Sealing Spear Array was relatively large now, and they had borrowed the power of countless demonic plants and demonic creatures. Therefore, they had only lost 30% of their strength. Otherwise, it would only be more. Previously, these 6 demonic plants were equivalent to 6 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, but now they were at most 6 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Of course, if it were 6 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators from the Divine Capital Dynasty or the Heavenly Race, Han Fei probably wouldn't be able to resist them. Fortunately, the intelligence of these demonic plants wasn't that high, and their reactions weren't that fast. Although their individual combat power might have reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, they had experienced too few battles. Han Fei, who had been through countless battles, had long been prepared to deal with various situations. 2 of the 6 demonic creatures had been resolved. The remaining 4 demonic creatures knew that it was useless to disperse their bodies at this moment. The first thing they had to do was to open a channel. Then, to Han Fei's surprise, the 4 demonic creatures began to borrow power from each other and gathered all their power on the eagle. At this moment, they had already discovered that Han Fei was different. This person was not easy to deal with. He had killed 2 of their companions as soon as he attacked. If they waited for a few more seconds, they would probably be all dead. As soon as the eagle flew away, Han Fei grinned. After it flew away, Han Fei suddenly said, "There's no wind here." Boom! Han Fei deprived the God-sealing spear array of the great Tao of wind. No matter how the bird flew, it had to borrow the great Tao of wind. If the great Tao of wind was suddenly gone, wouldn't the eagle be doomed? However, Han Fei did not attack the eagle immediately. The centipede, cheetah, and treeman lent their strength to the eagle, which must have greatly weakened them. Even if the eagle didn't have the great Tao of wind, it must have other ways to fly again. Han Fei suddenly appeared in front of the cheetah at nearly 8 times the speed of light. Pooh, 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 pooh. The cheetah wanted to disperse its body and transform into countless demonic plants, but Han Fei was still faster than it. He stabbed the God-sealing spear at its head. The tree demon wanted to help the cheetah, but Han Fei launched a series of ultralight speed fist marks with 2 fists of his 6 fists. Coupled with the fact that Han Fei had put on the god-slaying boxing gloves again, the sky was filled with debris. Realizing that the cheetah was doomed, the tree demons and centipedes dispersed. Thousands of demonic creatures suddenly appeared and spores flew all over the sky. However, how could Han Fei not know what the centipede and the treemen were thinking? They knew that they could only rely on the eagle, so they used most of their burdensome demonic bodies to hold Han Fei back, and their main body had already run to the eagle. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished sealing the cheetah. The entire god-sealing spear array was filled with spore powder of various colors that could isolate perception. Han Fei's perception was blocked. However, Han Fei smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. Void descending. Different from other cloning techniques, what the void descending technique split out wasn't completely clones. When the clones exceeded a certain level of strength, they would become the main bodies. This trump card was accidentally discovered by Han Fei during the more than 30 years in the Ruins of Gods. However, he had never used it until now. If he didn't have to kill these 6 demonic creatures today, he wouldn't have used it. Besides, he dared to use it because he was the only one here. Even if there were monarchs, they might not pay attention to him. How could the monarch's perception pass through the array of the god-sealing spear, through the barrier of these spores, and finally find his little trump card? Han Fei thought that monarchs wouldn't be so bored. The eagle was dumbfounded too. Why did this person suddenly appear? The eagle had no time to think. It gathered its sharp claws with all its strength. However, a holy pillar of light suddenly descended on it. Buzzy. A large amount of ominous aura was directly purified, and thick black fog spread out in all directions. Han Fei, bathed in divine light, walked towards the eagle that was a little stiff and said, "You shouldn't have entrusted hope to others. Fortunately, the 3 of you gathered your strength. Otherwise, I might not have been able to take down the 4 of you." At this moment, the eagle still had some strength left, but after being illuminated by the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, a large amount of dark aura in its body was purified, and the power it had just obtained from the others was immediately reduced. The battle became one-on-one. 30 seconds later, everybody including the eagle was nailed to the ground by Han Fei. After destroying the dispersed bodies of the tree demon and the centipede, Han Fei finally caught the tree demon. Han Fei had to admit that this world of demonic plants did give Han Fei a lot of surprises. They were a strange life form. Their bodies could be divided into countless independent entities. There was a difference in strength among the independent entities. But when necessary, all entities would turn into body parts and gather. If their main body was just an ordinary star transformation demonic creature, when all these independent individuals gathered, they would instantly become a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demonic creature. Han Fei wondered what would happen if their independent body parts also evolved to the sky-opening realm. Would they fuse with each other and directly prove their Taos? Han Fei had studied them for a long time. He could only understand that all of them came through parasitism. As for why they were such life forms, it could only be related to the great Tao of parasitism. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Xuanhuan from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in the Water Wood world. That guy really had forward thinking and took a parasitic path. If he really grew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, Han Fei didn't take out their life origin crystals immediately, but used a strange technique. This technique was the vitality condensation technique passed down by the god of war. Although using this technique would strengthen his karma fire, he had to try it out. He had to know how to use it first. At the same time, he wanted to gain the experience of using this technique. Using his own vitality as a catalyst, Han Fei triggered the vitality of the 6 demonic plants in the God-sealing spear array. In fact, he only triggered their life origin crystals. How could there be a better test subject? After a while, Han Fei felt that a mass of extremely rich vitality was slowly taking shape in front of him. However, the feeling of being burnt by the so-called karma fire was not obvious or even felt at all. Could it be that these demonic creatures are not good things in the first place, so it's not easy for the karma fire to produce? Han Fei didn't really want to be burnt by the karma fire. He just wanted to check the vitality condensation technique and confirm how to use it in the future. But the result was not ideal. Half a day passed. Ka. The vitality of these demonic creatures condensed into a very pure life origin. It seemed to be several times more than absorbing their life origin crystals alone. Throwing this part of vitality into his origin star, Han Fei felt that this rich vitality was quickly absorbed by his origin star, like rain falling on the sand, absorbed in the blink of an eye. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that he seemed to see a small river. This vitality seemed to converge in this river in his origin star. The increase was as much as 1/10 of the river. Is this the river of life? No, Fengxing Liu once said that the river of life is a mysterious river that integrates the lives of billions of people. Mine should just be a quantification of the vitality contained in my origin star. Not only that, after Han Fei suddenly closed his eyes, an illusory river appeared in his mind. It seemed that he had accidentally found it, so it no longer hid from him and actually appeared. That was the river of life of my origin star, and this is my own river of life? Chapter 2081, Demonic Source. Han Fei was really grateful for the 100,000-year competition in the EC Divine Realm. It had broadened his horizons, given him a lot of insights, and provided him with a lot of resources. It turned out that in addition to the River of Time, there was really a River of Life in this world. Although he didn't know the River of Life at the moment, he could already see his own River of Life. The water in the River of Life represented his vitality, and the length of the River of Life represented his lifespan. His vitality could be replenished, but his lifespan couldn't be easily extended. Once this River of Life burst, it meant the loss of life. It meant that even if he had vitality, he couldn't repair his lifespan. So this is the true relationship between lifespan and vitality. What Han Fei was observing now was the length of the River of Life. His river seemed to be 122 meters long. By logic, a sea establisher should have a lifespan of 100,000 years, and he should have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Therefore, the answer was obvious. His lifespan was 1.32 million years, and his river water was full, which meant that he wasn't short of vitality. Han Fei understood. Both he and his origin star had a river of life. The problem was that his river was easy to judge, but the one of his origin star was longer and deeper than his. However, the life river of his origin star was too illusory for him to judge its length. He could only compare its depth. So far, Han Fei discovered that the life river of his origin star didn't even reach half of the depth of his, only about 1/3. Han Fei knew that this was a newborn origin star and it was still lacking. For now, it seemed to lack vitality. At this time, Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that his origin star was quite lacking in vitality, and the vitality of the star was only 1/3. No wonder the God of War said he should inject vitality into it. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry to inject vitality. He didn't know if the vitality in the life origin crystal or the vitality condensed from other people's origin stars was more. Anyway, it would take 4 months for his star core to be fully born. During this period, he had plenty of time to get a lot of vitality. He Fei, after experimenting with the vitality condensation technique, Han Fei couldn't come to any conclusions. But now, his second mission had been completed. However, his first mission, to kill Sea Establisher demonic creatures, hadn't been finished. However, that mission was even simpler. It should be completed in a few days. However, it was definitely premeditated that he was ambushed. How did they know which direction he would take? Why were they ambushing him here? Han Fei vaguely had an answer in his heart, which was the demonic source. Han Fei didn't plan to rest. Since today's luck was greatly ominous, he might as well find the demonic source and destroy it in one fell swoop. Han Fei believed that the demonic source was not as difficult to get as he imagined. Otherwise, how many people would be unable to complete the mission of the demonic source? From the looks of it, Han Fei thought that the demonic origin was more like a wise person who would let people ambush him. Furthermore, those demonic plants would listen to its orders. This meant that the other party's level was higher than these demonic plants. However, it couldn't be higher than the perfected star transformation realm, otherwise it wouldn't have become the third mission. Furthermore, Han Fei didn't think that the demonic source would be in the peak level late stage star transformation realm because this was also too difficult. There were less than 5,000 peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators who participated in this 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. If the demonic source had the combat power of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, what was the point? They might as well directly let these 5,000 people pass. Therefore, Han Fei thought that the combat power of the demonic source wasn't high. He thought of the demonic plants that attacked him. Perhaps the only powerful thing about the demonic source was that it could guide the evolution of demonic plants. Perhaps in order to ambush Han Fei, the demonic source nearby had mobilized most of the surrounding combat power. Therefore, Han Fei rushed all the way and didn't encounter another demonic creature of the sky-opening realm. Finally, after half a day, Han Fei stopped in the depths of this swamp, which didn't look like a swamp but more like a big lake. If it weren't for the large amount of algae on its surface, Han Fei would have thought that the swamp here was more like an inland sea. At this place, Han Fei knew that he had found it. His perception couldn't penetrate the swamp here. There seemed to be a power preventing him from doing so. Han Fei stood in midair and said in a very straightforward voice, "You only have one chance now. If you can't ambush me this time, you will definitely die. So, have you decided what to do?" Seeing that there was no answer, Han Fei smiled and said, "If I've guessed right, the power you can use has basically been used up. Although there are many demonic creatures here, including countless demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, they can't all be under your control. You are just one of the countless demonic sources in this world, so the power you can control is limited. So, let's make a deal? A deal?" Burbale, the swamp was bubbling, and more bubbles appeared and became denser. Finally, when a purple crystal flower bud appeared and bloomed, Han Fei could finally see the so-called demonic source. A humanoid demonic plant appeared in the purple crystal spring. Han Fei couldn't tell if it was a demonic plant, a human, or a demonic creature. She seemed to have the characteristics of all three. You are the demonic source. After he was ambushed, he realized that there seemed to be a wise guy behind these demonic plants. Otherwise, if he were those demonic plants, his first thought wouldn't be to ambush him. This was because ambushing him was meaningless to the demonic plants and demonic creatures. He didn't have an ominous aura. Although he had exuberant vitality, they were demonic plants and didn't lack vitality. So why were they ambushing him? If these demonic plants didn't want anything from him but still ambushed him, they could only have received orders from something. From the looks of it, as he expected, this demonic source was indeed alive. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged, a demonic source. Introduction. An intelligent demonic plant that lives in the dark demon domain. Because it has the ability to quickly absorb ominous power, it can control many demonic plants and demonic creatures. They parasitize all demonic creatures that they can attach to and make them their clones. And the parasitic demonic creatures won't find that they are just a clone. In a demonic source's domain, all creatures are its nutrients. However, the demonic source needs to give birth to a true body to have combat power. Before that, the demonic origin's combat power can only rely on the attached demonic creatures. Their bodies contain a large amount of ominous aura, and they can only be suppressed with the pure life origin crystal in their hearts. A level 109 quality rare realm, perfected sky opening realm. Ominous aura contained 3092 wisps. A battle technique is spiritual control, parasitization, life absorption, energy absorption, collectible. Ominous demonic crystal, absorbable ominous note. In a world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Upon seeing this message, Han Fei's heart trembled. Holy shit, do those sky-opening realm demonic creatures know that they were possessed? The demonic source turned them into its clones without telling them, but allowing them to maintain independent consciousness. Is this demonic source a pervert? Besides, Han Fei never expected that this thing would turn out to be in the perfect sky-opening realm. What deal do you want? This demonic source seemed to be relatively calm. Although Han Fei couldn't sense its strength, according to the introduction of the demon purification pot, it was clearly not strong. However, if they really fought, this thing should have some trump cards. But Han Fei didn't care. No matter what trump cards the demonic source had, even if it had a large amount of ominous matters, Han Fei didn't care. This level of ominousness could easily be purified by the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. At most, he would waste some vitality, and in the demon domain, vitality was the least lacking. However, what Han Fei didn't expect was that the demonic source really came out and was willing to communicate with him. This was different from those demonic plants. Even the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm wouldn't be willing to communicate with him, or to be exact, they didn't know how to do it. Han Fei said, "I want resources, treasures, life crystals, and a tremendous amount of vitality. Can you satisfy me, or are you willing to give me clues?" There was no killing intent on Han Fei at the moment. He was seriously negotiating. He wasn't a native of the demon domain. Even with the vast ocean navigator, he could only find 3 places with resources a day. But the demonic source was different. Since this guy had intelligence and could still negotiate with him, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the demonic source immediately replied, "Okay, no problem, but how can I trust you?" Han Fei grinned. "You can only trust me, can't you?" However, the demonic source shook its head slightly. "No, since it's a deal, there should be a return from you. I can give you the resources, treasures, vitality, and even a large number of life crystals you want. However, you have to help me. Otherwise, you can kill me. But I have to tell you that even if you kill the current me, you can't kill the real me." Han Fei put on a smile. "You're quite eloquent. Okay, tell me what you want." The demonic source said slowly, "I want you to help me kill other demonic sources. In exchange, I can give you all the treasures, resources, vitality, spiritual fruits, and so on in my territory and theirs." Chapter 238-2, Dance with the Demon. Hearing the demonic source's words, Han Fei sneered in his heart. As expected of the most intelligent creature in the demon domain, this plan was very well thought out. If he wanted to destroy the territory of a demonic source, he might have to kill at least dozens of sky-opening realm demonic creatures in the other party's territory. If the demonic sources fought each other, it would be difficult. However, Han Fei was a power beyond them. This demonic source felt that with Han Fei's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to destroy a demonic source's territory. After all, this was how it was beaten through. If you lost, you had to admit defeat. Sometimes, losing didn't mean you would definitely die. Although Han Fei sneered in his heart when he heard the demonic source's words, he had to consider the demonic source's words because its offer was too damn attractive. Farce! He had already obtained a lot of benefits after conquering a demonic source's territory. If he conquered a dozen of them, Han Fei felt that his origin star might be full of vitality. However, compared to his goal, the demonic source's goal was actually more terrifying. This was because Han Fei knew that even if he killed this demonic source now, she wasn't truly dead. She could parasitize other creatures so she didn't die. For the demonic source, she just changed her body and slowly hid there. In the future, she would grow into a new demonic source. Therefore, this demonic source was very confident. She dared to make a deal with Han Fei and also dared to reject Han Fei's deal. To her, even if she was killed, it was not a big deal. Demonic plants had a long lifespan, and it was impossible for Han Fei to guard her. Han Fei was thinking. The demonic source itself didn't have much strength. They only relied on the demonic creatures attached to them. They controlled their territory and collected ominous power, and their ultimate goal was to condense their true bodies. Once this demonic source's true body was condensed, the demonic source, which had reached the perfected star transformation realm, would be very powerful. It might even directly become a monarch. The key to condensing a true body should still be the ominous power. It should be extremely difficult to obtain this power. As the saying went, gain and lose. This demonic source would give out some ominous power but then take it back without a trace. Han Fei didn't know what would happen if one demonic source swallowed the other. On one hand, he wanted the huge amount of resources that the demonic source mentioned, and on the other hand, he was worried that if the two demonic sources fused, the other party's ominous power would suddenly multiply, and there might be a problem. For a moment, Han Fei didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said casually, "You should know that since I can find you, I can find all the resources and treasures under your territory. I can take my time to get the vitality. However, if you want to swallow other demonic sources and use me as a thug, do you really think you're very smart?" The demonic source responded, "This is a fair deal. What I can give is worthy of what I want." Han Fei dealt with the demonic source while thinking quickly. He had to be careful in this cooperation. If he created a monarch, he would be doomed. How could he do such a thing casually? He was thinking that he could make this demonic source into a puppet, but then he thought that it was an ominous power. The essence of the ominous power was pollution. The soul that was separated would also be inextricably related to the original body. For example, Blood Fiend was also a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Before he died, he was also very crazy and used his murderous aura to cultivate into the star transformation realm. However, his soul was completely annihilated. Although he refined him into a puppet, the murderous aura wasn't enough to make him lose himself. Nothing would happen to him even if he controlled the Blood Fiend puppet. However, the demonic source was different. If he made them into puppets, once his soul were polluted, it wouldn't be a matter of resources. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Interesting. Give me all your resources first, and I'll help you destroy another demonic source." The demonic source shook its head slightly. "The deal shouldn't be like this. After you destroy another demonic source, I'll give you the resources." Han Fei said, "What if you take the opportunity to swallow the other party and have the power to contend with me after I annihilate another demonic source? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll help you kill no more than 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures in the other party's territory as a token of loyalty. Then, you have to give me all the resources in your territory. Only then will we have a real basis for cooperation." The demonic origin thought for a moment. "If you kill half of the other party's sky-opening realm demonic creatures, I'll give you half of the resources and treasures in my territory." Han Fei sneered. "Your territory has basically been hollowed out by me, right? Let me tell you, don't go too far. I can cooperate with you, and I can also cooperate with other demonic sources. So, you'd better give me all your resources. Otherwise, we won't be able to make this deal. I'll just kill you." "The demonic source, I am not afraid of death," Han Fei sneered. "Are you trying to say that there are still many creatures in your territory that you have parasitized and they are all your clones? So I can only kill your current body, but can't kill your real body, right?" At this moment, the demonic source finally looked at Han Fei solemnly. Han Fei had revealed her secret, which surprised her. How did Han Fei know? Han Fei chuckled. "Your territory is only this big. Beyond your territory, it must be the territory of other demonic sources. Do you think they can find you and kill you if I tell the demonic sources in other territories that your territory has been penetrated by me?" Buzz! At this moment, the ripples in the purple crystal flower shook, and the demonic source was silent for a while. "After you kill half of the other party's sky-opening realm demonic creatures, I can give you all the resources and treasures in my territory." However, Han Fei, who had thought it through, shook his head slightly. No, you didn't agree just now, so it's too late now. As a plant, you shouldn't give a pure-blooded human time to think. Now, give me all the resources in your territory to prove your sincerity for our cooperation. The demonic source was silent for a while. Do we still have a chance to cooperate? Follow current novels, ONN, on Oval be in? Hanfei said. Yes, but you have to follow my cooperation method. I'll penetrate 2 demonic sources' territories. Then you find the resources in both places for me, and I'll give you a chance to devour a demonic source. At this moment, this demonic source had no choice. The battle between the demonic creatures was actually more intense than expected. In the demon domain, except for the demonic sources, the so-called sky-opening realm demonic creatures were actually chess pieces of demonic sources. Now that it had lost all its chess pieces, it had already lost. And once the other demonic sources knew that it was not dead, the consequences might be that they would send overwhelming demonic creatures to search for it. Okay. The demonic source agreed and said to Hanfei, it will take a day to gather the resources. 1 day later, Hanfei saw countless demonic plants and demonic creatures heading to the location of the demonic source to offer sacrifices. Most of them were in the sea establishment realm. After all, the territory possessed by this demonic source wasn't small. If it were venerables to deliver resources, it would take forever. However, none of this was important. Hanfei saw a tremendous amount of resources. The mystic yellow soil was piled up into a mountain. There were 3 pieces of chaotic treasure soils, but 2 of them were of inferior quality and the other was of ordinary quality. There were more than 2 million ordinary spiritual fruits. To be honest, this was the first time Hanfei had seen so many spiritual fruits. It wasn't until today that he realized how abundant the resources of a powerful origin ground were. If infinite resources belonged to one person, how strong would this person be? There were more than 13,000 types of mineral veins here, and the vitality here gathered into large life origin crystals. There were 16 of them, which were equivalent to 16 life origin crystals in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the demonic source said, I can only take out so many resources in my territory. If you kill all the demonic creatures in my territory, the surrounding demonic sources will know that something happened to me and will provoke and explore my territory. Hanfei roughly estimated that in terms of the number of resources, all the resources here added up to probably 500,000 kilometers. This was because most of the resources of the sky-opening realm demonic creatures had already been taken by him. These 500,000 kilometers of resources were additional. Therefore, in fact, if all of them were included, there would be about 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers of resources in a demonic source's territory, not including the mystic yellow soil. I'm rich. Hanfei's heart surged. Conservatively speaking, there were more than 100,000 demonic sources in this demonic domain. If there were so many resources in every demonic source's territory, it would be a terrifying number. At this moment, after seeing so many resources, Hanfei was considering whether to kill this demonic source or not. Anyway, he had already gotten what he needed. Did he really have to cooperate with this demonic source? Hanfei thought for a moment. He wasn't sure about this matter. It involved the ominous, so he had to ask. Who should he ask? Eldest senior brother. It seemed that the purpose of the Void Temple was to deal with the ominous. If he created an ominous monarch, would eldest senior brother kill him? It was better to ask the god of war. Anyway, the god of war was far away and couldn't control this place. Besides, if he asked the old man for advice on such an important matter, this was called trust. Hanfei accepted the resources and then glanced at the demonic source. Let's talk about it after I finish my cultivation. Chapter 2383, God of War's Reminder. Hanfei wasn't afraid that the demonic source would run away. If it could run, it would have run away long ago and wouldn't have stayed here waiting for him to come. Therefore, it probably didn't have the ability to move quickly. Perhaps it was because it was connected to the ground veins here and couldn't leave even if it wanted to. Hanfei's purpose in going to the origin star was very clear. Although he had obtained all the resources in this demonic source's territory, he still had a lot of concerns about whether to cooperate with this demonic source. Another moment later. Above the sea of stars, an altar appeared, and a curtain of fire rose. God of War, you're here again? Why didn't you offer sacrifices to me this time? Before Hanfei sent a message, the God of War had sent a message to him, mainly because Hanfei came so frequently that even the God of War had the illusion that this guy didn't seem to be busy at all. Hanfei said, Senior God of War, let's not rush into sacrificing or not. I've run into a situation here. Blah blah. Hanfei gave a long description and sent the information about the demonic domain to the God of War. The God of War immediately replied, Are you sure it's an origin ground contaminated by the ominous power? An origin ground with at least 1 million sky-opening realm cultivators? Hanfei nodded. Yes, that's right. I've caught a demonic source. I'm wondering if I can cooperate with it. Blah blah. The God of War was dumbfounded. You were asked to do a mission, but you wanted to cooperate with a demonic creature? The God of War said, You can cooperate with it. According to your description, such a demonic source shouldn't be a big threat as long as it hasn't swallowed more than 5 other demonic sources. But you don't know if it has swallowed other demonic sources before, so you can't take the risk. Besides, no race has the habit of cooperating with the ominous. You can never be dependent on it. Therefore, my suggestion is that even if you can cooperate with it, there's no need to. No need to cooperate? Han Fei murmured. The vast ocean navigator could tell him how many demonic sources this demonic source had swallowed. If the god of war was right, he could kill the demonic source after it swallowed 4 other demonic sources. However, the god of war said there was no need to cooperate. It was worth thinking about. With so many resources, why was there no need to cooperate with the demonic source? The latest novel, Arrow and the Novel Next website, the god of war responded, "What do you think the main purpose of obtaining resources after the star transformation is?" Han Fei said, "Is it for the star path? Even if we don't take the star path, we'll have to use a huge amount of resources, right? For example, when we prove our Taos. God of War, when it's time for you to prove your Tao, it definitely won't be enough for you to snatch these resources from this demonic source's territory. To prove your Tao, you need to borrow the heavenly Tao and comprehend the laws. If you can snatch the heavenly Tao of an origin ground, it will indeed be very beneficial to prove your Tao. But do you have the ability now?" Han Fei asked, "Senior God of War, do you mean that it's not of much use for me to obtain resources now?" The God of War said, "It's not that it's not useful. However, since you've gone to such a place, according to what you said, there might be 100,000 demonic sources here, and you only have 3 years. How many of them can you kill? If you have the ability to kill these demonic sources, you might as well try stealing the world origin of this world." Han Fei was shocked. "Steal world origin of this world? Senior God of War, do you think I've lived enough? This is a terrifying origin ground with 100,000 demonic sources. How can its world origin be stolen so easily? If I'm not wrong, world origin should have a certain level of consciousness, right? If it summons thousands of sky-opening realm demonic creatures, how can I defeat them? God of War, as you said, this origin ground is only ominously polluted. But since you can go to this origin ground to gain experience, it means that this origin ground hasn't been completely corroded by the ominous. In other words, the world origin here should still be fighting against the ominous power. While resisting the ominous, it no longer has the time to care about these polluted demonic creatures. Besides, world origin might have a little consciousness, but it's mostly dominated by rules. It's not as smart as you think." Hearing what the God of War said, Han Fei was tempted. If the world origin here hadn't been completely corroded and was still resisting the ominous, it seemed that he did have a chance. But Han Fei asked again, "Senior God of War, even if I find the world origin of this world, I have to face the ominous, right? If I absorb the world origin of this world, won't I have to face the corrosion of the ominous power?" God of War, oh, you are facing the ominous right now. So many of you went to the world polluted by the ominous. Every time you killed a demonic creature, demonic origin, and so on, you were annihilating the ominous. As for facing the ominous head-on, if necessary, you can call me to help you. Huh, Han Fei was stunned. Can you come to help me? But Han Fei soon realized that the God of War wanted him to sacrifice a life form in the sky-opening realm, and knew that he had dug out the core of the other party's origin star. Didn't this mean that the God of War could actually enter other people's origin stars through sacrifices? In this case, as long as a channel was opened for the God of War, he could directly come over. The problem was, what should he sacrifice to allow the God of War to come over unobstructed? Through a strange wormhole or an even more magical path. Besides, Han Fei remembered that the South Monarch once described the God of War that although the God of War hadn't become a god, he was infinitely close to a god. If such a big shot really came, he would definitely be invincible. However, would the God of War covet his body? After all, he hadn't become a god yet. As for him, he had an 8-10,000 kilometer star transformation, was talented, and had countless opportunities. It was fine to chat with the God of War through the fire curtain, but Han Fei really didn't have the courage to face the God of War face to face. However, Han Fei couldn't say these words out loud, so he rolled his eyes and replied, "Senior God of War, if you really come over, I'm afraid Great Monarch East Marshal will have to come down personally. At that time, not to mention world origin, I won't even be able to get the resources in the demonic source's territories." After a while, the fire curtain responded, "That's true. After all, this is East Marshal's territory. If I steal his territory, this guy will probably hold a grudge. Forget it. Although I can't go to your side, I think you still have to find the world origin of this world. As for how to deal with the ominous's invasion, you can activate the God of War seal when the time comes. I can protect you for a while. Since this is East Marshal's territory, once you really steal the world origin or something and cause a problem in this world, East Marshal will come out to clean up the situation anyway. You are just a contestant. What does it have to do with you? East Marshal won't attack you. I think he will give me some face." Han Fei thought to himself, haha, yes, you're a big shot. But Han Fei thought that if the God of War asked him to get the world origin, would someone else instigate their children or disciples to get the world origin? After all, according to Han Fei's current understanding, there had been gods in places such as the Heavenly Race, the Phoenix Divine Race, and the East Sword Pavilion. If they had the guidance of gods, would they compete for the world origin of this world? Han Fei felt that it might be possible. Although those people didn't have the vast ocean navigator, the heritage of that kind of divine race was unimaginable. It was very likely that they had other ways to find the world origin. With this in mind, Han Fei's mind became active. Compared to the world origin of such an origin ground, this demonic source's resources were nothing but trash. The world origin contained vitality, the rules of the world, the great Tao, and power. As for such an origin ground, once he obtained its world origin and gave birth to a star core, the problem of injecting vitality would immediately be resolved. Then he wouldn't need to obtain these so-called life origin crystals anymore. In fact, he couldn't eat so much world origin alone. Then he could let Little Black and Little White eat together and let the Emperor Sparrow eat together. Unfortunately, he didn't take Little Fatty and the others with him. Otherwise, he could take them to eat it together. If he still couldn't eat it all, he could sacrifice it to the god of war. In any case, if he really obtained the world origin of the world, he would probably be able to complete the star transformation realm. With this in mind, Han Fei suddenly felt that the demonic source wasn't attractive anymore. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior God of War, I'll listen to you. I'm going to find world origin." Han Fei was about to go offline when the God of War sent him a message. "If you really get the world origin, you won't be able to eat it alone. I'll teach you how to store world origin. Then you can sacrifice it to me." Han Fei immediately replied, "Senior God of War, I'm risking my life." "God of War, what are you talking about? Haven't I taught you enough?" "I'm thinking of teaching you the supreme divine technique when you inject vitality into your body." "Brat, you can't even bear to give me this little bit of world origin, supreme divine technique?" Han Fei's eyes lit up and he quickly responded, "Senior God of War, who are you despising? Am I the stingy kind of person? I mean, I'm risking my life, but you only teach me a way to store the world origin. Won't you give my God of War seal some more time?" "God of War? Then give me some proper sacrifice, okay? Don't you know what you offered to me?" "Han Fei, okay, wait for me. I'll definitely offer 2 good sacrifices to you in 3 months. After the conversation, Han Fei looked quite energetic. Outside, when Han Fei returned from the origin star, the demonic source was still in place. After Han Fei came out, the demonic source asked, "You're back so soon?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes, the demonic source, according to my judgment, there are 13 demonic sources nearby, the weakest of which is in the west." However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, you are wrong. The demonic source didn't seem to understand. I can't be wrong," Han Fei grinned. "The weakest one is right in front of me." The demonic source, chapter 2384, Brother Fei, help me. The demonic source didn't expect Han Fei to choose to attack it in the end. It couldn't understand why. It had finally cultivated to the consummate level of the sky-opening realm, but after Han Fei's attack, it had almost dropped a major realm, from the consummate level to the realm where it could barely open the sky. Fortunately, it had countless bodies. As long as it was given time, it was only a matter of time for it to grow into the consummate level again. It just didn't understand where a strong master like Han Fei came from. Little did it know that half a day later, Han Fei came to a deep-sea domain, which was neighboring to the swamp. Logically speaking, there was a demonic source here. Knowing that the demonic source could parasitize, Han Fei found a creature in the sky-opening realm and roared at it. "The demonic source in the west has been killed by me. I'm too lazy to find its original body. It's yours." Han Fei didn't care if the demonic source here would get this news from this demonic shark. Anyway, he had already conveyed the message. It didn't matter if the demonic source would die in the end. Han Fei flew across the sky, holding the thing that Wu Bufan and the others gave him in his hand. He vaguely sensed that the one closest to him should be Cao Mengde. Since he had promised these guys to do something for them, he might as well help them. He also wanted to see the true face of these playboys under the mask. 27 days after the 4th round of qualifiers began. Cao Mengde held a rod that emitted purple-black flames and pierced through a demonic plant turtle whose body was half illusory. He grabbed casually, took out a life origin crystal, and continued to run crazily. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Cao Mengde's perception range. "Cao Mengde, just surrender. You should know that you have no way out since you decided to participate in the 100,000-year competition." Cao Mengde suddenly stopped and looked at the other 2 figures in front of him. He said, "How many times have I said that I was forced to participate in the 100,000-year competition? What has it got to do with you? Why do you have to chase me down? This is the 8th time. Did you come in just to kill me?" The man who chased him sneered. "Cao Mengde, stop pretending. We had suspected that you had awakened the top bloodline, but we couldn't confirm it several times. I don't know what method you used to cover it up. In this 100,000-year competition, you were able to escape from us 7 times, and there were even 3 people protecting you. This already shows something. So, no matter how well you hide, you have to die this time." Attack. A peak-level late-stage sky-opening realm cultivator and 3 late-stage sky-opening realm cultivators surrounded him. Cao Mengde couldn't beat any of these 4 people. Not to mention the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Those late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators who were still alive were not the people Cao Mengde could defeat. But now, Cao Mengde had nowhere to run. Late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators were all faster than the speed of light. They appeared in front of Cao Mengde in an instant. In an instant, great douse tumbled, the void was chilly and ice condensed. At this moment, Sao Mengde held a jade slip in his hand. In the eyes of others, it was the escape jade slip he normally used. One of the people sneered and shouted, "Spatial alternation." Then, the jade slip was taken away. The man looked excited and brandished his sword, about to pierce Sao Mengde. But in the next moment, the jade slip in his hand shattered instantly, and a purple flame spread around the man. In an instant, this person only had a pile of bones left, and the skeleton turned around and attacked another person beside him. Not good. It's the purple demon spirit devouring technique. As soon as the person said so, Sao Mengde had been penetrated by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was shocked because a fiery hand suddenly stretched out of Sao Mengde's body, and countless purple fiery threads appeared in the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat. Puff while transmitting his voice, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator cut off one of his arms. However, the purple flames were erupting too fast, like countless algae spreading out from the bottom of the sea. Of the remaining three, one was entangled by the skeleton puppet. When the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator retreated, flames refined half of the void and a figure walked out. It was Sao Mengde. Sao Mengde's body exploded just now, but that was not his original body. At this moment, Sao Mengde blocked behind another late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Holding a small seal in his hand, the gravity here suddenly increased by 10,000 times. Then, Sao Mengde held a long stick with two sharp ends, and in the blink of an eye, his speed was 8 times the speed of light. Puff, this person couldn't escape in time and was pierced through by Sao Mengde. However, this person was not an ordinary person. A blood arrow burst out of his body and pierced through Sao Mengde's body. The blood arrow exploded in Sao Mengde's body. Bang! Half of Sao Mengde's body was blown up, but his hands were burning with purple flames, pressing on the body of the person in front of him, burning him into bones in an instant. Cough, cough. Sao Mengde was vomiting blood. Obviously, he had been seriously injured. However, at this moment, he managed to save himself. His first choice was not to fight, but to escape. He had been hiding his strength and could still fight, but he hadn't reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even if he used up all his protective treasures, it would be difficult for him to kill the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, therefore he had to run. Only by running out of this dangerous situation could he win. As long as he successfully passed the 4th round of qualifiers, he would be able to shine in the 100,000-year competition. Then he could join other powers and secretly nurture his henchmen. Only then would he have a chance to make a comeback. On this side, Cao Meng burst out with his fastest speed, almost 7 times the speed of light. But the moment he jumped out, a figure even faster than him appeared and pressed a palm on Sao Mengde's chest. Bang! The upper half of Sao Mengde's body exploded, leaving nothing but broken bones and flesh. Huh! A young man stepped out of the void and said in surprise, "I knew you were hiding your strength, but I didn't expect you to be a body refiner. You're indeed something to be able to quietly reach this level. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have participated in this 100,000-year competition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died." Cough, cough. Sao Mengde's flesh and blood were still rapidly regathering, but at this time his 2 white bone puppets had been shattered by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Sao Mengde was in danger. Sao Mengde said ferociously, "Salbuki, I didn't expect you Bastard to come in person." Sao Mengde was crazily mobilizing the resources in his origin star and roaring like a beast. "Salbuki, who do you think you are? You are just a lackey of Salbumi. You will always be like a ferocious dog crawling at his feet. Even if I die, you won't live long." Humph. Salbuki's eyes turned cold. "You're just good at bickering. Back then, your younger brother was extremely talented, but his blood was still extracted. You two are the same. How dare you compete for opportunities with the main branch? Who do you think you are?" After that, Salbuchi threw out an icy jade bead. As soon as the bead appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and Sao Mengde felt that his blood was stagnant. "Extreme cold pearl?" Salbuchi sneered. "Yes, it is. As early as 4,700 years ago, the purple demon divine fire in our clan disappeared. Bumi felt that there might be a hidden opponent in our clan. After thousands of years, we didn't suspect you until recently. Now it seems that it's really you. The extreme cold pearl is a divine object that suppressed the purple demon divine fire back then. The purple demon divine fire in your body should have been suppressed now, right? Without the purple demon divine fire, let's see what else you have." Sao Mengde struggled for a while and finally heaved a sigh. Then he shouted, "Brother Fei, help me! Brother Fei, I know you are here." Huh? Cao Buki and the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator were both shocked. Of course, they knew which Brother Fei Cao Mengde was talking about. Who else could it be besides Han Fei? Recently, Sao Mengde, Wu Bufan, and the others had been getting close to Feng Xingliu and Han Fei because they wanted to cozy up to them. Salbuki and the others certainly knew Han Fei's strength. He was able to kill Yi Qianxing and escape calmly after fighting Zhao Qinglong. It was impossible for the big clans not to notice his strength. However, Cao Chi heard that Cao Mengde was nothing more than cannon fodder in Han Fei's team, and that Han Fei didn't help Cao Mengde until he was paid. Cao Chi didn't think Cao Mengde could afford making Han Fei an enemy of the Cao family. After all, he didn't think Han Fei was stupid. Why would he help Cao Mengde? Cao Chi said, "You're still trying to buy time? What Han Fei wants is money. He defeated the Dragon Fighting Street just to sell the qualification tokens. Do you think he's an idiot if he attacks the Cao family for a stranger like you?" However, right after Cao Chi said that, a voice suddenly sounded. "Say it again if you dare. Who are you calling an idiot?" Chapter 2088, 5, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Cao Chi was dumbfounded. "No way, we've hunted Cao Chi 8 times, but you haven't come out once. Why did you come out this time?" Seeing Han Fei walking over from afar with an unfriendly expression, Cao Chi, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, and the other person were dumbfounded. In an instant, the three of them were on guard. This guy was not Cao Mengde, but Han Fei, who challenged the heavenly race, defeated the Dragon Fighting Street, killed Yi Qianxing, and fought Zhao Qinglong head-on. In just a few years, Han Fei's name was household in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Seeing Han Fei, Cao Mengde almost burst into tears. He wailed, "Brother Fei, save me! This man's extreme cold pearl is an ultra-quality godly weapon that can suppress all flames. You can't miss it." Cao Mengde knew Han Fei's personality very well, so the first thing he did when he asked for help was to tell him the level of the extreme cold pearl. He bet that Han Fei would definitely be tempted. Sure enough, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and then his soul and blood heated. Fuck, an ultra-quality godly weapon. Han Fei didn't expect that he would encounter an ultra-quality godly weapon so easily. This thing turned out to be a treasure of the same level as the god's prayer bead. There was no need to emphasize the effect of the god's prayer beads. Hanging them on his body every day, even when he was sleeping, he was cultivating. It was very beneficial to body tempering, soul training, anti-poison, and cultivation. Although this extreme cold pearl seemed to have a single function, it was an ultra-quality one. This was the second ultra-quality godly weapon Han Fei had encountered. Cao Chi seemed to realize that something was wrong, but now Cao Mengde was almost under his control. He said telepathically, "Master Chu, come on, kill Cao Mengde. Don't fight Han Fei." In the blink of an eye, Master Chu had already been vigilant when Cao Mengde shouted. Seeing Han Fei appear, he had already prepared his strongest attack. Even if Cao Mengde's physique was not weak, he could still kill him. Master Chu had almost inserted a hand into Cao Mengde's body, but suddenly he forgot what he was going to do. Shocked, he tried to activate the star bead and launch his strongest attack, hoping to instantly kill Cao Mengde. However, in the next moment, his consciousness suddenly blurred. The Cao family wasn't from the heavenly race, so they didn't know much about Han Fei's methods. Although they had investigated Han Fei carefully, it wasn't the head of the Cao family who personally used all the family's power to investigate him, but Cao Bumi, a core disciple of the main branch, arranged someone to investigate him. Basically, those who fought Han Fei were either killed or lost without knowing why. The only people who knew Han Fei's trump card were the people of the heavenly race. Therefore, they could only ask the people of the heavenly race. But why would the heavenly race tell these families? They couldn't wait for Han Fei and the big families of the Divine Capital Dynasty to become mortal enemies. It would be best if all the big families were scammed by Han Fei. Then everyone would want to kill Han Fei. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Cao Bumi didn't find out that Han Fei could steal other people's abilities. Cao Buki was quite strong. Although he hadn't stepped into the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, with his strength, he could barely fight against peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Besides, this person was extremely fast. At the moment when Master Chu attacked, he was also attacking. He felt that he knew Han Fei's personality. Han Fei was a money grubber. Even if he caught him, he might not kill him. As long as he promised him resources, Han Fei wouldn't kill him. He could even give him the extreme cold pearl. After all, his identity should be more valuable than Cao Mengde. However, Cao Buki underestimated Han Fei too much. At this moment, Cao Buki lost consciousness and fell to the bottom of the sea with a bang, creating a big pit. Han Fei grinned slightly. He knew that in this demonic source's territory, there was already a huge whale of the sky-opening realm coming over, but it didn't get too close, as if it was waiting for the battle here to end. In an instant, Cao Buki and Master Chu were both dead meat. The Cao family cultivator's first reaction was to run away. However, what he didn't expect was that in the next second, he fell to the bottom of the sea too. Cao Mengde was dumbfounded. Han Fei's figure became majestic in an instant. Han Fei didn't even move, and the three cultivators were defeated. God knew what kind of monstrous ability this was. Cao Mengde burst into tears. "Brother Fei, you're finally here. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you. Brother Fei, Cao Mengde, will definitely repay you for saving my life." Blah blah. Han Fei, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. No more acting, okay? When did you know that I had arrived?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Salmengde hurriedly said, Brother Fei, the thing we gave you was mutual, so I know you are constantly approaching. You were already here when I was chased for the 5th time. Han Fei nodded slightly. No wonder I feel that these days, Wu Bufan, Luo Dafei, Li Chen, Zhou Run, and the others are all approaching me. It's indeed because of this thing. Since you know that I arrived that day, why didn't you ask for help? Salmengde chuckled and said, Brother Fei must be testing me. In fact, we all know that we are hiding our real strength. Brother Fei, you just want to see our real strength, so I can only ask you for help when I really can't beat them. Han Fei grinned and said, You're actually worried that I won't help you after knowing that you're hiding your strength, right? Because helping you means offending many people in a big clan. I've been thinking about this question for days. To be honest, I'm thinking about it now. I-e-ni-ni-si, ni-e-ni-ni-si-e, C-G-C-S, e-ni-sis, e-nis, e-ni-zi, e-ni-sis, e-ni-zi, u-c-c, novel, b, in, but e-ni-si-si-zi, krivu-si-zi-si, C-G-Z, C-G-D-Z-zir. Salmengde's heart certainly tightened, so he hurriedly said, Brother Fei, we all know that we have let you down, but we have no choice. With our current status in our families, we can only get limited resources. Otherwise, we will definitely not be stingy with your remuneration. In fact, I don't know what to do next, but Brother Fei, what we lack is just an opportunity. We will definitely remember this favor. If we rise in the future, as long as Brother Fei needs us, we will do our best to help you. At this time, Salmengde's expression became a little serious. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to become strong, including the playboys. Besides, they were forced to become playboys. Han Fei chuckled. Even if I want half of your Sao family, can you give it to me? Salmengde nodded slightly. We don't have any feelings for our family. Our family only brings us endless despair. Besides, only in our family do we know that if we don't prove our Tao, we won't have any say unless we're peerless heavenly talents. Even if we're peerless heavenly talents, as you've heard, Brother Fei, my younger brother could compete with the main branch in the past, but his blood and spiritual heritage were pulled out and he died a tragic death. Therefore, whenever there's a chance, I hope that the Sao family will be destroyed. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Without the Sao family as my backing, what can you give me? I think even if you can enter the arena competition this time and show your talent, you are still not strong enough. There will still be strong masters in the family who will pressure you. You might still be unable to escape your fate. Salmengde nodded. Therefore, many years ago, we have been accumulating resources and building our connections. We have never used these people, not even once. We are waiting for their growth and we are waiting for an opportunity. All the races in the EC Divine Realm will select talents from this 100,000-year competition. We have already decided to go to the capital of horror, which is a paradise of freedom. As long as we don't die and have a chance to continue to grow, we will return to the Divine Capital Dynasty in the end and make these people pay the price. Han Fei was curious. So many of you have been hiding your strength together for so many years. I don't think every one of you is so smart. Therefore, there should be a leader among you, right? It's this person who is giving advice and asking you to carefully disguise yourselves until now. Salmengde gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Since Brother Fei asked, I won't keep it a secret, Han Fei interrupted. Are you sure you won't keep it a secret? Salmengde explained. He told us before the first round of the qualifiers that you must have been suspicious of us, so you had been testing us in the 3rd round. He said that we could show our real strength in the 4th round. If you didn't take action, we could only accept our fate and see if we could survive. But if you did, you don't have to hide anything from you. Oh, Han Fei couldn't help but be interested. That person was really brave and intelligent. Han Fei thought of the names of those people and said, Tell me who this person is. Is it the one smoking the pipe or the one playing with walnuts? Salmengde couldn't help but grin. Actually, it's Zhou Run. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Zhou Run? The one playing with the back scratcher? He thought this person might be Wu Bufan or Li Chen. He thought that Luo Dafei wasn't quite likely to be that person. As for Zhou Run, Han Fei would subconsciously ignore this person because he had almost no sense of existence. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This person had made it so that others couldn't remember him at all, but he was still in the group. He seemed to have no status in the group, but was still a member of the group. Who would have thought that such a marginal figure turned out to be the smartest one? Chapter 2038-6, Extreme Cold Pearl. Although it was indeed beyond Han Fei's expectations, it didn't matter. Anyway, he had already guessed that Salmengde and the others were not simple. In fact, when he broke into the Dragon Fighting Street, Han Fei already knew that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in that damn place. Every family could easily mobilize 2 sky-opening realm cultivators, and the shop owners were not ordinary people either. Although Han Fei didn't look at the shop owners carefully, he knew that most of them weren't simple. Now, when Salmengde laid his cards on the table, Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, There's one last question. If I save you but offend your families, this deal will be a huge loss. What benefits can I get from you other than flattery? Although Han Fei didn't care about offending the big clans of the Divine Capital Dynasty, it didn't mean that he was willing to be taken for a ride. Salmengde said, Zhou Run said that we really don't have enough resources to move you. However, we know the secret of the demon domain. Salmengde was about to speak when Han Fei interrupted him. Wait a minute, is it that the world origin in the demon domain hasn't been polluted yet? Well, Salmungda widened his eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei didn't have many connections in the Divine Capital Dynasty, right? How did he know about the demon domain? Regarding the demon domain, even they had spent a lot of effort to obtain the information. Salmungda asked timidly, Brother Fei, where did you buy the intelligence? When Salmungda said this, Han Fei's heart sank. He said, I didn't buy the information, it's just a guess. But since you can even get this information, I'm afraid that everyone already knows it. Salmungda was confused for a moment. When Han Fei mentioned world origin, the capital they planned to trade with Han Fei was gone. Salmungda shivered. We can find the entrance to the world origin. Han Fei sneered and cast out his fishing hook. Fishing out the vast ocean navigator, he said, I can point out the entrance now. Salmungda, seeing that Salmungda was confused, Han Fei said disdainfully, since you can get this information, so can others. Then your so-called entrance is meaningless. It's even very likely to be a trap. Salmungda suddenly raised his head. It seemed to be possible. Xuanhuan had also said that this information needed to be considered carefully. When he laid his cards on the table with Han Fei, he shouldn't mention the entrance. Just now, he just blurted it out in a moment of desperation. Han Fei saw that Salmungda was also dumbfounded. Obviously, he himself didn't understand the situation. Although this guy only pretended to be a playboy, after so many years, he had inevitably developed some playboy's habits and his thinking had degenerated. Salmungda didn't have anything else to say, but Han Fei said, forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, according to my estimation, your time should be up in 2 months at most. Wu Bufan is the closest to here, and Zhourun is not much behind him. They will meet us in half a month. If we take the initiative to go over again, it won't take half a month. Han Fei felt that since Zhourun was the leader of Salmungda and the others, he wanted to hear what kind of answer this person who disguised his appearance, strength, and personality as mediocre would give him. Han Fei didn't doubt the potential of Salmungda and the others, but he needed their explicit promise or remuneration. He was not free labor, and he would never do anything for free. Hearing that, Salmungda's eyes glittered. Brother Fei, you're so nice. Shall we go there now? The three of them, Han Fei grinned. Mungda, I, Han Fei, have always hated evil, but I also need a reason to kill. Tell me, what's this guy's name? Salbuki. Oh right, what heinous crimes has Salbuki done? If he is a good person, I will never do anything to him, or I'll feel uneasy. A good person. Salmungda almost burst out into laughter. Brother Fei, this guy deserved to be killed. You heard it just now. 4,800 years ago, I was still a boy. My brother was only a teenager. At that time, my brother was talented and awakened his divine bloodline. He became a law enforcer at the age of 7, became an explorer at the age of 9, became a venerable at the age of 14, and was already a peak venerable at the age of 18. At that time, my brother's talent was the best in the Sao family. At that time, everyone thought that my brother had a chance to establish the sea in 100 years, a chance to open the sky in 1,000 years, and a chance to become a monarch in the future. However, one day, in the Sky Crater world, there was an urgent war. We were chosen to go to support the army in the Sky Crater world. But Salmungda's eyes turned red and he shouted angrily, but the disciple of the main branch, Salbumi, instigated his uncle to scheme against my younger brother's divine heritage. They actually forcibly pulled out my brother's divine heritage alive. When it was found, they had already stolen my younger brother's divine heritage and added it to themselves. Fortunately, our branch's patriarch who went to the Sky Crater world found it out. However, what's done is done. No matter who has a divine heritage, it's a divine heritage. My younger brother has already been crippled. Even the patriarch of our branch can't do anything to them. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes turned slightly cold. He really hated things like this. Didn't Zimin Lingan end up in the Grand Desolate Village and meet him because her spiritual heritage was snatched? Salmungda's voice trembled. Back then, my aptitude was mediocre and I could barely be considered a heavenly talent. However, my younger brother knew that it would be difficult for him to survive, so he asked the patriarch to transfer all his divine blood to me. That's why I'm where I am today. I can't let go of the grudge of killing my younger brother, so I pretended to be a playboy and lived a befuddled life. Brother Fei, no matter what, I, Salmungda, will definitely seek justice from the main branch. Well, it was this guy who captured my younger brother back then. Han Fei nodded slightly. It seems that this person is indeed heinous and deserves to be executed. This Salbuki, you kill him. Buzz. Salmungda trembled all over and the air billowed. Han Fei saw that Salmungda hammered Salbuki's body for 100 seconds, waking Salbuki up. Salbuki, who was woken up by the hammer, was stunned. Why was he suddenly heavily injured? He felt that most of his soul had been shattered. When he saw that Salmungda was burning his bones with the purple demon divine fire, he was horrified. Salmungda, how dare you kill me? The Cao family's main branch will not forgive you. You won't be able to survive in the divine capital dynasty. Salmungda grinned ferociously. It's none of your business. You abducted my younger brother back then. Have you ever thought of what will happen today? Ha ha ha. I'm going to extract your soul and refine it with the 9 heavens seal, burning it with the purple demon divine fire every day. While Cao Mengde was taking revenge, Han Fei forcibly erased the connection between the extreme cold pearl and Cao Buki. At this moment, it had become ownerless. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Namiya Extreme Cold Pearl. Introduction. There used to be winter in the chaos. In the depths of the chaos, there is an extremely cold place. That place contains the profound meaning of the world's extreme cold. The extremely cold pearl was born from the cold sky giant beast. After freezing for 1,000,000 years in the extreme cold winter, it was naturally born. Wearing this pearl, you can use the extremely cold power of the pearl to suppress all fires, which is comparable to the strike of a monarch. Every time it's used, it has to be replenished in the extremely cold land. O quality, ultra quality, godly weapon we attach soul. None A effect. It can suppress all fires and launch an ice strike. O recastable, AO unrefined, AO remarks, AO ECO. Don't put a soul into it easily. The soul can't be fused with the pearl unless it's compatible with it. Wow. Han Fei was horrified to see that the extreme cold pearl could launch an attack comparable to that of a monarch. Had he actually acquired such a treasure? The strike of a monarch. This was the only treasure Han Fei had obtained in the sky-opening realm that could unleash the power of a monarch. It was indeed an ultra-quality godly weapon, a treasure. In Han Fei's opinion, this treasure even surpassed the god's prayer bead. Han Fei couldn't help but feel lucky that Cao Buki didn't directly use the ice strike of the extreme cold pearl on him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fortunately, he didn't underestimate this person and directly deprived him of his consciousness. Otherwise, once he had the chance to use this pearl, the outcome today would probably be reversed. At this moment, Cao Mengde was still crazy. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled and quietly killed the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator and the late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Even so, Han Fei didn't forget the other two guys who had been burnt to bones by Cao Mengde with the purple demon divine fire, but caught them back. Anyway, as long as their corpses were in his hands, he could find their origin stars. At that time, he would keep the origin C of this peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator for himself. The other three would be sacrificed to the God of War. He wondered what kind of divine technique the supreme divine technique the God of War mentioned was. A moment later, the place was a mess. The sky-opening realm demonic creatures that were quietly observing from a distance didn't attack rashly, but Han Fei knew that there were more demonic plants nearby. He didn't want to be hunted by another 7 or 8 sky-opening realm demonic creatures. He stopped Cao Mengde from destroying Cao Buki's broken body and threw him into his origin sea. Anyway, Cao Buki's soul had been extracted by Cao Mengde. It was just his body. Cao Mengde thought that Han Fei wanted to use his body as a puppet. He heard that Han Fei had a blood fiend puppet, which was very powerful. Chapter 2087, Wu Family's Abandoned Disciple. In this 4th round of qualifiers, life and death were inevitable. If people hadn't been prepared to come in and kill, it was actually very difficult for them to meet others and choose to fight each other. This was because there were too many demonic creatures in the demon domain. They didn't have enough time to kill the demonic creatures. When the participants met, they would most likely travel in groups and join forces to fight the enemy. How could they easily fight each other? After going to another place with Cao Mengde, Han Fei was not in a hurry to find Zhou Run and the others. He simply found a relatively safe place, informed Cao Mengde, and entered his origin star. As for why he entered the origin star, Cao Mengde didn't know. Han Fei's behavior was strange. God knew what he was doing in his origin star. In fact, Han Fei said, "Senior God of War, I've sacrificed 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators this time. I didn't touch their origin stars at all, and they're as good as new. Look, can you give me a few more seconds for the God of War seal?" The God of War was surprised. Didn't you usually hunt peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and the perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivators? Why are you attacking the late-stage Star Transformation Realm ones now? You know, these 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators are not even comparable to 1 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Han Fei said, "Senior God of War, you're wrong. After all, I just entered the Star Transformation Realm. It was an accident that I killed peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivators. It's very difficult to kill a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Aren't you in a bad shape now? You have 3 origin stars anyway." The God of War thought for a moment and realized that his words did make sense. The 3 origin stars of the late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators weren't weak. Together, they were barely comparable to a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Unfortunately, Han Fei was still too weak. If he could sacrifice a monarch to him, TSK, the God of War, sighed in his heart and then said, "All right, for the 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators, I'll give you the duration of 150 seconds for the God of War seal, otherwise I'll suffer a loss." Only 150 seconds for 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators? Why did he feel that the God of War had become a little stingy recently? But forget it, 150 seconds was fine. Anyway, Cao Mengde and the others should have a lot of enemies, and there should be a chance later. As for the peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and Salbuki, these two were special. Their origin stars should be relatively stronger. When his star core was born, he might still need a lot of vitality and energy. In any case, he should be prepared. It didn't matter even if their origin stars were found by the Starsea giant beasts during this period of time. If they were really the kind of Starsea giant beasts that he couldn't defeat, he could sacrifice them to the god of war. Even if he couldn't defeat them, how could the god of war not be able to? With this in mind, Han Fei felt refreshed. Now he finally had another trump card. If he really ran into a strong master like Zhao Qinglong, what could the god of war seal that could only last dozens of seconds do? Han Fei looted the origin stars of Salbuki and the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but he didn't use the vitality condensation technique. There were still 3 months before the birth of his star core. After he saved Zhou Run and the others, he could use them as bait to hunt the strong masters of these families. As time went by, his star core would almost take shape. During his time in the Origin Star, apart from chatting with the God of War, Han Fei was also trying to subdue the Extreme Cold Pearl. This kind of ultra-quality godly weapon could unleash a monarch-level strike. This was another trump card. If he encountered a strong opponent again, most people wouldn't be able to take this strike. After consuming a lot of chi and blood and finally subduing the Extreme Cold Pearl, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a certain source of power sealed in the pearl. This source of power, like the Infinity Water, could recover on its own. Another trump card. That's great, 10 days later. In a vast coral sea, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator were searching. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, yes, this is the place where the little bee star disappeared. After that, the man crushed a jade slip and shouted, "Nephew Bufon, since you've come to this place, I can find you even if you have 1,000 ways to hide. Heh, in 2 days at most, 3 teams will arrive here with a total of 7 people. Heh, can't you continue to be a good-for-nothing? As long as you fool around on the dragon fighting street with Sao Mengde, Luo Defei, and the others, no one will care about you. But you insist on participating in the 100,000-year grand competition. As a good-for-nothing, don't you know that you can't participate in such a grand competition?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and released more than 200 thumb-sized silver fish. Then, the middle-aged man handed over a drop of essence blood, but the essence blood wasn't his. ECCCCCC, ECCC, ECCCCCC, YECCCC, also After the little fish smelled the drop of essence blood, they quickly began to search. In less than half an hour, the eyes of this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator lit up. "Found you." The two of them instantly shot away. In a place covered by demonic plants, there was a demonic plant, a demonic shell embedded in a huge coral tree. Bang! The middle-aged man nodded slightly. The cultivator in the late-stage star transformation realm penetrated the demonic shell with one blow. Buzz. The moment the demonic shell collapsed, a dazzling light explosion suddenly hit the eyeballs of these two people. Even the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's eyeballs were still pierced and burst. But that wasn't all. The moment the demonic shell exploded, infinite electric currents stirred all the creatures within tens of thousands of kilometers. These electric currents turned into rays of light and buckled the two cultivators in front of him. Some seals directly pressed down, and the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was directly suppressed without even having the strength to resist. As for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, a godly weapon-level battlesuit appeared on his body. He held 2 short spears in both hands. Endless electric currents were attracted by the 2 short spears but failed to trap him. He sneered, "Nephew Bufon, I know you have a godly weapon, the immortal trapping rope, but it's only a high-quality godly weapon. Although it's not weak, you're dreaming if you think you can suppress me with it." Boom! The sound of pipe smoking came from the void, and a lazy voice said, "Uncle, everyone knows that I have the immortal trapping rope. Do you think I'll use it as my trump card? Do you know why I like smoking my big pipe? Huh?" The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator felt that something was wrong. He wanted to get rid of the power of the immortal trapping rope, but he saw that the surrounding immortal trapping rope suddenly turned into a golden mist. Then, he tried to escape again, only to find that he couldn't move at all. Chapter 238-8, Mastermind and Analyst. After continuously observing the real strength of Sao Mengde and Wu Bufan, Han Fei was no longer interested in their strength. He only felt that these guys were actually quite ruthless. In a way, they had the same goal as him, which was to endure and persist. Even if he was very high profile in the Divine Capital Dynasty, if he returned to the Chaotic Wasteland, he would have to keep a low profile again. No matter how vast it was and how many strong masters there were outside the Chaotic Wasteland, the Chaotic Wasteland was still the Chaotic Wasteland, presided over by monarchs and with the 3 cities competing for supremacy. Although he was talented and had endless fortuitous encounters, what he faced was not one or two enemies but a superpower presided over by monarchs. Cao Mengde and Wu Bufan were in the same situation as him. Perhaps the cause was different, but their ultimate goals were all to overthrow their rotten family where they had lived for many years. Ooh! It was a pity that Wu Bufan was not in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm after all. If he continued to fight head-on, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator might be seriously injured, but Wu Bufan would definitely die. Therefore, Han Fei took action in the end. When Wu Bufan saw Han Fei and Cao Mengde, he let out a long sigh of relief. They finally took action after watching for so long. When Han Fei appeared, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator naturally had no chance to survive. In terms of basic combat power, Han Fei was no weaker than an ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, it was unrealistic for him to kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with his real combat power. Since he could use the void-stealing technique, why didn't he use it? He didn't need to polish himself and tap into his potential now. Depriving the two of their consciousness, Han Fei suppressed and penetrated them. Of course, their broken bodies were collected by Han Fei. In fact, if it weren't for the void-stealing technique, he might not have been able to stop a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator from self-detonating. Han Fei felt that the speed at which his star core was condensed was still a little slow. According to this speed, in a few days there would be 4 or 5 people chasing Wu Bufan. Should he sacrifice these people or keep them to dig out their star cores? Because Han Fei hadn't condensed his own star core yet, he didn't know if his origin star had enough energy and vitality. If these people were sacrificed to the god of war, what if he needed energy and vitality? After a while, Wu Bufan grinned and said, "Brother Fei, thank you for your help." Han Fei nodded slightly, then took out the big pipe that Wu Bufan gave him and took the initiative to smoke. Puff, huff, visit novel next. For a better user experience, Han Fei said leisurely. Bufan, why don't you stuff a strange fire crystal into my pipe too? Wu Bufan scratched his head in embarrassment. How could this thing be stuffed so easily? He couldn't help but say, "If Brother Fei wants it, I'll definitely get you one in the future." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Wu Bufan. "I'm not joking with you." Wu Bufan frowned as if he had made a major decision. He immediately said, "Brother Fei, if I can survive the 4th round, I'll get you a strange fire crystal like mine. Unfortunately, mine has been ruined. Otherwise, I would definitely give it to you." Han Fei felt that Wu Bufan's secret body tempering technique with the big pipe was very brilliant. Although he was smoking the big pipe, in fact, he was tempering his body with the strange fire crystal every day and nourishing the strange fire crystal at the same time. At the critical moment, it was a powerful blow. This battle was enough to show that if the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator didn't have a high-quality godly weapon-level battlesuit, he would probably be killed by the strange fire crystal. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, let's wait a few days. Bufan, you continue to be the bait, but I'll take action next." Wu Bufan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Fei." 3 days later, Han Fei solved a total of 5 people in 3 waves. Among them, 1 was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and 4 were in the late-stage star transformation realm. In order to deal with their own kind, these big clans had really tried their best and directly mobilized 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. They really thought too highly of Wu Bufan and the others. However, Han Fei felt that he could make a sacrifice. This was because he already had 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 6 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Among them, Salbuki might be regarded as a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, so above Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei said, "Senior God of War, I'm really generous this time, aren't I? I sent 6 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to you as sacrifices this time. One of them is even a core disciple of a major clan. His bloodline is extraordinary, and his origin star is also quite extraordinary. He is a 450,000-kilometer star transformation cultivator." The God of War seemed quite happy and quickly responded, Good, your hunting speed is not bad. Well, plus the previous 3, these people are comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. If you can get a monarch, Han Fei said gloomily, "Senior, it's not impossible to kill a monarch, but you have to give me a way to kill a monarch. If I provoke a monarch now, I'll be killed easily by him with a slap." The God of War seemed to be in a good mood and replied, "Well, there's a big gap between monarchs, but don't be hasty for now. Don't fight any monarch until you reach the perfected star transformation realm. This time, I'll give you 350 seconds for the God of War seal," Han Fei asked. "Senior, about the supreme divine technique," God of War said, "No hurry. Come to me when your star core is condensed." Han Fei thought to himself, "Soon. It will only be 3 months. Just wait." The demon domain was definitely not a small place, but although it seemed dangerous, in fact, neither the demonic sources nor the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm were very interested in Han Fei and the other participants. That was mainly because the participants like Han Fei didn't have any ominous power in their bodies, and it was difficult to kill them. Therefore, an existence who could become a demonic source was actually not stupid. There was no benefit in beating you. Why should I beat you? However, the participants' missions required them to kill Sea Establisher demonic creatures, Sky Opener demonic creatures, and demonic sources. With nearly 150,000 participants, how many demonic creatures must they kill? Therefore, although this world seemed dangerous, Han Fei and the other participants were actually the invaders. Furthermore, they were the crazy kind of invaders who came in to kill. On the 37th day after Han Fei came in, he met up with Zhou Run. When Han Fei saw Zhou Run, he was hunting a demonic spider in the sky-opening realm. As if realizing that Han Fei had come, Zhou Run set up a sealing bell and activated it. As the bell rang, all the creatures hearing it were trapped. Suppressing the demonic spider, Zhou Run took out a 64-piece scimitar and struck out a dense scimitar storm, cutting apart the soul and body of the demonic spider. After harvesting the spider, Zhou Run unhurriedly took the life origin crystal of this demonic spider. Then, Zhou Run cupped his hands in the air and said, "Brother Fei, I know you're here, I'm fine here. Brother Fei, you don't have to observe me." Before Han Fei said anything, Somengda said, "Ah Run, isn't anyone hunting you? Why are you still in the mood to hunt demonic creatures here?" Seeing Han Fei and the others appear, Zhou Run smiled faintly. "There are. My family sent 8 people, but they are already dead." Even Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. How strong was Zhou Run? Could he kill 8 cultivators? If the cultivators were as strong as the cultivators from the Cao family and the Wu family just now, how could Zhou Run be a match for them? Wu Bufan said, "Zhou Run, don't lie to me. Wasn't there any peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator pursuing you?" Zhou Run nodded. "Yes, there are 2 of them. Fortunately, it's not much. Otherwise, it wouldn't waste more of my time dealing with them." Wu Bufan asked, "How did you kill them? Can you beat them?" Cao Mengde nodded. "That's right. Even if you have more trump cards than me, they are peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. How can you kill them so easily?" Zhou Run smiled faintly. "It's true that I can't beat them, but you don't have to use your hands in a fight. Sometimes you can use your brain. Don't forget that we are in the demon domain. There are many more sky openers here than in the 100,000-year competition." Han Fei's interest was piqued. "How did you kill them?" Zhou Run smiled and said, "To cooperate with a demonic source." "What? Do demonic sources have intelligence? Fuck, Ah Run, are you crazy?" Wu Bufan and Cao Mengde were dumbfounded, but Han Fei was fine. He was just a little surprised. "Is the demonic source willing to cooperate with you?" Zhou Run smiled faintly. "In fact, as long as you think about the origin of the demon domain carefully, you can understand. The demonic source is a special existence in the origin ground. What they need is a strange dark matter, and we clearly don't have this dark matter. Therefore, we don't necessarily have to be enemies with the creatures of the demon domain. Whether we are enemies or friends depends on how we manage our relationship." Han Fei asked, "Have you seen a demonic source? Did it attack you?" Zhou Run nodded slightly. "No. In the demon domain, the basic demonic creatures are everywhere. They provide the power of darkness to stronger demonic creatures, and stronger demonic creatures will feed them vitality and energy. Even between sky-opening realm demonic creatures and demonic sources, there is such a relationship. Since they are all like this, it means that in the territory ruled by the demonic source, what the demonic source needs is not vitality, energy, or the great Tao. What it needs is the dark matter. So as long as you help it get dark matter, it will help you." Han Fei asked, "Aren't you worried that it will attack you after eating too much dark matter?" Zhou Run thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "My condition is to only help him get 2 demonic sources. According to my calculations, the demonic sources in the demon domain often have conflicts under normal circumstances. Then how do they resolve conflicts? When a demonic source appears, they will not hesitate to transmit their crisis to the nearby demonic sources. And the nearby demonic sources will be willing to help because they are unwilling to let other demonic sources dominate nearby. Otherwise, their own survival will be threatened. But even so, many demonic sources will definitely be killed by other demonic sources. But there are so many demonic sources in the demon domain, but there aren't many monarchs. This doesn't make sense. If the demonic sources devour dark matter between each other, many monarchs should have been born here." Han Fei asked. "So?" Zhou Run paused. "Therefore, I think that there are 2 big problems for a demonic source to advance to a monarch." Chapter 2089. Our master seeing that Wu Bufan and Cao Mengde were both a little stunned, Zhou Run smiled. Firstly, the demonic source doesn't allow the other demonic sources nearby to dominate alone. If they find out, they will link up with each other and attack together. As a result, all the demonic sources develop in a balanced manner, and no one is much stronger than the other. Even if a demonic source forcefully swallows the few demonic sources nearby, the other demonic sources will immediately react, forcing that demonic source to either share the dark matter or die. Han Fei was taken aback. This guy really had the potential to be a mastermind. No wonder he could lead Cao Mengde and the others to endure for so long. Han Fei asked with interest. "And the second?" Zhou Run added. Secondly, I think that even if the demonic source has obtained enough dark matter, they still need some conditions to advance to the monarch realm. This condition limits their advancement to the monarch realm. I guess that this condition is either that there is an unknown level above the demonic source, or that they need a special promotion condition, which may be an item or an environment. I don't know what it is, but they may have to meet these two promotion conditions at the same time before they advance to the monarch level. Han Fei nodded slightly. He had the demon purification pot, so he knew that the demonic source didn't have much combat power, which meant that even if they were already in the perfected star transformation realm, they were still very weak. The only way to make them stronger was to mold their true bodies. This was the fundamental reason why they wanted to obtain the ominous power. Therefore, one of the conditions for promotion that Zhou Run mentioned was to create the true body of the demonic source. And this true body was probably not a monarch. Between the true body and a monarch, there might be a key to advancement. Therefore, this was the fundamental reason why most demonic sources in the demon domain couldn't advance to the monarch realm. Pa. Han Fei couldn't help but applaud. It had to be said that Zhou Run's analysis without the help of the demon purification pot was indeed extraordinary. This chapter is updated by NNOVELBNN. Han Fei smiled and didn't continue the topic. Zhou Run had already fucking joined forces with a demonic source and killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei wasn't surprised at it. He felt that if it weren't for the fact that he had many means, it would probably be difficult for him to conquer the territory of a demonic source alone. Besides, the people hunting Zhou Run didn't come together. They were all teleported at random. Even if they could sense each other, they rarely waited for others to come together. After all, in the eyes of these so-called hunters, Cao Mengde and Wu Bufan were rubbish. Even if they were disguised, how strong could they be? Peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were the most inclined to look down upon them because they could be very sure that Cao Mengde and the others were not in the peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm, and they had some understanding of their previous information, so it was easy for them to make prompt decisions and attack them rashly. For example, when he observed Cao Mengde, there were only 2 people at the beginning. It was only when 3 more people came later that the people chasing Cao Mengde got together. Han Fei, with your wisdom, why did you take Cao Mengde and Wu Bufan with you? I think if it were you, you might have had a way to escape from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Wu Bufan and Cao Mengde were speechless. He made it sound like they were brainless. Zhou Run smiled faintly. Strength in numbers. Although I have a way to leave, it's too difficult to establish a powerful faction. However, Mengde, Bufan, and the others actually have very, very good potential. They're no worse than the so-called geniuses of the main branches, or even better. And such people are actually more or less in various large families. Brother Fei, I don't know if you know, but the super-strength families that have existed for millions of years hide countless dirty and dark things. There are actually many people like me, Mengde and Bufan. It's far easier to unite these people than to go to the wilderness to re-establish a faction myself. Furthermore, with a combination like ours, our growth upper limit will be extremely high. Wu Bufan nodded. Yes, we actually have a lot of partners, Cao Mengde said. Some of them are still perfectly hidden even now. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. There are so many people coming and going from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Why do you want to leave through the 100,000-year competition? Zhou Run said. Because our families are not united. In the 100,000-year competition, we need someone to see us and know us. Secondly, we have to choose a powerful faction to join so that we have a chance to make a comeback. In the end, some of our essence blood will be extracted the moment we're born. If it weren't for the fact that our souls hadn't taken shape yet, our souls would definitely have been extracted too. If we rashly leave the Divine Capital Dynasty, we will definitely be discovered. There are people in our family who specialize in preventing traitors. If we leave the Divine Capital Dynasty, the probability of us escaping is almost 0. Han Fei asked, so, after the 100,000-year competition, will someone come to select talents? Zhou Run nodded. All the powerful forces in the East Sea Divine Realm will send someone over. Han Fei said, then you can openly betray your families? Zhou Run nodded. That's right. What the big clans want is the face. At that time, they will definitely respect our choice on the surface. Even if they know that we betray them, they will have to watch us betray them with a smile and congratulate us for becoming a disciple of the capital of horror. Chapter Theft is Evil. Please visit novelbin.net to support the translator. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Sounds interesting. Yes, very interesting, Wu Bufan said. When the time comes, we will be outside, but there will be our men in the Divine Capital Dynasty. After plotting for thousands of years, one day, we will return and take back everything we lost. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He had to admit that Zhou Run and the others were more enduring than him. It had been thousands of years since the beginning of their plan. But their plan would continue another thousands of years. But what about him? Han Fei felt that if he could do it in one day, he shouldn't delay it to the next day. Even if there were no conditions, he would create conditions. He challenged the heavenly race, acted in a high-profile manner, looted crazily, and collected money greedily just to rise quickly. However, compared to Zhou Run and the others, he had more opportunities. Han Fei nodded. So, what can you give me in the end? I don't think Cao Mengde and Wu Bufan can explain it clearly, Zhou Run added. Recently, I can create conditions for Brother Fei to obtain the world origin of this world. Han Fei asked, how? Zhou Run paused. Let me tell you something simple first. Brother Fei should know the world origin of this world hasn't been polluted by dark matter yet, right? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Zhou Run asked, Brother Fei, have you ever thought why Great Monarch East Marshal placed the 4th round of qualifiers in the demon domain and gave us 3 missions? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, Zhou Run didn't give Han Fei a chance to think and explained directly, because this is also a gift of opportunity. It's one of the rewards that countless people deserve to have passed the wilderness and the 3 qualifiers. Perhaps most people think the reward is the life origin crystals and the abundant resources here, but in fact, the greatest reward is the world origin of this origin ground. Han Fei said, get to the point. Chapter 2390, The Avengers. Han Fei was stunned. No, to be precise, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Zhou Run's answer was beyond Han Fei's expectation. These heavenly talents who were disguised themselves as good-for-nothings and had been enduring for so many years wanted to give their cause that they had been planning for thousands of years and even tens of thousands of years to him. Who would believe that? In fact, after hearing Zhou Run's plan, Han Fei knew that although this plan was difficult, they might haven't even taken the first step. However, so many people were risking their lives to take this first step. Therefore, Han Fei believed that if they took this first step, their potential would be huge. Since they had all participated in the 100,000-year competition, and since someone in their clan had already begun to issue an obliteration order on them, the betrayal had already begun from this moment. As long as they didn't die, or some of them didn't die, it was inevitable that they would take this first step. The current person in charge of an organization with excellent executive and planning power, secret support, and potential said that I would become the second in command and give the position of the leader to you. From then on, you will be the founder of our organization and the mastermind behind the scenes. Although Han Fei had seen countless people, he had never thought that this would happen to him. Hefei, why? Han Fei paused for a few seconds and didn't think of an answer. In any case, he and Zhou Run had only met by chance. They had only met a few times through Fengxing Liu. Why did Zhou Run trust him so much? Han Fei thought that Zhou Run might want to borrow his strength to deal with the big clans. However, he hadn't even reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm yet. Even if he could kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, it didn't mean anything. With this, why would Zhou Run and the others dare to bet? Therefore, Han Fei didn't understand. Zhou Run said, Brother Fei challenged the heavenly race. In fact, 90% of the people in the Divine Capital Dynasty don't think you can leave the Divine Capital Dynasty alive. But if you leave the Divine Capital Dynasty and survive safely, it proves Brother Fei's potential, strength, and even background. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, we don't need to know your background, Brother Fei. Maybe you're from the Wild Ancient Race or the Time Temple, but that's not important. What's important is that you probably can't resist the temptation of being our master because we may make a great force in the future. Are you sure? Zhou Run added. Brother Fei, you are the first person in the history of the Divine Capital Dynasty to defeat the entire Dragon Fighting Street in order to sell qualification tokens. Han Fei said gloomily, Is there no third reason? Zhou Run smiled. There is. We all agree that you are not afraid of power and even dare to fight it head-on. This is very suitable for the purpose of our organization. Being complimented for no reason, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. You give such an organization to me just for this? Zhou Run added. Brother Fei, in fact, we can have a win-win result. Our current goal is to escape and grow up so that we can deal with the big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Our goal is very long-term and can't be achieved in a day. Brother Fei, no matter what you want to use this organization for, you will try to make it strong. Only a powerful faction is qualified to be used. Han Fei asked, How can I guarantee that you'll listen to me? What if you betray me in the future? Zhou Run shook his head. Brother Fei, you want to borrow our strength, and we naturally want to borrow yours too. As long as we have enough value to each other, there's no point in betrayal. Besides, Brother Fei, with your personality, will you be afraid of betrayal? Han Fei thought for a moment. It seemed that he wasn't afraid indeed. He had many enemies. If he suffered a backlash, he would only have one more enemy in the future. But what if his decision created a force comparable to or even stronger than the City of Wanderers? Han Fei said, I don't care if you betray me or not, indeed. Any other reason? Zhou Run, number Han Fei, immediately tilted his head and took a deep look at Zhou Run. You're really a fucking talent. I can't believe I can't refute you. Yes, Han Fei had to admit that he was deeply moved. Zhou Run was too sharp-eyed. He really didn't care about these so-called big clans. Anyway, after leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, there was no Han Fei in this world. His name might be Zhang Daqian, Nezha, or Ren Tianfei. Anyway, his name wouldn't be Han Fei. Besides, if he really had such strength, he would take them to the chaotic wasteland to slaughter the monarchs, and then it might even be able to suppress the city of wanderers. Furthermore, this faction's goal was to annihilate the big clans. Han Fei had done this once, no, twice. The first time was in the former Yu city with Zeman Lingan, and the second was in the Thousand Star City where he suppressed the Thousand Star City. As the saying went, if there was one, there would be two. If there were two, there would be three. If he really killed these big clans in the future, how many resources and divine techniques would be waiting for him? Han Fei had no reason not to be tempted by Zhou Run's answer. At the same time, Han Fei knew that although he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he wasn't a decoration. He had to contribute. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid for them to hire a decoration as the mastermind? The three of them saw Han Fei slowly smile and ask leisurely, "Okay, what's the name of our organization? Zhou Run, Wu Bufan, and Kalmengd, Wung?" "We haven't left the Divine Capital Dynasty yet." Han Fei waved his hand. "It's okay. I've already thought about it. This name suits our organization very well. Let's call it the Avengers. Everyone, rent?" The three of them were speechless. "Do you move your role so quickly?" But it seems that yes, they had already explained everything to him. Of course, Han Fei is already the mastermind of the organization. Cao Mengde said, "I agree with this name." "Isn't this the purpose that we have endured for so many years?" Wu Bufan nodded slightly. "I didn't expect Brother Fei to be so smart. I've never thought about this, but Brother Fei thought of it in the blink of an eye." Zhou Run smiled. "Brother Fei, do we not need to investigate now? Luo Dafei, Li Chen, and the others shouldn't be far away. They are also targeted by their families." Han Fei immediately turned serious. "Brothers, let's go. Whoever dares to bully the people of the Avengers will be killed." Everyone, Zhou Run and the others, felt that Han Fei immediately perked up. This was a little different from the Han Fei in Zhou Run's impression. Did they entrust their organization to the wrong person? It only took Han Fei and the others 7 days to save the remaining people. However, 3 of the people in that group had already died and could no longer get any message from them. Han Fei could do nothing about it. After all, not only could he sense them, but many others could also sense them. But in the end, Zhou Run, Cao Mengde, Wu Bufan, Li Chen, and Luo Dafei had all been rescued. The main reason was that these people had more trump cards. Ordinary people couldn't take them down in a short time. At this moment, the group of people gathered together. Han Fei said, "Everyone, the members of the Avengers are all here today. Now, I need you to act as bait first. If there are still people sent by the big families to kill you, they will probably arrive in the next month. In order not to let them affect our future actions, we have to catch them all in the next few months." Li Chen said, "Yes. Brother Fei, I've only killed a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The others have been tricked into going in other directions by me with a substitute godly weapon. They should have discovered it now." Luo Dafei said, "There should still be people from my family coming at me." Another month passed. Han Fei and the others had already attacked as many as 7 times, killing a total of 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 13 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After Han Fei looted these people, he found 2 godly weapons. Then, Han Fei sacrificed the 13 people to the God of War, receiving a round of praise from the God of War. Of course, now the duration of the God of War seal was 1,128 seconds. In addition to the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators that were sacrificed to the God of War, there were 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators stuffed in Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei had kept the origin stars of these people for himself. In a month or so, his star core would be condensed. He didn't know if he needed energy or vitality. If he didn't need it, he would sacrifice them to the God of War. On this day, Zhou Run said, "Brother Fei, I estimate that the deaths of so many people should alert the people who came to hunt us. Even if there are still some, there can't be many of them. We should be able to deal with them. We should complete the mission of the demonic source first." Han Fei said, "Yes. How can a mere demonic source resist the army of the Avengers? Let's go and complete our mission first." When Han Fei and Zhou Run went to complete the mission, they would also loot the resources under the territories of the demonic sources. Fighting alone was completely different from fighting with a group of people. Especially the guys around Han Fei, they were all hidden strong masters. All of them added up could definitely suppress a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, so when they faced the demonic sources, with Han Fei's abnormal combat power, the mission was not difficult to finish at all. However, there was once when they escaped for life and gave up the territory of a demonic source. This was because the surrounding demonic sources seemed to have joined forces. More than 200 demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm surrounded them. Even Han Fei had to run. Anyway, the demon domain was very large. If they couldn't fight here, they could just go to the other side. It was not a big deal. 4 months and 5 days after Han Fei and the others entered the demon domain, they were completing tasks for Luo Dafei. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He said, after defeating this demonic source, I'll cultivate in seclusion for a few days or months. I'll leave a clone outside. If anything happens, call me immediately. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't explain, because his star core had already condensed at this moment. Chapter 2391, Supreme Divine Technique on his Origin Star. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he immediately felt that his origin star seemed to have become desolate and lacked vitality. He tried to feel the life river of his origin star, only to find that the life river that should have been filled by 1/3 had only 1/10 of its vitality left, which was still decreasing. Han Fei's first reaction was that his origin star's vitality had been greatly reduced. But on second thought, it didn't seem right. Theoretically speaking, the vitality of his origin star was fixed. Vitality and lifespan were different. For example, if his previous vitality was 100, it wouldn't suddenly become 10. This didn't match the conservation of energy. Therefore, Han Fei immediately realized that something was wrong. It wasn't that his vitality had decreased, but that the theoretical lifespan of his origin star had increased. When his vitality remained the same, the size of the river became bigger, so the vitality seemed less. After realizing all this, Han Fei immediately came to the location of his star core. This was the first time Han Fei had seen his star core. It was like a huge fireball emitting a fiery red light. There were spurs extending out of the fireball. Those spurs were not physical, but a random act of energy pulsation. On the surface of the fireball, Dao runes appeared and circulated on the star core. Han Fei could even feel the extremely rich vitality in this fireball. At present, most of the vitality and energy of his origin star had gathered in the star core. Besides, the star core wouldn't release the energy and vitality immediately, which would take a long time. The entire star core had a diameter of more than 8,100 kilometers. This was the largest star core Han Fei had seen so far. Besides, the size of the star core was very interesting. He had a 81,000 kilometer star transformation, and the star core was 8,100 kilometers large. There must be a connection. It seemed that it was best for him to turn his origin C into a star when the length of his origin C reached a heavenly number. So was it the same case for his star core birth? However, the top priority was not to add vitality to his origin star. Han Fei's first reaction when he saw the star core was to feel the throbbing of the surrounding ground veins. The ground veins were trying to connect to the star core. Han Fei realized that he had to take advantage of this time to connect with his origin star, which was a closer connection in the sense of life. Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in front of his star core, the origin, spiritual heritage, and eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage that had been serving as his heavenly heritage were operating at the same time. These were two completely different methods of circulation, but they had something in common, which was that certain main meridians were shared. At this moment, Han Fei's two spiritual heritages emerged at the same time. His entire body was golden and had a holy light. Like a thread, there seemed to be an invisible heritage connecting the ground veins and the star core. This might be a spontaneous connection between the original body and the origin star. It should be a stage that everyone would inevitably experience during the star transformation process. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. It wasn't until the 8th month, which was equivalent to about a day in the outside world, that Han Fei, who was cultivating, finally felt refreshed. It was a strange feeling. He seemed to sense the true meaning of the world, the truth of the universe, the dust of all things, the lush vegetation, and the infinity of life. Follow current novels, ONN, OVLBN. When Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, he felt that the two completely different rivers of life began to fuse after the star transformation ended. Logically speaking, his original body's lifespan was only 1,000,000 years. How could it compare to a star? However, this fusion didn't mean complete fusion. It was an understanding of life. For example, if he died now, his origin star would immediately stop growing and become an ownerless star, slowly blooming with his energy and vitality. When his vitality couldn't maintain the natural operation of the star, it might be time for his origin star to turn into a scorching sun and burn up itself crazily. But no matter what, at this moment, Han Fei knew that his path of star transformation had been completed. His soul power and his own strength suddenly increased significantly. Han Fei was not surprised. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at his message. Owner, Han Fei level 26, sky opening star transformation, bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean. The 200,000 1/16 to 13,064 years, immortal chi, 400,000 soul, 72888 origins, 788 2,082,598 points, perception range, 8,000,000 kilometers, strength 790 star powers, 795,000 2021 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 99, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 101, main art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality, huh? When Hanfei saw his information, he was actually a little surprised. He thought that he would cross level 106 and surpass the Star Transformation Realm. However, he was still stuck in the Star Transformation Realm. Could it be that there was something he hadn't completed in the Star Transformation Realm? Also, although his soul and strength had both been significantly improved by almost 10%, and his soul power seemed to have increased by more than 700,000 points, he still felt that something was wrong. It wasn't easy for him to transform his origin sea into a star, but his comprehensive strength had only increased by about 10%. It was not that Hanfei despised the improvement, but it was very different from the so-called qualitative leap. If you increased my strength by 30%, I could say that it was a qualitative leap, but with only a 10% increase, Hanfei had to reconsider if there was something he hadn't completed in the Star Transformation Realm. Therefore, Hanfei immediately went to find the answer about the realm he didn't know. Therefore, in the starry sky, the altar rose, and a fire curtain rose. God of War. Oh. Why didn't you make a sacrifice today? Hanfei said. Senior God of War, I'm full of questions now. My star core has been formed, and my original body has been connected to the ground veins and star core of my origin star. I can already feel the fusion of the rivers of life. By rights, my star transformation should have ended, right? But why do I feel that my strength hasn't taken a qualitative leap? I feel that my overall strength has only increased by about 10%. What? Your star core has been formed? At that time, the God of War couldn't have felt worse. When did he enter the Star Transformation Realm? 1 year ago? 2 years ago? Anyway, it hadn't exceeded 3 years. From the beginning of Star Transformation to the birth of a Star Core, it only took him 3 years. Was this kid the reincarnation of a god? The latest episodes are on the Nov LBIN website, Hanfei said. That's right, Senior God of War. Is there anything I haven't comprehended in the Star Transformation Realm? After a moment of silence, the God of War said, You're cultivating so fast. Aren't you worried that your foundation is unstable? Hanfei said. Senior God of War, did I forget to tell you that there is a great Tao of time among the great Taos I walk? God of War? I won? Immediately, the God of War seemed to understand. He was originally shocked, but when he heard the great Tao of time, he immediately understood. No wonder. I was wondering how anyone could complete the star transformation stage in just 2 years. So you have a time acceleration technique. Hey, has the Time Temple come to you? The God of War didn't answer Hanfei's question immediately but asked, Has the Time Temple come to you if you walk the great Tao of time? Yes, but I just ignored them. We're on different paths. The God of War cursed in his heart. Stop showing off, you little beastard. However, the God of War still reminded him, Hanfei, it's best if you do as you say. There's no need to join the three temple. You don't even know the meaning of their existence. Therefore, it's best not to join if you can avoid it. As for you saying that you don't feel a qualitative leap, that's only natural. Now, is there a lack of energy and vitality in other places on your origin star except for the star core? Hanfei nodded. Yes. Is there not enough energy and vitality? God of War, if you want to reach the peak, that's naturally not enough. Do you remember what I told you should do next? Hanfei said. Inject vitality. Indeed, my origin star seems to lack a lot of vitality now. But what I can't figure out is, even if I inject vitality into it, what will happen? Body tempering? God of War, do you remember what I told you? After entering the Star Transformation Realm, you don't have to embark on the star path? Hanfei responded. I remember, God of War. Then, do you remember that I said I would teach you a supreme divine technique? Excited, Hanfei responded again. I remember. God of War, I didn't tell you before because I wanted to see your exact state after you finished the Star Transformation. Now, I'll teach you the first step to practice the supreme divine technique. The first step, God of War, haha. The birth of a star core is only relative. If you have no one to teach you, what are you going to do next? Hanfei thought for a moment. Based on the current situation, I must have missed something in the Star Transformation Realm, so my next step must be to get more energy and vitality. At least I can't let my origin star continue to be so unstable. God of War, however, when a large amount of vitality and energy are injected, they will continue to be absorbed by the star core. Then what are you going to do? Hanfei said. It takes time for the star core to absorb energy and vitality, right? I should be able to stabilize it without accelerating time and abandoning the array that gathers energy and vitality. God of War, why do you want to stabilize the star core? Hanfei paused and suddenly realized that stars seemed to have a period of silence. However, the God of War directed the topic to the star core itself. He wanted him to pay more attention to the star core itself. Hanfei asked, Senior God of War, do you mean that there is still room for improvement on the star core itself? Suddenly, Hanfei thought of something. Compared to the star core of Yi Qianxing, the size and quality of the star core of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator he had once killed were different. Hanfei couldn't help but respond. Is there still room for the star core to continue to condense? Continuously compressing the star core, so that the star core of the same size can gather more energy and vitality. Although their mass will be greater, their intensity will definitely be higher. God of War, you're quite perceptive. In fact, you'll find this out after you try to inject vitality and energy. And the first step to practice the supreme divine technique I'm going to teach you is to compress your star core 1,000 times. Chapter 2392, Little Black and Little Whites How Many Times? Han Fei was shocked by the God of War's words. Holy shit, he asked me to compress my star core 1,000 times. Won't it explode? Fortunately, Han Fei was very accepting. He immediately asked, Senior God of War, why don't you directly teach me the supreme divine technique? The God of War responded by scolding Han Fei, What do you know? You can't be hasty. One step at a time. Do you think it's difficult to compress it 1,000 times? Try compressing it 1,000 times in your own way first. This is the first step, but it's actually a basic test. Han Fei said, That's not right. Senior God of War, if I keep pouring energy and vitality into it, wouldn't I have to continuously compress it forever? God of War, well, I'll give you a standard. When your golden jade marrow is full, you can stop. Huh? Han Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Was it related to the golden jade marrow? Right, since he was going to continue to inject energy and vitality, this step should be injecting vitality. After injecting vitality, wouldn't it be body tempering? However, Han Fei didn't know why the golden jade marrow would be produced when the star core was compressed. Before Han Fei was about to end the conversation, the God of War reminded him, Remember, before you compress the star core 1,000 times, don't add vitality and energy to your origin stars. Do remember it. Han Fei asked, Why? God of War? You'll find out later. With doubts, Han Fei ended the conversation with the God of War. In any case, he now had a direction. Besides, a 10% increase in strength was still a 10% increase. His 10% increase was different from others' 10% increase. Han Fei didn't leave the origin star but returned to the star core. Hearing what the God of War said, he didn't inject vitality or dig out other people's star cores to replenish his energy. He needed to figure out how to compress the star cores first. Logically speaking, the most basic compression method was to suppress it with pressure. This wasn't very difficult, so Han Fei directly began. The star core had just been born. Although it contained infinite energy and vitality, it was not completely solid at this time. It was more in a sticky, semi-solid state, or even a loose liquid state. Therefore, the first step, the most basic star core compression, was not very difficult for Han Fei, and the compression of 1,000 times that the God of War said was actually to reduce the radius by 10 times according to the volume formula. Of course, if the mass was the same and the radius was compressed to 1/10 the size, it meant that the density of his star core would inevitably skyrocket. At first, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. The God of War said that he would understand it if he did it. Then he would just focus on compressing the star core. However, it only took Han Fei one day to reduce the size of the star core to 80% of its original size. 3 days later, Han Fei reduced the radius of the star core to half its previous size, which was 2,025 kilometers. However, Han Fei found two problems, one good and the other bad. The good thing was that if he compressed the star core, his strength would increase slightly. His strength had increased by about 1%. The bad thing was that it was more and more difficult to suppress it through pressure. At this moment, Han Fei had to use the power of the Great Tao. He locked the space within the range and squeezed the star core crazily. It was also at this moment that Han Fei felt the resistance and countershock of the star core's energy. Buzz. In just 3 or 5 days, Han Fei's battlesuit had all been destroyed, melted under the unusually high temperature. Han Fei could feel that his body was burning, and the surging energy in his body was frantically washing his body. Phew! Power backfeeding? Han Fei was shocked because he sensed the abnormality of the golden jade marrow. Subconsciously, Han Fei began to operate body-refining techniques. 10 days later, when Han Fei compressed the radius of his star core to 1,600 kilometers, he gave birth to a drop of golden jade marrow, which made Han Fei extremely excited. However, Han Fei knew that it was because he had received a huge amount of energy backfeeding in an extremely short period of time. In addition, the origin star seemed to have backfed him to a certain extent too, so this drop of golden jade marrow was produced. If the current situation remained the same, Han Fei estimated that in the next few months, he should obtain a drop of golden jade marrow every month until he completely adapted to the strength of the star core. Of course, Han Fei didn't stop there. The God of War's instructions to him was to use his own method to compress it 1,000 times, which was to reduce the radius by 10 times. His original radius was 4,050 kilometers. If it was 10 times smaller, it should be 405 kilometers. Now he was still far from this goal. 1 month later, Han Fei's star core was compressed to 1,1200 kilometers. At this time, Han Fei found that it was already extremely difficult to compress it with the Great Tao. When compressing the star core, a huge amount of energy dissipated and was absorbed by him, washing his body. In this month, Han Fei gave birth to 6 drops of golden jade marrow. If 1 Great Tao is not powerful enough, I'll use 2. If 2 are not enough, I'll use 3. 3 months later, the radius of Han Fei's star core was compressed to 800 kilometers. At this time, Han Fei felt that his star core had become extremely solid. The huge star core with a radius of 4,050 kilometers had now shrunk by nearly 5 times. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't press anymore, although in the past 3 months his golden jade marrow had increased by 42 drops. Unfortunately, the compression of the star core still stopped. Han Fei had been sitting cross-legged here for 3 days. In fact, the mission given to him by the god of war was equivalent to compressing the density of the star core 1,000 times, and this process was getting harder and harder. Up to now, Han Fei felt that if he tried his best, it might take him half a year or even a year to compress the radius of the star core to about 600 kilometers, but it was too difficult. It might take him 100 years to compress the radius to 405 kilometers. Besides, Han Fei felt that his current star core seemed a little unstable. That was because he compressed it too hard, causing the internals of the star core to be a little imbalanced. If this went on, Han Fei suspected that the star core might explode. Han Fei thought for 3 days. He was sure that if he wanted to compress it bit by bit, it would take him 100 years or hundreds of years to stabilize the star core and reduce it to 405 kilometers. However, if so, this step would be too slow. Keeping compressing it is definitely not the main purpose, even if it can backfeed the body and strengthen the refinement of the golden jade marrow. Han Fei's heart suddenly flipped. Is there any impurity in the star core? If so, can the yin-yang millstone refine it? Han Fei's idea was very bold. It was like forging iron. By removing the impurities and leaving only the essence of the materials, wouldn't the volume naturally decrease? However, Han Fei didn't know if Little Black and Little White could withstand the power of his star core. This terrifying scorching heat could even burn the battlesuit of the ultra-quality sea-quelling bazaar treasure level, let alone Little Black and Little White who hadn't opened the sky yet. However, if they were a little further away from the core, it didn't seem to be a problem. When Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White, the 2 little guys were more heat-resistant than Han Fei had imagined, mainly because Little Black could swallow fire essence. Earlier, when Little White got a spiritual treasure, the blue sea ice sand, and Little Black went to the fiery tree to absorb the essence of the heavenly fire. Now, Little Black was obviously more adapted to such an environment. Little Black swam towards the star core. It seemed that the scorching energy of the star core couldn't burn Little Black's body at all. However, when Little Black really approached the star core, it melted directly into a black fog. 3 days later, Han Fei found that his guess was right. Star cores also had impurities. However, Little White suddenly said, "Dad, I'm going to make a breakthrough." Huh? Han Fei was quite surprised. She was going to make a breakthrough? Little Black and Little White had been stuck at the peak of the sea establishment realm for a long time. Han Fei had always felt that there seemed to be a barrier that these 2 little guys, his closest spiritual beasts, couldn't pass. He didn't expect that seeing his star core today would help them make a breakthrough. Wait, this is my origin star. This place is under my protection. These 2 little guys definitely won't make a breakthrough here, which means that they have to make a breakthrough in the Sea of Stars. He had wanted to let the 2 little guys see if they could filter the impurities of the star core, but now it seemed that he had to let them transcend the sky-opening realm tribulation first. Little Black was absorbing energy. After another day, Han Fei saw Little Black appear again. From the moment Little Black appeared, he saw that Little Black and Little White were glowing. It was clearly time for them to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Above the Sea of Stars. As soon as Little Black and Little White came out, the vast heavenly tribulation gathered in the Sea of Stars. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Son, daughter, take these resources." With that said, Han Fei threw out 1,000,000 spiritual fruits, hundreds of thousands of energy crystals, and millions of kilometers of resources. He thought that if necessary, he could intervene. Even if the heavenly tribulation looked terrifying, it was not a big deal as long as they could survive it. Now, Han Fei was curious about what would happen if Little Black and Little White transcended the tribulation. Rumble. When the first heavenly tribulation fell, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was clearly a purple lightning bolt. It looked no worse than his heavenly tribulation back then, perhaps even stronger. Chapter 239-3 Evolution. Han Fei had seen the Emperor Sparrow transcending a tribulation. He could imagine the arrogant look of the Emperor Sparrow at that time. When he transcended a tribulation in the Sea of Stars, he still had the demeanor of a monarch and dared to swallow the heavenly tribulation. Now, Little Black and Little White were different from the Emperor Sparrow. When the first purple lightning bolt struck, Little Black and Little White were brimming with vitality. Besides, both of them were shining with a strange light, and the lightning tribulation was slowly absorbed and digested by the black and white light. However, in fact, it was not as easy as Han Fei saw. Little Black and Little White seemed to just want to test the power of this lightning tribulation. After the first lightning tribulation, Little Black and Little White immediately turned into black and white mist. The two interacted and spiraled, turning into a supreme yin-yang diagram. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation landed on the supreme yin-yang diagram, only setting off a few ripples on the surface. Then, the power of the heavenly tribulation seemed to be completely swallowed. In the process, Little Black and Little White didn't use the resources Han Fei gave them at all. Then, it was the third, fourth, and fifth heavenly tribulation. When it came to the seventh heavenly tribulation, Han Fei found that Little Black and Little White still didn't use the huge amount of resources he gave them, which made Han Fei a little anxious. Why hadn't they used the resources yet? Besides, they had already eaten 7 purple lightning strikes in a row. Because he didn't see the specific power of the 7 lightning tribulations, Han Fei could estimate by his senses. The power of this lightning tribulation should be a little stronger than his back then by no more than 20%, but at least 10%. However, Han Fei was shocked by Little Black and Little White's response. They turned into a yin-yang pattern and then swallowed all the heavenly tribulations that came down. Up to now, none of the heavenly tribulation was wasted. Rumble, even the 8th heavenly tribulation was swallowed by Little Black and Little White. When it came to the 9th heavenly tribulation, Han Fei thought that Little Black and Little White's tribulation might end like this. After all, no one knew what the tribulation of a mysterious creature would be like. But in the next moment, in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a big fish appeared. Its body was slender, and its fin tail was white and golden. Its scales were as bright as white crystals, with black edges outlined. This big fish was like a long dragon emerging from the water, zigzagging into the sky. The last heavenly tribulation had just taken shape in the sky, and the inexplicable big fish that Little Black and Little White had turned into bit at it. Then Little Black and Little White crawled out of the purple catastrophe, like lightning. Han Fei had a feeling that Little Black and Little White had changed. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that their information had indeed changed. Twin yin-yang sky-swallowing fish introduction. This is a descendant of the mysterious ancient yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish live together. The white fish are docile, and the black fish are cruel. As long as one of them survives, the other won't die. Yin-yang can devour the heavens and earth. L Level 101. Quality mysterious, a storage of immortal chi infinite. All things can be swallowed. All things can be swallowed. All things can be swallowing yin-yang wheel, spirit swallowing body, fusion, twin god technique, yin-yang millstone, world devouring yin-yang. Black fish are invisible. Except for the owner, only those who are born with yin-yang, divine eyes, or are far stronger than the owner can see through them. After fusing with them, the owner's combat power will greatly increase, and he will be able to freely control the yin-yang technique. Huh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Did it mean that Little Black and Little White had evolved? They became yin-yang sky-swallowing fish, no longer yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish. When Han Fei saw that the two of them could store immortal chi infinitely, he wasn't quite surprised. This was because it was difficult to say what the upper limit of immortal chi was for sky openers. Generally speaking, it was fine to store hundreds of thousands of wisps, which was enough for reserve. Han Fei didn't know how much could be stored. As for the combat skills, there was one more combat skill, which was world devouring. Han Fei didn't know what it meant exactly and still had to study it. However, Little Black and Little White had their own independent consciousness now. He could just ask them later. The note stated that after the fusion, he could freely control the yin-yang great technique, but Han Fei thought that his great technique on the great Tao of yin-yang was almost entirely provided by Little Black and Little White's own combat skills. For example, the supreme yin-yang wheel, the twin divine technique, and the yin-yang millstone. Of course, there were also a few saber techniques like the yin-yang reincarnation knife. He didn't know if they would become stronger after fusion now. Buzz? Before Han Fei had time to think, he saw 2 cute doll-like figures appear on the yin-yang symbol and slowly dissipate. Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fuck, they turned into humans? Little Black and Little White were easy to recognize. Little White was the fair lady kind of girl, and Little Black was a cool boy. It was easy for him to distinguish them. The 2 little people in front of him were about 5 or 6 years old. Little White was dressed in white with a thin black vertical mark between her eyebrows. As for Little Black, he was all black with a white vertical mark between his eyebrows. The 2 little guys looked as if they had walked out of a comic. Their big eyes flickered and their little faces were pink. Dad Little White let out a sweet cry and ran towards Han Fei. Hey my daughter, let me hold you, ha 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 ha. Little White jumped into Han Fei's arms and Han Fei lifted her high and turned around with Little White in his arms. Giggle, giggle, letting Little White sit on his shoulder, Han Fei couldn't help but look at Little Black. Little Black, do you want me to lift you high? Childish. Little Black glanced at Little White and refused coolly, indicating that he was not a childish person. But Han Fei reached out and picked up Little Black too. Hey, I'm already an adult, Little Black was shouting at Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't care. He ran a few roller coasters in the sea of stars faster than the speed of light, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes high and sometimes low, making Little White giggle. Little Black snorted, then crossed his arms but didn't refuse. After running for a long time, Han Fei finally put them down and then scolded, Why didn't you use the resources I gave you just now? Do you despise them? Little White said sweetly, Daddy, we've been eating all the time, but we've been eating the heavenly tribulation. It's hard to digest, so we don't have the appetite to eat your resources. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Eating heavenly tribulation? Little Black said coolly. In the end, I rushed into the heavenly tribulation and ate the sky fiend. Han Fei? Han Fei? Fei? Run? Han Fei didn't know what to say. He had never heard of someone eating a heavenly tribulation. He had thought that the 2 little guys must have suffered, but they actually ate the heavenly tribulation as food. But in this case, wasn't it equivalent to using the heavenly tribulation to temper their bodies? And it was the kind of body tempering that didn't waste any of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Little Black and Little White's combat power was much stronger than ordinary star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei said, "Then put the resources into your origin seas now. These resources should be enough for you to reach the star transformation realm." However, Little Black said coolly, "No need." Smack! Han Fei slapped Little Black's butt. "How can you talk to me like that? I said you need it." Little Black was lost for words. "We really don't need it. We can devour the heavens and earth now." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" "So what if you can devour the heavens and earth? You don't need to eat resources now," Little Black said. "We can now eat the stars and the sea of stars and the great Tao on the stars, so resources are actually of little significance to us. We don't use this to establish our origin star. We have already had our origin star." "Huh? Wait a moment, you eat stars? Eat the great Tao?" Han Fei's eyes turned green. Now he was really jealous of them. But soon Han Fei realized that something was wrong. "What did you say? You've already had an origin star?" Little Black said proudly. "It can also be called our original great Tao. We don't call it a star. Our great Tao can grow. As long as we keep devouring the heavens and earth, this Tao can grow freely." "Hiss," Han Fei was confused. "A free-growing origin star? No, a free-growing great Tao." Therefore, they actually didn't have the concept of stars. They were Tao in themselves. In other words, with Little Black and Little White's innate Tao body, they were great Tao themselves. They didn't need to transform their origin star into a star at all. Gulp. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Then, are you hungry now?" Little White said. "Dad, Little Black can eat your star core's energy," Han Fei asked. "Hey, by the way, can you remove the impurities in Daddy's star core?" Little Black snorted. "Isn't that simple? It just so happens that we need to stabilize our strength. The lightning tribulation is just to temper the body and condense the soul. It still needs a lot of energy to stabilize our foundation." Another moment later, Han Fei saw that Little Black and Little White turned into a huge yin-yang diagram and directly enveloped his origin star. Well, Han Fei was a little stunned. They didn't even need the yin-yang millstone now. Would these two little guys eat his star core? Chapter 239-4. The Tao Seed Ran Away. Han Fei stayed in his origin sea for another 3 years. In fact, Sao Mengde and the others only knew that Han Fei had been in seclusion for 5 days. They didn't have any guesses. During this period of time, Han Fei had helped almost all of them complete their missions and naturally harvested a large number of life origin crystals. Therefore, no one cared about a few days and just did what they should do. Inside Han Fei's origin star, after 3 years of hard work by Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's star core's radius had been reduced to about 440 kilometers. It was all because of Little Black and Little White's hard work. They removed a lot of impurities from the star core. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had had 600 drops of golden jade marrow. Han Fei felt that the bones in his arms had completely metamorphosed. He had a feeling that he might be able to withstand 4 times his great Tao. Furthermore, his overall strength was about 10% stronger than when he had just produced the star core. There was no telling if it was because a lot of impurities in his star core had been removed, or because there was more golden jade marrow, or both. Anyway, Han Fei knew that although he didn't know what the supreme divine technique the God of War was talking about was, he should have already embarked on the path of the supreme divine technique. His strength was growing at a terrifying speed. Another year passed. He sensed the star core's thirst for vitality. When Han Fei had just turned his origin sea into a star, even if his lifespan had increased, the river of life had only stored 1/10 of vitality. However, after Han Fei's crazy compression of his star core over the years and Little Black and Little White's continuous elimination of the impurities in the star core, 2 problems occurred. The first was that his lifespan had extended again. The other was the extreme compression of the star core, which, for some reason, consumed vitality. It seemed that this compression of the star core transformed vitality into lifespan. This transformation made the vitality on Han Fei's origin star only 1/100 left. Besides, another strange thing was that his star core seemed to be able to be compressed to 1,000th its size at any time. This compression almost consumed 99% of the vitality of his origin star. Han Fei didn't think it was an accident. Although the God of War didn't say it, he thought that this was probably the real reason why the God of War asked him to compress the star core. Besides, the God of War didn't allow him to inject vitality and energy into the star core before it was compressed to 1,000th its size. What was the meaning of this? If he didn't inject new vitality into it, wouldn't the vitality of his Life Star City be completely consumed? It was like a dry pond without even a drop of water. However, in this situation, Han Fei could only trust the God of War, because he had been in contact with him since hundreds of thousands of years ago. There was no reason for him to lie to him. Besides, Han Fei knew that the God of War wasn't in a good shape. Therefore, the God of War had no reason to lie to him. This old guy might still be waiting for him to save him. Therefore, Han Fei resolutely continued to squeeze his star core. 1 month later, when Han Fei's star core was finally compressed to 405 kilometers, he couldn't help but grin. He had finally made it. But it was also at this moment that Little Black and Little White suddenly canceled the yin-yang pattern. They appeared behind Han Fei and quickly retreated, and the two were staring at Han Fei's star core. To Han Fei's surprise, he sensed that a singularity appeared inside his star core, which seemed to be trying to absorb more energy and vitality. However, all the energy and vitality on his origin star had been absorbed by the star core. It could be said that looking from the sea of stars, Han Fei's origin star was a dead star at this moment, a dead star without any vitality or energy. The mountains and rivers that once existed here had long disappeared. Only Han Fei knew that on his origin star, at the core where the ground veins were connected, there was a star core with extremely powerful energy, a star core with a radius of only 405 kilometers. Buzz! Perhaps because the singularity found that he couldn't absorb energy, the Tao seed in Han Fei's body began to tremble crazily for the first time in his life. Yes, the Tao seed seemed to have broken free from the shackles of the body. Han Fei was shocked. He didn't know what it meant. He just instinctively wanted to stop the Tao seed. However, before he could stop the Tao seed, it disappeared into his dantian with a swish, and appeared exactly where the star core was. Shit. Han Fei didn't feel good. The Tao seed went into the star core. He was inexperienced and didn't know what it meant. Perhaps the god of war didn't expect this to happen. Damn it, can't you just give me the supreme divine technique? How should I deal with it now? Han Fei reached out to pick up his Tao seed. However, a Tao seed was a Tao. How could he touch a Tao with his physical hand? Swish the Han Fei grabbed nothing but air, and he could only watch helplessly as his Tao seed disappeared into the star core, penetrated the extremely dense star core, and fell directly on the singularity. Can I get it back? Han Fei frowned and wanted to ask the god of war immediately. However, he suddenly thought that he should try activating the Great Tao as soon as possible. This time, Han Fei felt that the Tao seed in the star core was trembling, and his Great Tao could still operate normally, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief. Damn it, I almost thought my Tao seed was gone. No, I have to complain to the god of war. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei came again. This time, the fire curtain was just set up. The god of war replied, "Oh, it's only been a few days. Why are you here again?" Han Fei said. "Senior god of war, I'm screwed. You better give me the supreme divine technique now. When I compressed my star core to 1,000th its size, my energy and vitality were exhausted. As a result, a singularity was born in my star core and absorbed my Tao seed. Now I can't get my Tao seed back." "Senior, is this what you expected?" In the distant starry sky, a giant scratched his head, his heart in turmoil. His first reaction was, "Boy, how many times can you accelerate time?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. If he said 256 times, would the god of war notice something? No, he had to treat himself as a genius like Feng Yu. Rolling his eyes, Han Fei replied, "Not much. It's just 100 times. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered the great Tao of time well enough yet. Otherwise, I might be able to reach higher heights." God of war? A certain guy in the distant sea of stars couldn't have felt worse. 100 times the time acceleration? But even if it was 100 times, wasn't it too damn fast? How long had it been since this kid chatted with him last time? 7 days? Han Fei said in a hurry. "Senior god of war, did you hear me? I said that my Tao seed was gone. My Tao seed was absorbed by the star core." The god of war said impatiently, "So be it. What's the big deal? It's still yours anyway." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "But, Senior, you can't say that. I'm me. My origin star is my origin star. We're not exactly one, right?" The god of war said stiffly, "It's only a matter of time. Why are you panicking? You call yourself the human emperor. Then why are you so hasty?" "Fine, although you compressed your star core to 1,000th its size with the great Tao of time, it didn't take long in total. You've passed the test." "Senior god of war, are you kidding me? Is this a test?" "God of war boy, your comprehensive strength should have increased a lot, right?" Han Fei said. "It's less than 20% more than when I completed the star transformation." "God of war, if you weren't here, I would have slapped you." "Why? If you weren't here, I would have slapped you." "Why? Do you look down on 20%? Even 5% is an insurmountable gap in the fight between real strong masters, let alone 20%. Then the god of war continued to send a message. "How much golden jade marrow do you have?" "More than 600 drops. I don't think it's enough." "God of war, whether it's enough depends on how much your body can carry. The weight of ordinary people's marrow is 5% of their weight. Calculate according to this. When your golden jade marrow is full, come to me. Also, your star transformation should be over. Now you can instill vitality and energy into your origin star." After that, the god of war took the initiative to extinguish the fire curtain. Han Fei was lost for words. Every time, "You're so naggy. Why did you end the conversation so soon today?" Han Fei didn't feel that the god of war was angry. The first thing he did when he returned to his origin star was to absorb all the life origin crystals he had obtained. It was like a tremendous amount of vitality fell into a dry pond. After only a moment, the vitality all disappeared. However, when Han Fei looked at the River of Life, he found that the input of the life origin crystals made his origin star's River of Life was about 7% full. With this vitality, Han Fei could hold on for a while longer. But Han Fei knew that this vitality was far from enough. He had to dig up their star cores now, Han Fei calculated. The human marrow accounted for about 5% of the body weight. Han Fei sat cross-legged and observed inside. When he calculated the amount of the golden jade marrow according to his weight, he couldn't help but be speechless. It actually needed about 1,800 to 2,000 drops of this thing? Chapter 2395, A Small Test. Even with little black and little white, even if he compressed the star core with a diameter of 8,100 kilometers to 810 kilometers, he only condensed less than 300 drops of golden jade marrow in a few years. It wouldn't take him long to accomplish the feat of condensing 100 drops. Therefore, Han Fei didn't plan to continue his cultivation in seclusion. He was going to pick a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's origin star and take the vitality in the star core. After that, he had to return to the demon domain. After all, even if his strength had been consolidated, he still needed to fight and polish himself. Half a day later, Han Fei stood on the origin star of a certain peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Fortunately, he didn't encounter a star sea giant beast, so he was not in a hurry. When he condensed a life ball full of vitality with the vitality concentration technique, he was surprised to find that the vitality in the origin star was more than 10 times higher than the vitality in the life crystals of the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. After all, this was the vitality of the stars, not the life origin crystal condensed from the body. When Han Fei threw the life ball into his origin star, a moment later the total vitality of the star suddenly jumped to 20%, which shocked him. So many! If I can extract all these people's vitality, Han Fei's eyes lit up. Even if he knew that the vitality condensation technique was not a good technique and would cause some negative karma, he would still use it. After all, how could Han Fei not use these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Otherwise, should he sacrifice them to the god of war? Half a day later, when Han Fei extracted the vitality of other 4 origin stars in his hand, he got more than 61% of the vitality in total, which was much more than the vitality he had stored at the beginning. After all, what he extracted from was the origin stars of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. If it were the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the amount of vitality might only be 50% or even less. However, Han Fei was also surprised. Could it be that his origin star's lifespan potential was too long? 4 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators plus a pile of life origin crystals still failed to fill up his origin star. Because he had got enough vitality, Han Fei snatched another star core and stuffed it into his origin sea. When he saw that the infinite energy was crazily absorbed by his origin star, and the star core that had been compressed to a diameter of 810 kilometers continued to expand, Han Fei knew that he had to wait. When the golden jade marrow filled his entire body, he should be able to come into contact with the supreme divine technique. Of course, he couldn't completely believe in the supreme divine technique of the god of war. After all, he was the little junior brother of the Void Temple, and his void body refining technique was only in the sea establishment realm. There was no need to mention its difficulty. Even if it was a sea establishment realm technique, it still helped him refine the golden jade marrow, which showed the level of the void body refining technique. Being ranked in the top 10 body refining techniques in the sea realm, it was definitely not weak. However, when he reached the sky-opening realm, he should have corresponding body refining techniques. When he completely refined the golden jade marrow, he could ask his eldest senior brother for it. Then he could compare it with the supreme divine technique. Before leaving the origin star, Han Fei glanced at his information. Owner, Han Fei, the latest novel already on the next website. Level 107, Sky Opening Ultimate Dao, Bloodline Ranking Among the Clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10,116th Evolving, 92 14,064 years, Immortal Chi, 400,000 Soul, 9.06 Origins, 9,061,214 points, Perception Range, 8 million kilometers, Strength, 9.8 Star Powers, 9,008 2,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 16,000 1,000 Heritage, Eternal Darkness. Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Level 101, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 101, Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality. Wait, Han Fei knew that he had reached Level 107 and surpassed the Star Transformation Realm. However, what did the words Extreme Dao mean? Was this fake? What he pursued was the path of extreme balance. But his soul and strength hadn't completely balanced yet. How could there be a realm of extreme Dao? Also, hadn't he already passed the soul enlightenment on the very first step? Logically speaking, he should have directly reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Why did the extreme Dao suddenly pop up? Looking at the growth of his soul and strength, Han Fei had already felt it. In general, his soul had increased by about 2 million points in this seclusion, which was 2 origins, and his strength had increased by about 2 million waves, which was 2 star powers. Compared to his previous comprehensive combat power, it was a good improvement. Although Han Fei had never taken a normal star path, he felt that the path he took did not seem to be weaker than others. Although the god of war was a little secretive, he was still reliable. However, he had a question. He didn't know what would happen if he failed to compress his star core to 1,000th its size. Besides, Han Fei felt that everybody could figure out how to compress a star core. As long as the star core was compressed, it could become stronger. So there must be people crazily compressing their star cores, and there must be many people who compress their star cores to 1/10 their original sizes. Therefore, at present, he was at most at the beginning of practicing the so-called supreme technique of the god of war. He didn't know what the real supreme technique was like. Tusk, in the outside world, Wu Bufan, Sao Mengda, and the others were facing the siege of a group of star transformation realm demonic creatures. They had stayed here for too long. They had been fighting here for a day before Han Fei went to cultivate seclusion, and now it was already the 8th day. And in the demon domain, if they stayed in one place for 8 days, it was impossible for the demonic source here not to know. Besides, Han Fei suddenly wanted to cultivate in seclusion. At that time, they had already become enemies with the demonic source here. Therefore, after 8 days of battle, the surrounding demonic sources had already joined forces and formed an army. Zhou Run said, "Just hold on for one more day. Let's just take it as the first life and death battle since we slacked off for so many years. When we really can't fight anymore, let's call Brother Fei out." Zhou Run and the others had a total of 8 people, but they were facing nearly 30 demonic creatures. Fortunately, they all had godly weapons. Otherwise, they would have long been defeated by these demonic creatures. Even so, they only managed to kill 12 demonic creatures after fighting for half a day. It was not that they were not strong, nor did they not know how to cooperate. It was just that although the other party was demonic creatures, they were not fools. They were also intelligent creatures. At this moment, Luo Defei was pierced by a row of sharp spikes bursting out of the ground. A demonic creature that looked like a gopher but had many curved tentacles jumped out of the ground. Luo Defei's expression changed, and a demoness suddenly appeared in front of the demonic gopher. The demoness had a powerful, bewildering ability. While the demonic gopher was stunned, Luo Defei had already broken free from the big spikes on his body and ran out, shouting, "Zhou Run, use the amplification dice on me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Run was flying over from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Just as Zhou Run was about to attack, suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Defei. Bang, bang, bang! Han Fei casually grabbed with his void hand and took the demonic gopher out of the ground. At this moment, Han Fei activated his Great Tao. He had tried it and found that his current body could narrowly withstand the strength boost of 4 times. Brother Fei? Luo Defei looked at Han Fei in shock, wondering if Han Fei had finished his cultivation. Zhou Run's pupils were constricted slightly. Just now, he saw Han Fei take action. His suppressing pressure in the void directly shattered countless tentacle hooks. This was definitely the speed of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The demonic gopher couldn't resist the terrifying power at all. Zhou Run's heart did a flip. It seemed that Han Fei was stronger than before. He knew that Han Fei was very strong and could also crush this demonic gopher before, but he couldn't do it so casually. In the 3rd round of qualifiers, they had been following Han Fei the whole time, so they knew the combat power Han Fei could exert. Or maybe Han Fei was hiding his strength before. But in any case, the stronger Han Fei was, the more advantageous it was for them. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that there were as many as 15 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm here. This was clearly not something that could be gathered from a single demonic source. Judging from the battlefield, this place seemed to have experienced a destructive blow. Obviously, the battle had been going on for a long time. Seeing that everybody was fighting intensely, Han Fei said, "Everybody, come here. Stop fighting." Wu Bufan, Sao Mengda, and the others were overjoyed. Han Fei was back. It seemed that they didn't have to fight so hard. At this moment, Han Fei still wanted to test his strength. At this moment, his combat power was completely different from when he met Zhao Qinglong. Han Fei stomped. His speed had significantly increased due to the difference in his body's tolerance. Before, Han Fei had used all his means, plus the Great Tao of Time, but his speed could only reach 7.5 times the speed of light at most. But now, without using the Great Tao of Time, Han Fei's maximum speed exceeded 6 times the speed of light. When he activated the Great Tao of Time, his speed exceeded 8 times the speed of light. Swish to Han Fei casually punched out. Han Fei intuitively activated the Great Tao, and the energy circulation was not sluggish at all. Everything was extremely smooth, as if circulating the breath in his body. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei's figure flashed, and then a python was pierced through and completely crushed. Fuck, Brother Fei is really tough. If I were hit by this punch, I would be half dead. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel that Brother Fei seems to be faster. Not just that, he seems to be stronger too. Han Fei activated the draw technique and slashed out a 60,000-kilometer ravine. Under the ground, an earthworm-like demonic creature was slashed from head to tail and its body exploded. The treeman closest to Han Fei was about to dig into the ground, but Han Fei waved his hand and drew out a knife-light condensed of mud. Bang! The treeman pierced through the knife-light with thousands of tentacles and was about to drill underground when he saw that Han Fei was already standing on his trunk. Han Fei murmured in a voice that only he could hear, still much weaker than Zhao Qinglong. Chapter 239-6, The Way to the World Origin Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Zhou Run and the others watched Han Fei shuttle among these demonic creatures, not even afraid of the dark matter on them. They had fought for half a day but failed to take down these demonic creatures. But in just a minute, 7 of them were killed by Han Fei in one breath. The reason why they ran away was that these things could disperse their bodies. As long as a part of their bodies ran away, it meant that the other party's original body ran away. Therefore, the fact that Han Fei could kill the 7 demonic creatures in such a short period of time already amazed Zhou Run and the others. After Han Fei cleaned up the demonic source here, he said to Zhou Run and the others, "Since I am the leader of the Avengers, from today onwards I will start special training on you." Special training? Even Zhou Run was dumbfounded. Why did Han Fei think of this after he came out of seclusion? Besides, we are not weak. "What special training are you going to do?" Han Fei said. "Do you all think that you have been holding back, but in fact you are the real heavenly talents? Do you think that you are actually not weak? Let me tell you, the Avengers are an organization that prefers quality over quantity. What I want is an organization whose every member has a chance to become a monarch, not a group of junk whose biggest goal is to reach the perfected star transformation realm." Han Fei knew that Zhou Run and the others had no shortage of resources since they were young, and they had been in the Dragon Fighting Street all year round. Resources actually came very quickly for them. Even if they hadn't finished their star journey, they should have almost finished it. By the time they finished their star journey, they would be in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, a group of future peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with godly weapons couldn't even kill a group of demonic creatures. What did this mean? This meant that they were no longer the kind of heavenly talents they thought they were. Han Fei said, "If a person endures for too long, the halo of a heavenly talent on him will gradually dim. You are afraid of death and danger. Even if you have a good foundation, what's the use? As members of the Avengers, at least you have to be on the heaven roll first." According to Han Fei's understanding of the heaven roll, those who could enter the heaven roll were all extraordinary in strength and unique in thinking. Some were wicked, some were righteous, some were dedicated to pursuing the Tao, some were knowledgeable, some were crazy, and some were proud and aloof, but they all had their own path. This path was not revenge itself. Gulp, Salmengda swallowed and took a deep breath. "Brother Fei, I will definitely train well." Wu Bufan hammered his chest. "Brother Fei, no one can stop my determination to prove my Tao." Han Fei said, "All right, in the first round of the special training, each of you kill a demonic source alone." Everyone? 2 years passed. The number of demonic creatures on the demon domain was crazily decreasing. When they first entered the demon domain, the random teleportation places were all places covered by demonic sources. But now, the further they went, the fewer places covered by demonic sources. Han Fei and the others had fought their way through. In the past 2 years, they had defeated more than 50 demonic sources. Later, they discovered that more than 50% of the places they had passed had been conquered. It could be imagined that in these places covered by demonic sources, the resources underground had been dug away. Although there were a lot of residuals, some of the main resources had already been dug away. Those who participated in the trial were all very smart and strong. Those who had survived until now were not easy to die. Han Fei and the others had met many teams in the past 2 years, mostly in groups. Yes, when the participants discovered that there were resources everywhere, they would definitely form alliances with each other. Bang! Somewhere, a shocking explosion sounded. Han Fei and the others looked over and found that Luo Defei's body was gone with only a head floating in the air. Luo Defei cursed, "Salmengde, Wu Bufan, you bastards have hidden yourselves too well. I'm the only silk pants among this group of people," Zhou Run said. "No, you're not the only silk pants among us, but you've completely fit into this role. You forgot your original intentions." Luo Defei's body quickly recovered, and his expression was ugly. I finally defeated a demonic source." Wu Bufan sneered. "I've already beaten 4, but you've only beaten the first one. What's there to brag about?" Salmengde said. "It's all your fault. You've been obsessed with women for too long, which seriously affects your health. If it weren't for Brother Fei, your body would have been crippled." In the past 2 years, Zhou Run and the others were receiving special training, and Han Fei was digging treasures. Although the God of War said that there was no point in digging for treasures now, because if he got the world origin of the demon domain, he wouldn't need these resources. But in fact, Han Fei felt that what the God of War said was wrong. It was just that the God of War's standards were too high. He didn't care about these ordinary resources. However, treasures could occasionally be found among these ordinary resources. The demon domain was abundant in mystic yellow soil. The mystic yellow soil that Han Fei had dug up in the past 2 years spanned 300 kilometers. Among them, he had also dug up more than a dozen pieces of chaotic spiritual earth. One of them turned out to be of ordinary quality, not inferior. Han Fei didn't take all the mystic yellow soil. He only kept a third for himself and gave the rest to Zhou Run and the others. Ever since Zhou Run asked him to be the mastermind behind the Avengers Alliance, he had already taken on the role. He felt that perhaps Gu Tingnan was also like this back then, slowly creating the City of Wanderers. But Han Fei felt that there were both good and bad things about Gu Tingnan's construction of the City of Wanderers. The good thing was that this force had already begun to grow on its own independent from him. The bad thing was that the City of Wanderers itself became a burden to Gu Tingnan. But the Avengers were different. Han Fei was building it in the style of the Void Temple. He only wanted heavenly talents, rich heavenly talents. As long as Zhou Run and the others achieved their goal, successfully left the Divine Capital Dynasty, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish, their mentalities would definitely be different. In addition, they had been secretly transferring and storing resources. After leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, they would welcome a period of eruption. Therefore, Han Fei felt that reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm was not a problem for Zhou Run and the others. What was difficult was whether they had the courage to reach the perfected star transformation realm. Only when they reached that step could they be considered true core members of the Avengers. As for whether Zhou Run and the others would burn the bridge after crossing it, Han Fei was not afraid as long as they were not afraid of death. Luo Dafei said, "Brother Fei, I've killed a demonic source." Han Fei grunted casually. "Since even you have killed a demonic source, this special training is over." Han Fei clearly sensed their relief. Wu Bufan took out his big pipe and took a few puffs. Finally, he didn't have to fight anymore. However, as soon as Han Fei said so, he said again, "Recently, we've encountered fewer and fewer demonic sources. It's been 2 years since the 4th round of qualifiers started, right?" Zhou Run, 2 years, 1 month, and 3 days. Han Fei nodded slightly. He cultivated in seclusion from time to time in the past 2 years. Now, his star core had a diameter of 2,000 kilometers, and he had 1,000 whole 88 drops of golden jade marrow. According to Han Fei's previous speed, his golden jade marrow should have covered his entire body. But the problem was that Han Fei's origin star didn't have enough vitality. Therefore, in the past 2 years, he had been cultivating intermittently. Although his strength had been increasing, he hadn't mastered the void body refining technique. Han Fei said, "It's almost time. It's time to set off to find the world origin." Everyone was shocked. Finding the world origin was what they had been wanting to do for the past 2 years. Han Fei wasn't the only one who lacked the life origin crystals. The world origin contained the great Tao and vitality. Zhou Run and the others were also embarking on the star path. They were also short of these resources. 13 days passed. Han Fei and the others encountered 3 teams of participants, and Han Fei personally sniped 9 demonic sources. Finally, on the 14th day, Han Fei and the others ran for a full day, but they didn't even encounter a single demonic source. The places they passed had all been swept by others, the mountains had collapsed, and the ground had cracked. Under the guidance of Han Fei's vast ocean navigator, Han Fei and the others ran for another half a day before finally encountering an abyssal canyon. Through their perception, they could see many traces of fighting in the canyon. However, they could still perceive lush land deep in the canyon. Almost everyone knew that this situation was very unreasonable. They had run for more than a day, and all the surrounding places of demonic source had been conquered. "How could such a canyon be intact?" Zhou Run said. "There should be a channel to the underground inside this canyon." Outside, this canyon stretches for millions of kilometers, and its surroundings are bare. This means that the people who once fought through these places of demonic source have chosen to abandon attacking this canyon. Wu Bufan asked, "So, this place is dangerous, right? Obviously more than one person has been here." Salmungda said, "Maybe they failed here." Li Chen said, "Are you stupid? We felt many different auras of the Great Tao along the way, which means that many people have been here." Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei said silently, "The way to the world origin." However, the vast ocean navigator immediately pointed directly at the abyssal canyon in front of him. Han Fei asked again, "Point to other paths to the world origin." The vast ocean navigator immediately pointed in multiple directions, which meant that there was more than one entrance to the world origin. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei curiously. Zhou Runze said, "This should be just one of the entrances. Maybe we don't have to rush." Chao Mengde asked, "What about the path mentioned in the intelligence we got?" Zhou Run said, "We can't take that path. It will be even more dangerous. Since there are many entrances, it won't be too difficult to find the world origin. At most, we just need to spend more time. Besides, there are still many demonic sources that haven't been cleaned up in remote places." At this time, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler. When the marker landed on the greatly ominous, he said lightly, "Let's take this path." Chapter 2397, 1000 Demonic Beast. Although Zhou Run and the others didn't know what Han Fei took out, it seemed to be a functional godly weapon. They clearly saw that the 9-palace luck ruler's pointer fell on greatly ominous, but Han Fei still chose to enter. This was the most dangerous divination result of the ruler except for the impasse, right? Han Fei said, "If you don't even dare to enter a mere greatly ominous's place, how can you challenge the authority of the big clans? Let's go. This is not a life and death test." With Han Fei taking the lead, everyone actually felt safe. What they were afraid of was that Han Fei wouldn't take action. That would be awkward. After staying with Han Fei for 2 years, they could be sure of one thing. If all the 8 of them attacked Han Fei together, the final result might be that Han Fei was injured and all of them died. At this moment, everyone was very careful. They didn't dare to walk fast or use an ultralight speed. This was because there was no need to walk faster than the speed of light. Only about 300,000 kilometers deep into the abyss, lush woodlands had appeared. In the first 300,000 kilometers, there were more than 20 kinds of Great Tao auras. In addition to these Great Tao auras, at least 7 or 8 strong masters had already died here. The auras of these strong masters didn't dissipate. Even if they died, their blood and qi were still there. The great technique they had once used was still emitting powerful Tao runes. This meant that there was no need to enter the forest. In this 300,000 kilometer open space, danger would come. As soon as Han Fei and the other 8 landed on this open space and walked forward for less than 100,000 meters, they saw a 30-meter-tall humanoid demon with 3 heads and 24 hands blocking the way ahead. This demonic creature was like a warrior covered in armor. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that its humanoid body was actually composed of plants. However, this demonic creature seemed to have completely simulated the form of a human, and even simulated muscles and bones, making it easier to fight. But unlike Han Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms, this guy seemed to be able to control 8 hands with each head. Among them, each head controlled 4 knives, 3 swords, and 2 axes. Because those weapons were different, they looked more like they were snatched by this demon. The blurry voice said in a deep voice, "Well, so many people have come at once. It's a pity that you can't get out anymore." Buzz. Han Fei stepped 1,000 meters away from the demonic creature, and information immediately appeared in his eyes. Namen 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 Namen, Deist. Introduction. A complete state demonic source that lives in the dark demon domain. After a demonic source swallows enough ominous power, it takes the initiative to devour all the demonic creatures in its territory and other demonic sources, causing its intelligence to become higher and higher, and produces a unique evolutionary form. Swallowed by the 1,000 demonic beast, one is very likely to become a part of its transformation forms. The 1,000 demonic beast is an absolute powerhouse on the verge of Tao proving. As long as he obtains enough ominous power, plus a large amount of world origin, there's a high chance that he can prove his Tao and become a true demon. L level 109, quality rare realm, sky opening ominous power contained. I ominous power contained. 1 owner 8 wisps, a battle technique, 1,000 devil fist, 10,000 devil avatar, parasitic technique, 1,000 devil change, collectible, life origin crystal, 1 O absorbable, life origin crystal, 1 ON, in a world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Is this thing actually a demonic source? Han Fei said. If my guess is correct, this thing should be a demonic source in its true form, not those demonic sources that don't have much combat power. Wait here and let me fight it. A demonic source in its true form? Even Zhou Run was a little surprised. But then he remembered that he had made a deal with the demonic source and learned that the demonic source could actually command those sky-opening realm demonic creatures. However, he had always felt that the demonic source wasn't much of a threat. It was more like the wisest of a group of sky-opening realm demonic creatures. But now it seemed that this was not the case. It was not that they wanted to be wise, but that they couldn't move, so they could only use their brain. If it weren't for the fact that this 1,000 demonic beast was slightly smaller, they would have thought that it was some kind of terrifying Dharmakaya. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this demonic source was very difficult to fight. Since Han Fei said he wanted to fight him, it meant that Han Fei was challenging a perfected star transformation realm cultivator head-on. If it were anyone else, Cao Mengde and the others would have already laughed at him. How could he be the demonic source's opponent? However, now the result was hard to say since the guy was Han Fei. He was a super powerhouse who killed Yi Qianjing. The 1,000 demonic beast looked at Han Fei and shouted crazily, "Contestants, you have ruined my plan to prove my Tao. I will keep you here forever." "Hey, you don't look very smart." Han Fei grinned. Could it be that the complete state demonic source was not smart? However, when Han Fei saw that in addition to his 3 heads, the 1,000 demonic beast also had 3 heads hanging on its neck. One of the 3 heads was a shark head, one was a humanoid head, and one was a bird head. They were clearly 3 contestants. After being killed by this 1,000 demonic beast, their souls, consciousness, and thoughts might have been swallowed by him. However, in this case, he should be smarter. But whatever, Han Fei just wanted to try the strength of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Without thinking, Han Fei simply activated his great Tao and blasted out the sacrificing punch. With Han Fei's terrifying strength of 40 million waves, one punch from him could penetrate a small starry sky. However, the 1,000 demonic beast's fists were like phantoms, punching out 10,000 punches in the blink of an eye. Halfway through, it pierced through Han Fei's sacrificing punch. With a thought, Han Fei burst out 6 times the speed of light. But the eyes of the 1,000 demonic beast not only completely kept up with Han Fei, but its huge body also burst out 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei hurriedly activated the Great Tao of Time and set up a time deceleration array outside his body to keep up with the speed of the 1,000 demonic beast. Han Fei twisted in the void and slashed at the 3 heads in front of the 1,000 demonic beast with a time blade. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the 3 heads were sent to a neighboring time. This 1,000 demonic beast couldn't see through the timeline, but Han Fei could. He casually slashed the yin-yang reincarnation saber into the neighboring time, which was completely annihilated by the 3 heads in the blink of an eye. Buzz. At the moment when the 3 heads dissipated, Han Fei clearly felt that the 1,000 demonic beast was briefly stunned. But it was only an instant's reaction before it slashed at him with 3 knives at 10 times the speed of light. At this speed, even if he used the Great Tao of Time, he would only be at the same speed as the 1,000 demonic beast and wouldn't be able to escape. Clang, clang. Han Fei was sent flying thousands of kilometers by the double knives. The ripples of the explosion instantly swept across a radius of 300,000 kilometers, and Zhou Run and the others were forced to retreat. It was too strong. How could this be the power of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? Even if they used all their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. This kind of competition seemed to have exceeded the competition of pure technique and control of strength. However, what shocked Zhou Run and the others was that although Han Fei was sent flying thousands of kilometers, the 1,000 demonic beast was also shaken back thousands of kilometers. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The power of this thing is about the same as mine. No, it might be weaker than me. However, the speed of the other party's 2 slashes exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Therefore, in a head-on clash, I was sent flying. Han Fei, who was sent flying, rushed out again at more than 8 times the speed of light. This time, the 1,000 demonic beast attacked him with double axes. The double axes fused, bursting out a terrifying axe light that completely exceeded the knife light just now. To be honest, with its speed, Zhou Runtian and the others didn't see its actions clearly at all. Still, Han Fei directly stole the axe light. With his physique, he could completely carry this power now. When stealing this axe light, Han Fei also stole the Great Tao behind it. It was a Great Tao power like a space slingshot. It meant that the moment this blow was launched, the 1,000 demonic beast had actually triggered the space behind the giant axe. With space as the bowstring and its own strength, it shot out this axe light that was more than 10 times the speed of light. Swish. The axe light burst back almost at the same speed, and the 1,000 demonic beast didn't expect that its attack would disappear. However, since it was its full-strength attack, it certainly wouldn't take it. The 1,000 demonic beast tried to avoid it, only to find that the time around it suddenly stopped. But even so, Han Fei still saw a mutation in the body of the 1,000 demonic beast. Puff, puff, puff. 4 of the 1,000 demonic beast's arms had been chopped off by this axe light. Not far away, Zhou Run and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought that the sky would collapse under this chop, but what happened? Han Fei was completely fine, but 4 of the 1,000 demonic beast's arms were broken and completely crushed. Boom, Hufu Bufan looked solemn. Brother Fei is really awesome. He can beat Yi Qianxing and this complete state demonic source. I feel that our Avengers are about to rise. On the other side, Han Fei secretly regretted that this attack didn't work. But Han Fei grabbed again. He wondered if the demonic source in its complete state could be dispersed into countless life forms. After all, this guy only had 3 heads at the moment. However, in the next moment, Han Fei was disappointed. This time, he only stole a little power. This meant that the void-stealing technique had no effect on these demonic creatures in the demon domain. The main reason was that these things were actually composed of countless smaller original bodies. It was impossible for the void-stealing technique to steal accurately or steal collectively. Similarly, since it was impossible to steal the other party's consciousness, it was naturally impossible to steal the other party's speed. However, although it was impossible to steal the other party's power, it was possible to steal the axes in the hands of this 1,000 demonic beast. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the 2 axes. Oh, it's actually a godly weapon? Chapter 2398, Traders. Han Fei had never used the void-stealing technique to steal other people's weapons. He wondered if his enemy's combat power would drop by 30% out of embarrassment if he stole his battlesuit in a fight in the future. Unfortunately, this pair of axes seemed to have recognized the 1,000 demonic beast as their master. It seemed that they had already been taken by this 1,000 demonic beast. From the looks of it, the knives, axes, and swords used by this 1,000 demonic beast were not of the same species. It was obvious that he had snatched them. At this moment, the double axes trembled, trying to break free from Han Fei's palm. The 1,000 demonic beast found that the axes in its hand disappeared for no reason, and realized that Han Fei had an extremely powerful ability, which was to snatch its things or power. Swish, swish. Realizing this, the 1,000 demonic beast rushed over with its bare hands. In any case, it couldn't hand over its weapons to Han Fei. They were not easy to get. Among so many weapons, there were a total of 3 godly weapons, and this pair of axes happened to be among them. However, how could Han Fei let it get its way? He set up the God-sealing spear array and suppressed the double axes in the array. Then, he took out a godly weapon-level spear, which he had snatched from others to refine the weapon he wanted. However, he hadn't figured out what weapons he needed to refine yet. He already had a kitchen knife and a battlesuit of the godly weapon level. Han Fei used this spear as a rod. Bang, bang, bang. He struck out with Monkey King's 3,000 sticks, filling the sky with rod shadows, colliding with the countless fist marks of this 1,000 demonic beast. The dazzling battle stunned Cao Mengde and the others. Wu Bufan exclaimed, "Look, that demonic source is actually no match for Brother Fei in absolute strength." Zhou Run frowned. But Brother Fei is not as fast as him. Yes, the 1,000 demonic beasts were much stronger than Han Fei before, so Han Fei seemed to be weaker in a real battle. But now they were fighting head-on. Although the 1,000 demonic beasts were faster, Han Fei was stronger. This kind of head-on clash lasted for a full 3 seconds. Han Fei was hammered nearly 10,000 times, but golden light circulated on his body and he didn't retreat at all, letting the enemy beat him. As for the 1,000 demonic beast, only half of its 24 arms were left. Its body had exploded in many places, and its physique was completely inferior to Han Fei's. After all, the 1,000 demonic beast was only a demonic plant. Although its physique was not strong enough, its recovery ability was terrifying. Puffed. Suddenly, 3 seconds later, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. At that moment, plants, mushrooms, grasses, and demonic vines grew on Han Fei. Not good. Zhou Run was dumbfounded. This was the master that the Avengers had just found, and he was already parasitized? Wasn't this over? The 1,000 demonic beast roared, "Participant, give me your body. With your body, I can definitely prove my Tao." With that, countless vines sealed Han Fei and grabbed him into the body of the 1,000 demonic beast. Zhou Run and the others also saw a mass of dark matter there. When they saw the mass of dark matter, Zhou Run, Cao Mengde, and the others widened their eyes. What should they do? As if he had made a decision, Zhou Run shouted, "Li Chen, attack. Yin-yang change, space interchange." Li Chen threw out the yin-yang walnut, trying to transform the void and saving Han Fei out. However, Han Fei had already been entangled by the 1,000 demonic beast's vines. The next second, the 1,000 demonic beast moved hundreds of thousands of kilometers horizontally and appeared in front of Li Chen and the others. Shte! Luo Dafei was scared out of his wits. "Li Chen, what are you doing?" Zhou Run roared. "Sealing bell." At the last moment, Zhou Run wanted to throw the godly weapon, Sealing Bell, into the body of the 1,000 demonic beast to cover Han Fei. However, the 1,000 demonic beast slapped the Sealing Bell away, sending Zhou Run flying thousands of kilometers away. Half of his body was mangled and almost exploded. One of Zhou Run's teammates immediately shouted, "Brother Run, it's hopeless. Let's run. It'll be too late if we don't run now." After all, the 1,000 demonic beast was on the verge of Tao proving. When he came to the crowd, he felt that these people were simply junk, so he immediately attacked. At that moment, Cao Mengde launched an attack and blocked the fist marks of the 1,000 demonic beast with the 9 heavens seal. Wu Bufan spewed out his essence blood to his immortal trapping rope, entangling the many hands of the 1,000 demonic beast. Gathering everyone's strength, they were only holding off the 1,000 demonic beast for a moment. With a bang, they took a closer look and saw that Wu Bufan's immortal trapping rope had been broken by this 1,000 demonic beast. Everyone was shocked. That was a godly weapon. This transformed demonic source was too strong. It destroyed a godly weapon with its bare hands? The man from before shouted, "Brother Run, let's run." Zhou Run said, "Shut up. Since we've already bet, there's no reason for us to stop." There was still a trace of hope in Zhou Run's heart. He didn't believe Han Fei would be caught. Even if Han Fei was parasitized, he shouldn't have been caught by the 1,000 demonic beast without any resistance. It's a test. Zhou Run's heart suddenly chilled. This was a test. Han Fei wanted to see if they would betray him. As smart as Zhou Run, he had discovered Han Fei's thoughts, but he couldn't speak it out or send a voice transmission to others. He bet that although Han Fei was trapped in the body of the 1,000 demonic beast, he definitely had a way to know if they were speaking telepathically. Zhou Run could only hope that Cao Mengde and the others wouldn't be stupid. This was a fucking test. However, Cao Mengde didn't disappoint him. He roared, "Purple demon divine fire, soul fixation." Cao Mengde turned into a fiery man holding a spear and struck out. He cursed, "Damn you, Qin Sun. Brother Fei is the hope of the Avengers. Brother Fei has a chance to prove his Tao. You son of a botch, what's the use of running away? Do you have to endure for another tens of thousands of years?" Wu Bufan nodded. "That's right. We've waited for so many years to find a boss like Brother Fei. How can we give up so easily?" Bang! Wu Bufan's immortal trapping rope was broken. He took out his big pipe and was about to take action, but he was directly punched into pieces by the 1,000 demonic beast. The man named Qin Shun's face suddenly changed. What a bunch of lunatics. If their boss is gone, they can just change to another one. They could go to Feng Yu. They could go to Zhao Qinglong. Why did it have to be Han Fei? Immediately, Qin Sun shouted, "If you want to fight, stay." The other person also silently quit the battle. This person's name was Wang Yang, and his combat power was not bad. He knew that Han Fei was strong, but Han Fei hadn't reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm after all. It wasn't surprising that he was defeated by a powerhouse on the verge of Dao proving. Just because Han Fei could fight the 1,000 demonic beast didn't mean that they could. Wu Bufan couldn't even withstand a single fist mark from the 1,000 demonic beast. Luo Defei cursed angrily. Qin Shun, Wang Yang, you two traitors. If I don't die, I will definitely chop the two of you up. When the two of them ran far away, Luo Defei was the second to be shattered, but at that moment, a person held a shield in front of Luo Defei. This person's name was Munan. He was also the kind of person who would risk his life to participate in this 100,000-year competition. However, his family was not that big. Although his comprehensive strength was very strong, it was only about the same as Luo Defei. Among the 8-person team, except for Luo Defei, Munan was the weakest. Munan picked up the pieces of Luo Defei's flesh and blood and hurriedly flashed out, but in midair, he was cut by a sword light. At that second, Munan felt that he was dead for sure. This sword was too fast for him to dodge. Even if Han Fei were here, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge this sword. Zhou threw out the amplification dice and forcibly condensed a barrier around Munan and the others. Seeing that the sword was about to hit the barrier of the amplification dice, Munan gave up resisting. Because the moment was too short, he had no time to run and could only hope to block this sword. Boomer. At the critical moment, the long sword suddenly disappeared, and the sword light also disappeared without a trace. Huh? Everyone? In? You're asking to be killed. Swish-ta, a sword light burst out of the 1,000 demonic beast's body. Then, a holy pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped the 1,000 demonic beast. Roar. The 1,000 demonic beast fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, accompanied by painful roars. The heaven enlightenment divine technique specialized in suppressing evil. This ominous power was also evil. A large amount of ominous power was expelled from the body of the 1,000 demonic beast by Han Fei's heaven enlightenment divine technique. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Han Fei had already appeared above the head of the 1,000 demonic beast, and within the range of 10,000 kilometers, hundreds of god-sealing spears fell down, and there were more than 30 god-sealing spears sticking into the 1,000 demonic beast's body. At this moment, Han Fei kicked the 1,000 demonic beast over and said indifferently, "You guys are not bad." At this time, Wu Bufan and Luo Defei's bodies had grown back, and they couldn't help exclaiming, "Brother Fei, I knew you were fine. Ha ha ha! Brother Fei, although I was the last to defeat the demonic source, I didn't lose face." Zhou secretly sighed. What a pity. If Qin Sun and Wang Yang were given some time to consider it carefully, they would definitely figure it out. But just now, they had no time to think. In the face of death, everything was instinct. The Avengers wouldn't accept traitors, so Qin Sun and Wang Yang would definitely die. Sure enough, Han Fei said, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Chapter 2399, Loose Living Beings. Han Fei wasn't deliberately testing him. At the moment he was parasitized by the 1,000 demonic beast, he felt that it wouldn't be easy to defeat a demonic creature like the 1,000 demonic beast unless it was fundamentally eliminated. Only by being parasitized could he purify the source of the 1,000 demonic beast. As for Qin Sun and Wang Yang, Han Fei just tested them by the way. If there was no loyalty, the so-called Avengers would be meaningless. Since the Avengers had already been established, they should take it as an official organization and develop it seriously, so they had to find out traitors in the organization as soon as possible. But even if this organization was sabotaged from the inside, it didn't matter. Anyway, he was just a temporarily selected leader behind the scenes and didn't put much effort into this organization, so he could give up at any time. After this betrayal, Zhou and the others would definitely strictly select the members of the Avengers. At this moment, when Qin Sun and Wang Yang saw Han Fei standing in front of them, their faces turned pale. Wang Yang looked solemn and asked tentatively, "Brother Fei, is there a way back?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. At this time, Qin Sun and Wang Yang had complicated feelings. When Han Fei appeared here unscathed, they realized that they had been deceived. Most importantly, no organization would tolerate traitors. Besides, they had always thought that Han Fei was very murderous. How could he let them go? However, the hope of survival forced them to attack Han Fei. Unfortunately, they were too weak. After more than 200 seconds, Han Fei returned to the depths of this canyon. Because the 1,000 demonic beasts didn't have time to disperse its body into scattered living beings and escape, it was suppressed here by Han Fei and couldn't move. Han Fei and the others didn't know if this 1,000 demonic beast had clones, but at least this demonic source's true body that it had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed. When Han Fei returned, Zhou and the others didn't ask about Qin Shun and Wang Yang's situation. They didn't think it was strange. It would be strange if Han Fei brought the two of them back. A super-organization with aspirations couldn't be corrupted internally from the very beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have endured loneliness for so many years. Han Fei faced the 1,000 demonic beast head-on, holding a long saber in his hand, and patted its head. "If you don't mind telling me about your cultivation method of multiple life combinations, I can consider leaving you a seed of resurrection, or even a small parasite." Of course, provided that you don't lie to me, or else, Han Fei looked at the double axes in his hand and grinned. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind refining your soul and making you the weapon spirit of the axes. The thousand demonic beast was a little frightened. It was precisely because of its extremely high intelligence that it could reach the level of the demonic source true body. The person in front of him seemed to be born with the power to suppress it. It was meaningless to resist him at this moment. In the past 2 years, too many demonic sources had been wiped out. Even dozens of participants had died at his hands. It could be seen that a new war had begun. No matter what, it had to survive. Therefore, the thousand demonic beast could only answer honestly. Cultivators like us can become a different type of living being, called a loose life. Han Fei said with a smile. Explain. The thousand demonic beast said, take ants as an example. This is a gregarious group of life. Do you think the ants are the combination of countless lives, or are the countless ants forming a life form? Before Han Fei said anything, Salmungde had said, of course it's countless lives. The thousand demonic beast replied, why can't it be these ants forming a living being? The ant queen is the brain, has consciousness and a powerful soul. The soldier ants are the defense power of this living being. The worker ants are the mouth and the hand. They are used to find food and transmit energy. When the worker ants gathered and transported, it's like your essence blood running in your body. Furthermore, worker ants can nurture new young ants, continuously providing a new source of power for this living being. Zhou Run asked, it still doesn't make sense. If the worker ants are used as a bridge for the transmission of energy, wouldn't their combat power burst out too slowly? It may take a long time for brains and bodies to communicate. If it were a battle between cultivators, it would have been over long ago. The thousand demonic beast. So, our final evolution is the demonic source true body, Zhou Run. After that, the thousand demonic beast said, besides, the transmission of information doesn't necessarily require two entities to come into contact with each other. For example, the perception that everyone has can also be transmitted very quickly. When Han Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be a little horrified. He remembered the first moment he came to the demon domain. At that time, he saw a huge number of demonic plants and demonic creatures below the sea establishment realm. Those demonic creatures were actually like the young ants, as the thousand demonic beasts said. When a sea establisher demonic creature died, its ominous power was swallowed by countless demonic creatures, and then centipede demonic creatures came to take it away. Those centipede demonic creatures were equivalent to worker ants responsible for transporting, and the demonic creatures with relatively strong attack power or even the sky-opening realm, demonic creatures he encountered later were equivalent to soldier ants. Their existence was to protect the demonic source. As for the demonic source, it could give orders to these demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. It was really very similar to an ant swarm. Han Fei keenly noticed it. But unlike the ant swarm, if the ant queen of the ant swarm dies, this ant swarm will be crippled. But you can parasitize those ordinary demonic creatures. The thousand demonic beasts said, they are parts of my body in the first place. It's not parasitizing. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Therefore, the ants couldn't do without an ant queen, but the land of demonic source could do without a demonic source. Because as long as there was time, a new demonic source would be born and rise again. Furthermore, because the demonic source land was too large and had too many lives, unless he killed all the lives in the entire demonic source land, it was impossible to kill a true demonic source, including this thousand demonic beast. If he guessed right, in addition to the true body it revealed here, it must have some bodies scattered in some corners. The reason why it answered Han Fei's question was firstly because it was sure that Han Fei couldn't do anything to them. Secondly, it wanted Han Fei to let go of a portion of its demonic source true body. In this way, although it would be reduced to an ordinary demonic source again, with a portion of its demonic source true body, it could still quickly grow into a relatively powerful demonic source. After hearing the explanation of the thousand demonic beast, Han Fei was very surprised. He thought of a terrifying thing. What if the demonic source true body had proved its Tao? Then, would it mean that the demonic sources that countless participants had killed were actually parts of a monarch-level demonic source's body, but they themselves didn't know and thought that they were independent bodies, just like ant queens? Han Fei shivered a little. If that was the case, this loose life form was terrifying. This was like MLM's development way and could almost develop infinitely. No one knew what level the true demonic source behind the scenes was at. If they didn't completely destroy the entire origin ground, it was probably impossible to exterminate this creature. Gulp. Zhou Run also realized this. They both realized that this was a terrifying life form. It was very likely that the hundreds of thousands of participants fighting crazily in the demon domain to destroy the demonic sources was actually fighting a single living being together. Han Fei even suspected that there were only two living beings left in the entire origin ground. One was the world origin, which might have a little bit of origin consciousness. The other was this loose life form. Everything everyone had seen on their way was a part of this loose life form. If that was the case, Han Fei was shocked. Perhaps this origin ground wasn't like the Divine Capital Dynasty said that it didn't have a monarch. It was just that the monarch was too huge. This monarch was the demon domain. It was said that the monarch of the demon domain was killed by Great Monarch East Marshal. What Great Monarch East Marshal killed was probably just a part of the loose life form at the monarch level, like the 1,000 demonic beast. It was equivalent to Great Monarch East Marshal killing the strongest ant queen. But in this world there were still millions of ant queens, and they could rise at any time. Now everyone said that Great Monarch East Marshal treated this as a test, gave the origin ground to the participants to challenge as a benefit, and his goal was just to repay the participants for their hard work in this 100,000-year competition. But was this true? The answer was obviously not. Since Great Monarch East Marshal dared to let so many people in, it meant that the Divine Capital Dynasty was sure that nothing unexpected would happen. Secondly, perhaps he wanted the participants to understand the horror of ominous life. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Why did Great Monarch East Marshal make the participants pay nearly 20% of their casualties to explore such a dangerous origin ground? He was suddenly horrified. Perhaps Great Monarch East Marshal was personally paying attention to the situation in the demon domain. Otherwise, if a large number of demonic sources in the demon domain suddenly sacrificed their ominous power and gathered them together, would it be possible to reshape a monarch-level demonic source true body? Han Fei shook his head. Perhaps he was thinking too much. If these ominous powers could gather at any time, this monarch of the demon domain might have already gathered. As long as he gathered at once, he might be able to become a terrifying monarch. Just as Han Fei was immersed in various guesses about the demon domain, he suddenly heard Wu Bufan say, look at the qualification token. There's a hidden mission on it. Chapter 2400, a hidden mission. Even Han Fei couldn't help but raise his wrist and extend his perception into the qualification token. Sure enough, a new mission appeared on the qualification token. This mission showed, go deep into the abyssal world of the demon domain and kill the demon spirits. This mission is only for the real strong masters in the late stage of the star transformation realm and the strong masters in and above the peak level late stage star transformation realm. No one else is allowed to participate. If you kill the demon spirit, you will have the right to obtain the world origin. The more demon spirits you kill, the more you will obtain the world origin of the demon domain. Hiss! Everyone around Han Fei gasped. A way to obtain the world origin? At that time, Han Fei felt that everyone, including Zhou Run, couldn't help but breathe heavily. Han Fei had thought that the world origin was to be snatched, and only one person might obtain it. However, who would have expected that the Divine Capital Dynasty would treat this as a reward for a few participants? How tempting was this reward? If a primitive graveyard that had recovered a little bit could give birth to 5 or 6 world origins, then in a place like the demon domain where there were strong demonic creatures everywhere, the number of world origins would definitely be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times more. Measured by world origin fruit, Han Fei thought that there were at least hundreds of thousands of world origin fruits that could be produced in the demon domain. Wasn't it terrifying? Who wouldn't be tempted? Zhou Run shouted, Brother Fei, I'm afraid we're not the only ones who discovered the change in mission. This was because most people would pay attention to the qualification token at any time to check their battle results, mission completion, and so on. Therefore, it was almost inevitable for them to discover that a hidden mission had appeared. Han Fei grinned. It seemed that it was impossible to monopolize the world origin. Even Great Monarch East Marshal might be secretly watching this trial, so at this time Han Fei couldn't use the power of the Emperor Sparrow, let alone absorb the ominous power. Perhaps the Divine Capital Dynasty was really selecting super talents, which was why they held the 4th round of qualifiers in the demon domain that was both dangerous and had great opportunities. Han Fei said, It seems that the news of the world origin was probably deliberately revealed by the host of this 100,000-year competition from the beginning. Then, some people will use this news, such as selling it as information. Li Chen asked, Brother Fei, should we go in now? Everyone looked at the depths of this canyon. This was very likely an entrance to the abyssal world. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why they had encountered the 1,000 demonic beast, a demonic source true body. On the other side, the 1,000 demonic beast said, Participant, can you keep your word? Let go of a wisp of my true body. Han Fei grinned. I've already done it. The 1,000 demonic beast looked puzzled. Even Zhou Run and the others were puzzled. When did you do it? Why didn't we know? Han Fei grinned. I didn't chase the other parts of your body. Isn't that magnanimous enough? As for your current body, well, it's just an ant queen. You can slowly rebuild it later. With that, Han Fei took out the life origin crystal of the 1,000 demonic beast. Kept his word? No, Han Fei would only keep his word to those who deserved it. Unfortunately, the 1,000 demonic beasts that were contaminated by the ominous power were never among them. Salmungde and the others were taken aback. What a ruthless man. They all thought that Han Fei would keep his word, but they didn't expect Han Fei to go back on his word without any psychological burden. Only Zhou Run smiled. This was because he knew from the beginning that Han Fei wouldn't release a trace of the power of the demonic source true body. This was because from the moment he knew Han Fei until now, Han Fei had always shown a ruthless attitude. the only thing that could change Han Fei's attitude was money. To deal with Han Fei, they could only bribe him and pay a high price. Otherwise, if Han Fei's heart could be softened just with flattery, it was impossible for Han Fei to offend the heavenly race. After killing the 1,000 demonic beasts, Han Fei fished out the vast ocean navigator again. When the pointer pointed to the depths of the canyon, Han Fei grinned and said, "This is the first battle of the Avengers. Since you made me the leader, I won't disappoint you. Let's go. No matter what the demonic spirit is, kill it." Cao Mengde shouted. "Brother Fei is awesome." Boom! Huff Wu Bufan puffed on the big pipe. "Brother Fei, I knew it. You're a good leader. Brother Fei, if you point east, I won't go west. Even if I'm shattered by 1,000 demonic beasts like just now, I won't even blink my eyelids." Everyone cast a contemptuous look at Wu Bufan. "Do you think we don't know that you're sucking up to the leader?" Deep in the canyon, after going millions of kilometers more, Han Fei and the others encountered a huge fault in the ground. It was like a crack from the abyss, but it was covered by mountains. Since he knew this was the way to the abyssal world, Han Fei naturally didn't hesitate. However, when they entered this abyss, their perception was shackled by a certain power, and the range of perception was extremely small. Half a day later, when Han Fei and the others dove countless kilometers, suddenly, Mu Nan, who had never spoken much, said, "It's an underground sea and a freshwater sea. I feel a huge amount of water vapor and the power of ice. The water origin here is abnormal. Everyone pay attention." "Underground sea? Mu Nan, what do you mean by the water origin here is abnormal?" Zhou Run asked cautiously. This was because in this group of people, only Mu Nan walked the great Tao of water. Mu Nan cultivated the water technique and was especially sensitive to water. Mu Nan looked solemn. "I don't know. I feel that the water below is full of killing intent." Han Fei said. "We'll be there soon. We're all preparing to unleash our strongest state. Since it's a hidden mission, it means that this mission is very difficult. It's not for ordinary people." Swish, 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 swish. Following Han Fei's voice, a moment later, everyone's perception range of only 100,000 kilometers finally appeared in this freshwater sea flowing underground. The seawater surged forward at a fast speed and was particularly turbulent. Everyone immediately turned around, preparing to follow the current. As the saying went, water flowed to the bottom. There were two places in the water that were the cores of the water vein. One was the source of the water vein. The other was the end of the water vein, the place where the power of the water vein dissipated. However, the real reason why they chose the direction at the same time was a gray-black shadow. Even though the surrounding water was as cold as a bone-chilling sword, the real chill came from the gray-black shadow. That thing seemed to have targeted Han Fei and the others and revealed some covetous intentions towards them. Buzz! Before Zhou Run and the others moved, Han Fei stepped within a kilometer of the demonic shadow, and some information instantly appeared. Nomager Demon Spirit. Introduction. A soul creature living in the dark demon domain. After an invisible soul body swallows the ominous power, it slowly forms a demon spirit by devouring the souls of other creatures such as the demonic source. The demon spirit has relatively high intelligence and a unique evolutionary form. Being parasitized by a demon spirit is equivalent to being possessed. It may replace and become you. The demon spirit can only be suppressed and killed with the soul power. It can't be defeated by ordinary means. Deal with it with care. Level 111 quality. Rare Realm Sky Opening Ominous Soul contained 2018 Wisps. O Battle Technique. Soul Sacrifice, Soul Entangling, Soul Poison Parasitizing, Soul Eating Collectible. Pure Soul, World Origin, Collectible, xuanhuan. In the world contaminated by the ominous, no in the world contaminated by the ominous, no creature is innocent. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw the information. Good lord, are you implying that this thing is equivalent to a young soul? If he could only fight with his soul body, he might not be a match for this thing at all if he didn't know a soul technique. The demon spirit seemed to have noticed Han Fei and the others, so it waited here. However, Han Fei appeared 1,000 meters away without any hesitation. This made the demon spirit think that this person was probably a fool, so he immediately used a soul technique. Han Fei immediately felt a soul power entwine over. This power was mysterious, more like a great Tao descending on him. Soul entangling technique? Han Fei seemed to have guessed the demonic spirit's means, but in the next moment, Han Fei felt the demon purification pot move. At first, he felt that his soul was about to be forcibly extracted, but in the next second, the demon purification pot annihilated the strange power that was about to absorb his soul. Han Fei sneered. Go to hell. Han Fei's fists were wrapped in divine brilliance as he threw out thousands of punches in an instant. This demonic spirit didn't seem to think that ordinary fist marks could affect him at all and didn't care. However, in the next moment, everyone heard a painful roar from the soul level. It could be known that Han Fei was attacking with his young soul. 1,000 punches were enough to destroy the soul of this demonic spirit. How could this demon spirit know that a random person he met was a freak who cultivated both the body and the soul? Furthermore, the other party had already cultivated a young soul and could destroy his soul easily. When the demon spirit was destroyed, Han Fei felt a blue aura being absorbed into the demon purification pot. At the same time, a light green halo fell on him. Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. He felt that his soul seemed to have increased a little bit. Although it wasn't much, this feeling was quite wonderful, just like he had cultivated some soul power. Chapter 2401, Ambush by the Demon Spirit. In the eyes of Zhou Run and the others, Han Fei seemed to have killed a demon spirit with a simple attack. Yes, they all felt that it was a demon spirit, because this was the first time they had seen that thing in the 2 years since they entered the demon domain. At this moment, Han Fei said, "This is a demon spirit. It's a pure soul body. Their combat method only targets the soul. Just now, they tried to shackle my soul, parasitize my soul, and devour my soul. They're very powerful." This demon spirit's soul strength is in the late stage of the star transformation realm, but I think there will definitely be demon spirits in the peak level late stage star transformation realm, or even perfected star transformation realm here. Of course, although it's difficult to kill them, this demon spirit seems to contain world origin and pure and stable ownerless soul power. These two are rare. As the saying went, the skilled was bold. Although Han Fei saw the information of the demon spirit through the demon purification pot, in fact, even without the demon purification pot, he could still obtain the corresponding information from combat experience. Therefore, when Zhou Run and the others heard this, they looked solemn. No wonder the mission didn't recommend ordinary cultivators to hunt the demon spirits. It was because the demon spirits were too strong. If the demon spirit wasn't a special soul-type demonic creature, the participants should be able to fight it. After all, when everyone learned that in the demon domain, demonic creatures were rampant, many people would spontaneously form teams to hunt them. Having made it to this round, the so-called weak were only relative. At this moment, Zhou Run and the others looked solemn. If this demon spirit's soul power is very powerful, there's no need for us to fight them alone. Our goal is to kill the demon spirit so that we can obtain world origin and the power of the ownerless soul. Although we're here to gain experience, the time we have is too short. We only have a year. We can't waste it on tempering ourselves. Instead, we should try our best to hunt more demon spirits. When Zhou Run heard Han Fei's explanation, he understood why the fourth hidden mission was to kill the demon spirit, because by killing them, they could obtain world origin and ownerless soul power. In this way, the strong would always be strong, and the strong would naturally obtain more resources. This was probably the special care the Divine Capital Dynasty gave to the strong among this batch of participants. Zhou Run asked, "Brother Fei, what do you think?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Let's go down first to confirm the number of demon spirits. Besides, the water essence chi here is interesting. I want to see if I can find the water essence chi here." Huh? Everyone was stunned. Why was Han Fei looking for this? Although the water essence chi was good, it was mainly obtained through collection. The more turbulent the water was, the more water essence chi there would be. Munan said, "If it's the water essence chi, I guess it shouldn't be far away. The tides are surging very quickly underground. They seem to be gathering somewhere. Once a multi-flowing gathering pattern is formed, it will inevitably involve the combination of multiple water veins. The water essence chi will definitely be abundant, and it might even give birth to spiritual treasure of heaven and earth like the water-quelling pearl." Han Fei nodded slightly. In fact, this kind of place was very rare. To be able to produce such a large amount of water essence chi required the right time, place, and people. Over the years, he had never encountered such a place. When the water essence chi in a place was rich enough, he might have a way to upgrade the infinity water to the level of a godly weapon. And once the infinity water upgraded to the level of a godly weapon, even if it was a low-quality godly weapon, it would be at least comparable to a high-quality godly weapon. After all, the infinity water couldn't be broken. This demon domain gave Han Fei too many surprises. Han Fei said, "Then let's try moving forward first." The flow of the underground sea was variable and complicated. Fortunately, the place where Han Fei and the others came down happened to have a turbulent current. After only 200 seconds, Han Fei and the others encountered a second demon spirit. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Do you all have a soul attack technique?" Everyone looked at Luo Defei. The big clans had different inheritances. Although they were all in the late-stage star transformation realm and felt that they were heavenly talents, their soul attacks were weak. Otherwise, who would be afraid of this demon spirit if they had cultivated a Yang soul? And Luo Defei was the best soul attacker among them. Luo Defei could only try it with a black face, because in a soul fight, the commotion was not big. It was even possible that the battle would be over as soon as the two sides took a look at each other. Therefore, even Han Fei only heard a woman's chuckle. Then, a soul-killing array seemed to appear, followed by a series of explosions. Luo Defei vomited blood from his 7 orifices, and the demon spirit dispersed. Some ownerless soul power and world origin entered Luo Defei's body, refreshing him. However, everyone could see that Luo Defei was injured and his strength showed signs of instability. It seemed that Luo Defei had lost at least 20% of his strength. At this moment, they couldn't help but sigh. When they saw Han Fei kill the demon spirit so easily, they thought this thing was easy to deal with. But now it seemed that the fucking difficulty of killing a demon spirit was much higher than they had expected. Even Luo Defei was no match for it. If they fought a demon spirit one-on-one, even if they could kill the demon spirit, they might be heavily injured. If 2 demon spirits appeared, they would have to run. Zhou said, Brother Fei, if it's just a demon spirit in the late-stage star transformation realm, the 6 of us together should be able to deal with 2 without being injured. The limit is about 8. If there are more, even if we can win, we will definitely be heavily injured. If it's a demon spirit in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, we should be able to deal with one without being injured. The limit is 3, but all of us will definitely be heavily injured. If it's a perfected star transformation realm demon spirit, we should be able to withstand one at most for 100 seconds but can't kill it. Zhou answer was very reasonable. It seemed that they couldn't fight, but in fact, in the face of the late-stage star transformation realm demon spirit, their limit was 8. These words represented Zhou evaluation of their strength. Han Fei dared to say that in this 100,000-year competition, they were definitely among the top 50,000. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them heavenly talents in the sky-opening realm. Han Fei said, okay. If we meet demon spirits again, I'll leave 3 or less late-stage star transformation demon spirits to you. If there are more than 3, I'll solve the excess. If it's a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm demon spirit, try fighting it. If it doesn't work, leave it to me. Han Fei didn't want to waste time here. Zhou and the others actually lacked actual combat experience. Their only advantage was that just like Feng Xingliu, they had a good foundation. Their family resources could be squandered at will. With a good foundation, it wasn't a troublesome matter to hone their skills. Therefore, there was no need to let them slowly hone themselves here. Besides, they had honed themselves enough in the previous 2 years. What they needed was digestion and absorption. With Han Fei as their trump card, Zhou and the others were much more relaxed. In the underground sea, Han Fei and the others only walked for half a day. They encountered 15 demon spirits, most of which were alone. Only twice did they encounter a combination of demon spirits. Once was 3 demon spirits, and once was 2. Because there weren't many of them, Han Fei didn't intervene. The people of the Avengers couldn't be too weak, right? If they couldn't even kill 2 or 3 demon spirits, wouldn't that be nonsense? How much future could such an organization have? Munan said, the water essence chi is getting heavier and heavier mixed with metal sharpness aura. We should be arriving at the place with the most water essence chi soon. Zhou said, everyone, be careful. Based on the situation along the way, it's not like there's no reason for the demon spirits to appear here. Wherever they appear, there's either an entrance, a place of turbulence, a special terrain, or an earth vein. It's hard to say if this place rich in water essence chi is a treasure land or a dangerous place. Puff, Huff, Wu Bufan took a puff of his pipe and said leisurely, what are you afraid of? There's Brother Fei. Han Fei cast a contemptuous look at them. I know Wu Shuang from the capital of terror. When you reach the capital of terror, I don't mind asking her to arrange some projects for you. Wu Bufan frowned. Wu Shuang the demoness? I don't want to deal with such a person. I heard that she is quite a ruthless woman. Suddenly, a fault appeared in the underground sea, and many water currents gathered here, forming a waterfall. Besides, the water here was too heavy, causing a powerful force to directly cover everyone's perception, so their perception could only cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei said, be careful when you go down the waterfall. The water here is cold and freezing. It won't be fun if we're ambushed. Yes, Brother Fei, they shouted and descended with Han Fei. The tide waterfall here stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. However, everyone was uncomfortable under the impact of the water vapor. They all opened their soul barriers because they were a little numb from the impact. However, at the moment when everyone opened the soul barrier, a black shadow appeared in the waterfall. 12 demon spirits squeezed out of the waterfall wave.